Chapter 483, White Light. Chapter 483, White Light. Here, the divine demon thunder soul scattered into pieces, but a blackened scorch mark was left behind on the Helldog's claws. This was the result of the power of thunder. After all, countless years had passed since the demon emperor's soul was torn apart. The power of the demon emperor's remnant consciousness was extremely weak. The Helldog glanced at its claws and growled, baring its fangs. This was the same anger as being bitten by an ant. Roar! The Helldog howled and rushed straight towards Lin Ming. It vowed to tear apart this little bug that had caused it pain. At this time, Lin Ming's vision was blurred as he had an agonizing headache as countless chaotic images entered into mind. He bit down on his own tongue to force himself awake from this aching pain as he saw the blood-colored eyes of the Helldog closing in on him. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a savage color. He grit his teeth and thrust out his hand. The purple flood dragon divine thunder and blood extinguishing demon thunder that had scattered into the air suddenly converged onto his hand, forming a purple and red spear of thunder. The torn pieces of the samsara martial intent turned into countless tatters that swirled around the spear. Between Lin Ming's eyes, the flame mark ignited in dazzling brilliance. Behind Lin Ming, the twin phantoms of an azure dragon and ancient phoenix appeared. In that instant, Lin Ming had overdrawn his complete will and soul into this life or death attack. As the Helldog rushed towards him, it brought billowing waves of bloody wind. Lin Ming shouted out, his feet bearing down on the void. His hands gripped the purple and red thunder spear and pierced towards the jaws of the Helldog. Kacha! Under this great pressure, the spear of thunder broke apart. However, the broken thunder spear was like a thorn in the Helldog, piercing through its upper jaw and towards its brain. A whoa! The Helldog howled, falling to the ground. On top of its head, the wound from the thunder spear made chi-chi-chi sounds as it burned its flesh, almost etching a big hole. Percent at hashtag. The Helldog spat out a line of unknown language. Its eyes were blood red as it lifted its two front paws and tried to grab the broken thunder spear in its jaws. It wanted to pull it out. Even this didn't kill it. Lin Ming ruefully smiled. His ears and nostrils were already bleeding out, and after overdrawing his soul, he no longer had the strength to resist again. He fell to his knees and his surroundings began to blur, and all sound completely disappeared, as if the world was fading away from him. In his dim vision, he saw the sphere of light in the center of the void begin to emit a white mist. Then Lin Ming completely lost consciousness. Countless visions crossed Lin Ming's mind, and his thoughts first returned to his childhood. His parents, Lin Xiaodong, Lan Yunyue, Qin Xingxuan. He vividly recalled these people one at a time, as if he was once again experiencing the trial of 100 samsaras. Then Lin Ming felt as if he was bathed in a pleasantly warm sunlight, just like a baby in its mother's womb. He was incomparably peaceful and relaxed. As his blurry vision began to slowly clear, Lin Ming opened his eyes and found that he was still in his spiritual sea, but the sort of aching tiredness in his mind had already disappeared. As for the Helldog, it was still howling pitifully, but this time it seemed to be very crestfallen, its entire body torn to pieces. Lin Ming was shocked. He didn't think that his spear of thunder would have this effect. As he recalled that misty white light from a moment ago, he suddenly realized something. Lin Ming withdrew his consciousness from his spiritual sea and looked over to the center of the magic cube space. There, the 1-foot-wide sphere of light was quietly floating, surrounded by countless soul fragments that endlessly rotated around it. It was this. Lin Ming carefully released his senses, feeling the space around the sphere of light. He was able to feel a faint white light that was warm and comforting. If he wasn't wrong, then this sphere of light was what had released the white mist. This sphere of light was like the spirit of the magic cube, and the magic cube seemed to have a will of its own because of this sphere of light. Ever since he had obtained the magic cube, Lin Ming had never had any communication with it. But Lin Ming was certain that the magic cube was intelligent and had a will of its own. As for that white sphere of light, Lin Ming always had a guess. All of the surrounding soul fragments that drifted around this sphere of light were from the realm of the gods' powerhouses. Their souls were torn to pieces by the magic cube and sent into this space. Then, the saintess that had controlled the magic cube also had her soul twisted into the magic cube. Could her soul be at this center point of the space? Lin Ming tried to communicate by sending out his sense, but whenever anything touched the sphere of light, it would sink in and disappear. Lin Ming finally gave up. At this time, he felt his mind stir, and he returned to his spiritual sea. To his amazement and dismay, he found that the hell dog that had been torn to pieces was trying to reattach itself. So stubborn. Lin Ming was startled. This remnant soul fragment from realm of the God's Supreme Elder was just a tiny fraction that had gone through countless years of weakening, and yet it was still terrifying to this extent. If it was the complete consciousness of a Supreme Elder, then he couldn't imagine what sort of horror it would be. It probably wouldn't fade away even without hundreds of thousands of years of being sealed away. But the magic cube, in just an instant, had twisted apart the souls of thousands of realm of the gods' powerhouses. Just what sort of earth-shaking existence was that? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. The stronger he became, the more he understood just how great the gap was between him and these realm of the gods' powerhouses. As he looked at those wiggling pieces that were trying to crawl towards each other, Lin Ming coldly snorted. The hell dog wanted to fuse into one whole again. How could Lin Ming allow it to do that? He waved his hands, and the purple flood dragon divine thunder appeared in his left, and the blood-extinguishing demon thunder appeared in his right. Thunder flashed, and the purple and red thunders turned into bolts of thick lightning that fell onto the hell dog like a shower of deadly rain. The power of thunder was the best at suppressing the strength of spirits. The hell dog that was trying to fuse back into a whole again was blown apart by Lin Ming, its soul sizzling. Right after, Lin Ming used the samsara martial intent. A black vortex crashed onto the fragments of the hell dog's will, sending out ka-ka-ka sounds like bits of metal that had been dropped into a meat grinder. However, no matter what Lin Ming did, these remnant pieces of consciousness refused to be annihilated. It's really tough. Lin Ming didn't think he could finish off these pieces of remnant consciousness. The difference in their levels was really just too great. And ridding himself of this consciousness was the same as giving up on the soul fragment he had absorbed. Naturally, Lin Ming was reluctant to do this. I'll have to individually seal away these pieces of consciousness. As long as they don't refuse together, they won't be able to affect me. After thinking it over, Lin Ming chose this risky path. When he became stronger in the future, he would be able to slowly wear away these fragments. Lin Ming thrust out his hands, the purple-red power of thunder tightly wrapping around him, like gloves. Then Lin Ming began to carefully separate the pieces of consciousness from the black vortex. His fingers moved, surrounding the pieces of consciousness with threads formed from the power of thunder. After these threads turned into a thick cocoon around the remnant consciousness, completely isolating it from the rest, Lin Ming tossed it into his spiritual sea. Like this, Lin Ming slowly wrapped every other pieces with the power of thunder and submerged them in different areas of his spiritual sea. This was so that one day, if Lin Ming's spirit was ever weakened for some reason, these pieces of wool wouldn't have a chance to take advantage of him. Finally done, Lin Ming let out a long breath and withdrew his mind from the magic cube space. At this time, he was incomparably tired and just wanted to have a good rest without caring for anything else. But Time was urgent. Lin Ming wasn't sure how many hours had passed. He sat in meditation for a moment to catch himself, and then endured the headaches as he looked through the memories of the Demon Emperor's soul fragment. At this time, since Lin Ming had escaped, it had already been 4 hours. Lei Jingtian and the rest of them had been engaging in a full-on onslaught against the illusionary killing array until their hands were tired. But the protective barrier of the array formation was like an unshakable mountain. There was just no response. In this situation, Lei Jingtian was already feeling a despair like the world was collapsing. A late revolving core master, a middle revolving core master, and 2 early revolving core masters had joined together to ceaselessly attack for 4 hours, and yet there was still no effect. This little array formation from a 6th grade sect was already comparable to a great protective land array from a 4th grade sect. This damn law suppression. Even the normally calm Mu Qihua was angry, and he suddenly stopped his attacks. Mu Qihua wavered on his feet. His true essence was in chaos, his body was shaky, and he could barely stand. All of this fell into Mu Qingyi's eyes. Mu Qingyi sneered and said, "Mu Qihua, this suffering is what you have reaped. The bloodstained contract within you is already beginning to take effect. Within a month, 30% of your divine phoenix bloodline will fade away. Half a year from now, it will completely vanish, and your life force will exhaust itself, and you will perish." "My divine phoenix bloodline?" Mu Qihua smiled with disdain before laughing out. "The so-called divine phoenix bloodline is nothing more than the thin bloodline of the vermilion bird. Losing it is nothing pitiful. As long as I can kill Lin Ming, I will be obtained to obtain the true divine phoenix blood in his body." As Mu Qihua spoke, Mu Qingyi was shocked, her heart immediately shaking. She finally understood just why Mu Qihua would risk everything in order to kill Lin Ming. Ever since Lin Ming had emerged from the divine phoenix mystic realm, his body had been emitting an aura that made her heart palpitate. Between Lin Ming's eyebrows, there was also a faint and peculiar flame mark. During the battle with the South Sea Demon region, that flame mark had ignited. In that moment, Mu Qingyi was able to clearly feel a deep fear that originated from the depths of her bloodline. If she was right, then it was highly likely that Lin Ming had obtained a very rich and pure bloodline within the divine phoenix mystic realm. This bloodline far surpassed what the divine phoenix island founder had received when she entered the divine phoenix mystic realm. And Mu Qihwa's goal was Lin Ming's bloodline. The bloodstained contract only had the power to bind the descendants of the Mu family clan based on their bloodline. It wasn't able to restrict Lin Ming. As long as Mu Qihua was able to obtain Lin Ming's bloodline, then he would naturally be able to free himself from the restrictions of the bloodstained contract. As for losing the Mu bloodline, if it was lost, then it was lost. He simply didn't care about it. Mu Qingyi realized she had been wrong from the beginning. The reason that Mu Qihua had tried to kill Lin Ming was not for revenge, but rather to obtain a higher power. If he could steal Lin Ming's bloodline, and also snatch away the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, then all he had to do was wait for Mu Fengxian's life to eventually end of old age. At that time, he would be able to rule the entire Divine Phoenix Island with his strength. Perhaps Mu Qihua might have had this all planned out before he came into this broken world. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyi felt a sense of despair. If she had to blame someone, she could only blame herself for thinking that the restrictions of the bloodstained contract were infallible. Chapter 484, Into the Imperial Palace. Chapter 484, Into the Imperial Palace. In the central transmission array of the broken world, Lin Ming forced a smile after he read the leftover memories of the memory fragment. The memories of the Imperial Palace didn't have any knowledge about secret paths that could be taken, or perhaps there were never any at all. If there wasn't a secret path, then it would be very difficult for Lin Ming to go in and out of the demon god Imperial Palace without encountering those life-destruction powerhouses. In this broken world, his perception was suppressed to only 200 feet. But these life-destruction powerhouses' perception might even radiate farther out than 1,000 feet or even 10,000 feet. It would just be too easy for them to discover him. Even if he found any treasure, he wouldn't have his own share. Lin Ming now knew a great deal about the demon god Imperial Palace's inner layout, but what he knew made him feel hopeless. The Imperial Palace was filled with endless puppets. The Imperial Palace occupied a swathe of land over hundreds of miles long. During the glory times of the demon god Imperial Palace, there were tens and hundreds of thousands of people milling around. These people were all martial artists. For this number of people, there were countless miscellaneous jobs that needed to be filled, all of which were done by the puppets, including guard duty and patrol duty. Those puppets that were responsible for random daily chores had strength at the Xiantian realm. Those puppets responsible for patrolling were equal to the revolving core realm. A revolving core master's combat strength didn't seem too terrifying, but their strength was not suppressed by the laws of this world. To a martial artist from the outside, they would nearly be equal to a life-destruction powerhouse. It simply wasn't what Lin Ming could contend with. These puppets discerned people from their bloodline of the giant demon race. There wasn't any knowledge of secret skills to control them in the demon emperor's memories. In short, he would be overwhelmed with difficulty. The only thing that Lin Ming could take relief in was that he had found the location of the demon emperor's medicine garden in the memories. If he wasn't wrong, then the Nirvana dragon root should be there too. As for the array formation that guarded it, Lin Ming was a bit unsure. Also, some other very valuable information was that not too far away from the demon god Imperial Palace's medicine garden, there was a one-way transmission array that he could use to leave. Just relying on these things, Lin Ming found it difficult to imagine how he would take the Nirvana dragon route from a crowd of life destruction masters. If I don't have a way to avoid those sentry puppets, how will I be able to enter the demon god Imperial Palace with those life destruction masters? If it's like this, then my chances of obtaining the Nirvana dragon root are close to zero. Thinking this, Lin Ming ruefully smiled. But in the memories of the demon emperor, besides the medicine harden, there is also a sealed treasure that is a top-grade pill furnace. As for where this pill furnace is, the memories are completely unclear about it. As for the technique to manipulate it, it's also vague on that. Lin Ming let out a deep sigh. He was aware that something like this was hopeless from the start. If he wanted to obtain treasure, then first he would need strength capable of doing so. Normally, a martial artist of his cultivation would be diligently taking a heaven-opening pill. During this trip to the demon god Imperial Palace, Lin Ming just wanted a single root hair of the Nirvana dragon root. He would be satisfied if he could push his tempering marrow to 80 or 90% completion. But 100 miles away, demon god Imperial Palace, even through tens of thousands of years of weathering, the demon god Imperial Palace was still magnificent. It was hard to find any traces of damage on the walls of the Imperial Palace. Within the Imperial Palace, there was a thick column that stood several thousands of feet high, as if it supported the heavens themselves. The 20 to 30 life destruction powerhouses that gathered at the entrance to the demon god Imperial Palace had gone through several days of effort, and finally, an opening had been made in the defensive barrier of the demon god Imperial Palace that was wide enough for a single person. This was what Xian Wuji had studied from the demon emperor's letter for several years, and finally found a way to break open the defensive barrier. Simply put, they first had to isolate a part of the defensive array from the power source and then slowly attack it and wear down the energy that kept the barrier up. Afterwards, they would be able to break through the barrier. Let's enter. This entrance can only be maintained for a single hour. Afterwards, the shield will automatically close again. When that time comes, we will have to work together again to reopen the shield. To have to spend so much time and effort to open the defensive barrier, There was simply nothing else they could do. The demon god Imperial Palace had been a sixth-grade sect. Their elders were emperor-level powerhouses, their enforcers were at the life-destruction realm, and their deacons were revolving core martial artists. Of Xian Wuji and the rest, they mostly ranged from the first life-destruction stage to the third. With their cultivation suppressed to 20%, they probably weren't much stronger than those revolving core deacons. For less than 30 of those lowest-level deacons and enforcers to gather together and open the demon god Imperial Palace would naturally not be easy. Xian Yuqie was the first to enter, followed by Nanyun Wang. 2 days ago, outside of the barrier, Nanyun Wang didn't fight with Xian Wuji. The two of them had fallen into an impasse, glaring at each other as sparks flew. Finally, they entered together, a total of 28 people. Of these 28 people, they were divided into approximately 5 groups. The first group was the South Sea Demon region. The second was the Great Zen Temple. The third group was the free martial artists that were represented by Nanyun Wang. The fourth group was smaller sects represented by Divine Phoenix Island. And the last was the Black Flood Dragon clan. The relations between these 5 major groups were complex and chaotic. Although they all aimed for them treasures in the demon god Imperial Palace, they had already reached an agreement on how to distribute the treasure, and their representatives had even taken an oath on their heart of martial arts. But everyone also knew just how tenuous and fragile his agreement was. This agreement mostly applied to the basic treasures. If they truly encountered the Nirvana Dragon Root that was capable of increasing the chances of passing the life destruction stage, then taking some small damage to one's heart of martial arts was nothing at all. Of these 5 major groups, Divine Phoenix Island and the small sects were the weakest. But Mu Fengxian was also aware of this. Before she entered here, she had reached an agreement with the Great Zen Temple. She would give up all chances of getting the Nirvana Dragon Root and other such great lucky chances in exchange for asylum and protection, so at least preserving their lives wouldn't be a problem. These fellows that haunt us like ghosts are really hard to deal with. If they keep following us around, it will be hard to avoid a fierce battle later. As Xian Wuji swept his eyes past everyone, he sent out a true essence sound transmission. He wanted to separate from everyone to look for treasures himself, but he knew that since he was the one with the Demon Emperor's letter, and also because he understood the location of the demon god Imperial Palace's treasure, it would be impossible for them to give up on following him. And besides the Nirvana Dragon Root, there is also the giant Leviathan and the universe heaven melting furnace. We are the only ones that have the technique to control the giant Leviathan. So it is inevitably ours. We have to fight for the Nirvana Dragon Root. But of all these things, the universe heaven melting furnace is the most valuable one of all. I can't imagine what happened in ancient times that the demon emperor would actually leave such an important furnace in the demon god Imperial Palace. The one who answered was Xian Yuqie. In the past, Xian Wuji and Xian Yuqie had read the demon emperor's letter together. If I had to guess, then the universe heaven melting furnace was left behind by the demon emperor in order to protect the demon god Imperial Palace. It was likely that the demon emperor was thinking that he would one day re-enter this broken world in order to rebuild the demon god Imperial Palace. But for some unknown reason, he was unable to return. This universe heaven melting furnace is the most precious treasure here by a landslide. Unfortunately, the stove is sealed within the demon god Imperial Palace and has already become one with this land. It just cannot be moved by us. We had already spent our complete effort in order to create a small opening in the entrance's defensive barrier. If we want to take the universe heaven melting furnace as our own, then the chances of that are practically zero. As Xian Wuji mentioned the universe heaven melting furnace, Xian Yuqie felt her heart itch. According to the demon emperor's letter, this furnace was used to refine heavenly pills. tens of thousands of years ago. It was the #1 pill furnace throughout the entire sky spill continent. There were all sorts of valuable treasures sealed within the universe heaven melting furnace. For instance, there were top quality pills within. Their profit would be immense if they could obtain just a bit of this. Moreover, the universe heaven melting furnace was a top treasure. If an enemy was sealed within and burnt by the furnace fires, it would be easy to turn anyone into nothing but ash. It wouldn't be an exaggeration at all to say that with this treasure, she would be able to step into the divine sea realm with Xian Wuji, and the South Sea Demon region would rise to become a holy land. They would be able to reproduce the magnificence of the silent demon emperor city from 300 years ago. Xian Wuji shook his head and said, "Don't even think of obtaining the universe heaven melting stove. The Nirvana dragon root is much more practical for us." Xian Yuqi nodded, and then suddenly thought of something. She said, "Let's at least take a look. Once these fellows take a look at the universe heaven melting furnace, they will absolutely struggle for it. When that time comes, it will be to our advantage." As Xian Yuqi spoke, a trace of a devilish smile appeared on her beautiful face, without the slightest hint of disharmony. If someone evil and stunning like Xian Yuqi ever appeared in the mortal world, then they would truly die in a miserable fate. Hey, if a dozen or so of those fellows died, then that would be perfect. Xian Wuji traced his chain, his eyes flashing with a cold light. As these life-destruction supreme elders entered the demon god imperial palace, at a transmission array 10 miles away, a white light flashed. A pale youth appeared. This youth was Lin Ming. "This is the demon god imperial palace," Lin Ming breathed out. He had finally arrived. If I remember correctly, this is the far square of the demon god imperial palace. The main entrance is 10 miles ahead. The imperial palace's main entrance also has a great protective array. If I want to enter, I'll have to spend a great deal of effort. Although there was a method to pass the barrier at the entrance, Lin Ming's cultivation was just too low. Wanting to enter would be difficult. Lin Ming cautiously advanced according to the path in his memory. If he followed behind these life-destruction supreme elders and was found, then he would have to resign himself to his fate. The barrier has already been opened by them. As Lin Ming looked at the barrier, he saw a hole there just the size for one dog. Worry crossed his expression. This meant that those life-destruction powerhouses had already entered the demon god imperial palace, and it was likely that they obtained some information about the imperial palace. Thus, the one advantage he had was greatly lessened. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and decided to sneak through anyways. The barrier was able to slowly restore itself. That hole that had been wide enough for one person was now just 2 square feet. Lin Ming crawled on the ground and barely fit through. Chapter 485. Exposed. Chapter 485. Exposed. After sneaking past the barrier, Lin Ming glanced around to see the entry hole he went through slowly vanishing. At this rate, a human wouldn't be able to pass through in another quarter of an hour. That meant there really was no path to escape. All he could do was tread forwards and leave through the transmission array within the imperial palace. This was one of the few bits of valuable information from the memories of the demon emperor. The premise of this was that he could obtain some treasures and leave, otherwise the transmission array wouldn't be that helpful. Lin Ming sighed a long breath and slowly walked into the demon god imperial palace. The main temple of the demon god imperial palace occupied a swathe of land almost 100 miles wide. Its peaks grazed the sky, and the inside was incomparably vast. This massive main temple was no different from its own mini-country. The main temple door was over 200 feet high. On both sides of the large doors, there were great demon statues that were hundreds of feet tall. These statues were formed from blood-red rock, and they had long wings behind them. Their expressions were extremely ferocious and cruel. As Lin Ming entered through the main entrance, he saw a massive hall over 1,000 feet wide. Dozens upon dozens of thick columns vaulted towards the heavens, vanishing into the dark. In this main hall, there were 10 tunnels, each leading to a different area of the demon god imperial palace. Lin Ming chose according to his memories and walked over to the first path on the very left. This large path was 40 to 50 feet high, and the ground was covered with all sorts of runes. The walls to the side were hewed from thick, sparkling crystal. Although the tunnel was sealed off from the sun, there was still a light that came from somewhere that clearly illuminated everything. There were many spells etched into the walls and ground. Wanting to break open these walls was no easier than breaking through the great protective array of the imperial palace. A long corridor spread forth. From time to time, Lin Ming could see stone doors at the side. Every stone door was engraved with exquisite reliefs and images. These were probably because of the spells that were placed on them. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, there was surprisingly not even a single grain of dust. The fine golden reliefs shined with a dazzling bright light. As Lin Ming calmed his heart, he could faintly feel a trace of residual true essence. These were true essence fluctuations that were left behind from a violent fight. These true essence fluctuations must be from when those life destruction fellows fought the puppets here. According to this, it seems those old fellows were just here an hour ago. Even though the battle was so violent, there isn't the least bit wreckage. Those old fellows probably divided the trash and took it away so that they could research it when they returned. Lin Ming was able to quickly estimate the situation that had happened about an hour ago. These ancient puppets had a great research value. If they could imitate them, then the value they had to a sex strength would be immense. Taking away the remains wasn't anything strange. At this moment, Lin Ming could hear faint rumbling explosions in the distance. He was well aware that this sound was from the life destruction powerhouses once again fighting the guard puppets. Following far behind, these people wasn't necessarily any better, or even safe. If he encountered some puppets that they left behind, then he would be in danger. Not just that, but he wouldn't be able to obtain any treasures from following behind these fellows. Thinking of this, Lin Ming bitterly sighed. He didn't have a better way to approach this. He could only continue from here and hope that the life destruction powerhouses would spread out. If his luck was good, he might be able to pick up some things that they forgot. If he caught up to them, not only would he not obtain any treasures, he might even call a calamity down upon himself. After all, he was the one who had slain Lei Mubai. When he entered this broken world, he still had his appearance-changing technique. Because those revolving core martial artists had their strength suppressed to such a low state, they weren't able to see through Lin Ming's disguise. But in front of these life destruction powerhouses, Lin Ming wasn't so stupid as to fool himself into believing it would still work. The South Sea Demon Region elders might not have seen his picture. If there was some South Sea Demon Region elder here that shared a blood relation with Lei Mubai, there was a chance that they would instantly kill him. Although Mu Fengxian and the Great Zen Temple had reached an agreement to cooperate, whether or not the Great Zen Temple's abbot Bai Mei would protect him was another matter altogether. From the sounds I just heard, they should be no less than 10,000 feet away. But for caution's sake, I'll still wait a bit, just in case something might happen. Facing these life-destruction old fellows, Lin Ming had to be extremely careful. Any one of these fellows could casually be a monster that lived for over 1,000 years. Whether it was cultivation or calculating, it wasn't something he could compare with. Struggling for treasures with these people was difficult to the point of making one feel despair. After Lin Ming waited for around an incense stick of time, he felt a faint unease in his heart, as if something was wrong. After a few breaths of times, his complexion suddenly changed. He turned around, wanting to run away, but just as he took one step, he froze where he was, his face going completely dark and gloomy. He had been found out. As he listened to those faint explosive sounds a moment ago, he had guessed that they were 10,000 feet away. From such a far distance, Lin Ming didn't believe that these life-destruction fellows would be able to sense him under the suppressive laws of this world. But the fact was that they could. This was simply inconceivable. A moment ago, as he wanted to run away, an ice-cold voice from one of those strange old fellows sounded in his mind. If you do not want to die, then immediately come out. What bad luck! Lin Ming felt that his entire trip through this broken world could be described as heaven-defying bad luck. From the time that the broken world had been opened, Lin Ming had entered 2 times. Not only did he not obtain even the slightest lucky chance, he instead drew all sorts of troubles onto himself. He had killed a revolving core elder that had tried to sneak attack him, and this matter was discovered by the South Sea Demon region, causing a fierce battle. Then there was a betrayal that occurred from within Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming didn't know what Mu Chi's goal was, but that man was willing to sacrifice everything to kill him. Lin Ming had been forced into a dead end and had to risk swallowing the soul fragment of the Demon Emperor and nearly lost his life in exchange. And what was most depressing was that even with the new information he had obtained, his chances of obtaining the Nirvana Dragon Root were still as slim as before. He had risked death and finally snuck into the Demon God Imperial Palace. But just as he was only a little bit in, these life-destruction fellows had actually used some sort of method to discover him. Lin Ming wanted to cry until there were no more tears left. Nothing had gone well for him since he had entered this broken world. Lin Ming felt as if he was being locked in place by some suppressive energy. His complexion became extremely ugly. He couldn't escape. If this was an elder of the South Sea Demon region who was related to Lei Mubai in some way, Lin Ming didn't dare to imagine this scenario. But at this moment, a true essence sound transmission was sent out once more. I'll give you 30 breaths of time. Come out now, or all that awaits you is death. This old man's patience is at its limit. Lin Ming bitterly sighed. He could only brace himself and move forwards. In this case, there was nothing he could do to resist. He could only pray that the great Zen temple would protect him under their wing, and at worst pay some price to do so. This 10,000-foot path was an extremely long walk. As Lin Ming paced down the hall, he could clearly hear every step in the corridors, and even the echo of his own footsteps. He wanted to understand how he was found. There was no way that these life-destruction old fellows had a perception that could stretch so far back. The only possibility was that they had left a spell behind, and as soon as Lin Ming had walked past or touched it, he had been discovered. As Lin Ming realized this, his complexion became increasingly bitter. He didn't think that these old fellows would be careful to this extent. As 30 breaths of time slowly passed, Lin Ming thought about what countermeasures he could take. But in the end, he couldn't think of anything that could work. As he reached the end of the path, he turned a corner and came upon an incomparably broad space. Although Lin Ming had the memories of the Demon Emperor and knew just how massive the halls of the Demon God Imperial Palace were, seeing with his own eyes was still utterly shocking. The length and width of this hall was 1,000 feet long and wide, and also several thousands of feet high. It was enough to hold a small mountain. On the vast ground, there were countless obsidian statues that littered the floor. These statues were all 10 feet tall carvings of giant demons. The rations were on a 1-to-1 scale. These statues were arranged in neat rows. They held all sorts of weapons, from spears to halberds to heavy swords to shields. Every one of these giant demon statues had hideous expressions, and even cracks in their armor were clearly reflected. There were some giant demons that rode giant war dogs. As Lin Ming looked at the demonic visage of these beasts, his heart stirred. These hellish demon dogs were extremely similar to that crimson hell dog that had invaded his spiritual sea after he swallowed the demon emperor's soul fragment. With tens of thousands of these statues gathered together, they naturally emitted a surging, majestic aura that was filled with vigor. It would shock anyone who saw it. However, Lin Ming didn't have the mind to be shocked at the moment. This was because within this massive hall, there was a group of life-destruction old fellows that were floating in their air. Relative to this massive hall, they were nothing more than mosquitoes in the sky. But they exerted a great pressure on Lin Ming. Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang were also among these martial artists. Lin Ming could see that their complexions immediately changed. They hadn't expected that the intruder they caught would be Lin Ming. As for Nanyun Wang and the rest, they all revealed surprise as they saw Lin Ming. They obviously didn't expect that a junior martial artist that hadn't even reached the Xiantian realm would be able to come here. As for the South Sea Demon Region side, as Xian Yiqie saw Lin Ming, she gently smirked with a hat. And as for Xian Wuji, as he saw Lin Ming, his complexion immediately sunk to the bottom. "Junior, what is your name?" Xian Wuji's voice was grim and contained a hint of murderous intent. He too had seen Lin Ming's portrait before, but that picture had been an estimation that had passed through several people and had many dissimilarities with Lin Ming. Thus, Xian Wuji asked this question. Lin Ming felt his heart thump. He had been carefully paying attention to the responses from everyone here, but now it looked as if Xian Wuji was related in some way to Lei Mubai. Lin Ming suppressed the shock in his heart and calmly said, "This junior's surname is Ling Senior." As Lin Ming casually tossed out the name Ling Sun, Xian Wuji only sneered. "Ling Sun? This old man doesn't know whether or not that's true, but for a junior with a Hotian cultivation to be able to safely arrive here, there isn't even a handful among the entire South Horizon region, Five Element region, and Great Zen region altogether. Lin Ming, even if this old man didn't see your portrait, I would still correctly guess that it was you. To think that I searched so far and wide only to find you here. I truly have saved so much effort. This old man will refine your soul and have you begging for death." Chapter 486, Trap Puppets. Chapter 486, Trap Puppets. As Xian Wuji spoke, he smiled fiercely and struck his palm down on Lin Ming. Mu Fengxian's complexion changed. "Stop." With this word, Mu Fengxian shot out. At the same time, the Blue Luan faction's blue-clothed old woman also moved. The dual energies of fire and ice swept out at the same time, surging like a wave toward Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji only sneered, "Screw off." Bang. The ice and fire energy were both scattered by Xian Wuji and Mu Fengxian, and the blue-clothed old woman were forced to fly backwards. As for Xian Wuji, he had only paused for the slightest moment before being reinvigorated and attacking Lin Ming as before. "Abbot Whitebrow, please rescue my disciple," Mu Yuhuang nervously shouted. Against a top-ranked master like Xian Wuji, Mu Yuhuang was completely outmatched. She wouldn't even be able to stop him for a second. This old monk knows. During this trip into the Demon God Imperial Palace, Divine Phoenix Island was a very good boost to him. As for Xian Wuji, he was the main competition for the Great Zen Temple. Abbot Whitebrow naturally knew which side he should help. With a toss of the staff in his hand, Abbot Whitebrow began to recite to himself like the steady beat of a drum. A golden light madra appeared around his hands, and he pressed his palm down at Xian Wuji. At the same time, to Mu Yuhuang's astonishment, Nanyun Wang also moved. Nanyun Wang wildly laughed as he turned his hand, producing a scarlet-bladed sword, and then cutting down at Xian Wuji. As Xian Wuji saw the 2/3 stage life destruction masters acting together, he paled. He had no choice but to draw back. Bang! True essence collided, and the air trembled. The brutal true essence shockwaves weren't something that a normal revolving core powerhouse would be able to resist. Mu Yuhuang's figure flashed, and she flew over to Lin Ming's side. She held onto him with a hand, creating a light red shield of flame to block the true essence storm. Ka ka ka. The true essence shockwave smashed into the flame shield with a grating sound, as if it would wear it down. Behind Mu Yu Huang, Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief. He had narrowly made it past this situation. If Abbot White Brow hadn't helped him, he would inevitably have died here. However, that purple gold-robed Supreme Elder, wasn't his name Nanyan Wang? Why would that man help? Nanyan Wang. Xian Wuji glared at Nanyan Wang, his expression black. If Abbot Whitebrow helped Lin Ming, then he had nothing to say. But if Nanyan Wang acted too, he was just trying to mess with him. Several days ago, Xian Wuji and Nanyan Wang had almost engaged in a fierce battle outside of the demon god Imperial Place. Ever since then, Nanyan Wang had been acting out against Xian Wuji whenever possible. Hee. Nanyan Wang disdainfully smiled. His eyes said, "So what will you do?" In terms of combat strength alone, Nanyan Wang was even slightly better than Xian Wuji. He simply didn't need to fear him at all. A dark light flashed across Xian Wuji's face. Then, Xian Wuji forcefully suppressed the anger that was rising in his heart. He coldly snorted and no longer tried to attack. Fighting two third-stage life destruction masters at the same time was a stupid decision. Ha ha! As Nanyan Wang saw Xian Wuji give up, his thoughts were incomparably smooth. He said to Lin Ming, "Boy, you've got some skills. You're just at a mere Hotian realm cultivation, and yet you're qualified to become enemies with that old thief Xian. Come on, tell me just how you've pissed him off." Nanyan Wang intentionally spoke in a very loud voice, intending to annoy Xian Wuji. This left Lin Ming completely speechless. He thought for a moment, and then briefly summarized the reason to Nanyan Wang in a true essence sound transmission. "So that's what happened. You killed that little loser Xian Ji. You did well. You killed well. Good job." Nanyan Wang clapped his hands together in applause. As for this behavior of adding fuel to the fire, Lin Ming wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. After all, Nanyan Wang didn't need to fear Xian Wuji, but he was the one that had killed Xian Wuji's great-grandson. Xian Wuji would absolutely kill him whenever he had a chance to. As he glanced over at Xian Wuji, he saw that Xian Wuji's complexion was already back to normal, without the slightest difference. Not only did he ignore Nanyan Wang, but he also completely ignored Lin Ming. This caused the worry in Lin Ming's heart to weigh down on him even more. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then the one who left behind the spell that detected him was Xian Wuji. That old fellow was too shrewd and incomprehensible. Lin Ming felt jumpy and apprehensive to be following him. Lin Ming subconsciously backed away from Xian Wuji. Nanyan Wang noticed this and pulled out a jade pendant from his spatial ring. He chuckled and said, "This old man feels like I've been old friends with you for a long time. I must say that we've hit it off well together. Ha ha! This protective jade pendant is a gift to you. After you activate it, you'll be able to withstand the all-out attack of a second-stage life destruction martial artist. It can only be used one time, but in a critical moment, it can be used to save your life." With Nanyan Wang's peak third-stage life destruction cultivation, creating such a protective jade pendant wasn't hard at all. Although it was useless in front of someone like Xian Wuji, it would still be able to delay him for a moment. This was enough time for Abbot Whitebrow or Nanyan Wang to help. Lin Ming looked at Nanyan Wang with surprise and took the jade pendant. "Thank you, Senior. This jade pendant was really too useful. Even if he didn't use it this time, he would definitely be able to make use of it in the future." Ever since he had come to the ancient battlefield, Lin Ming's regard for life-saving treasures had risen tremendously. The 3 pills, an escape symbol that Mu Fengxian had given to him before, had played a great role in saving his life. "Hee, this old man likes you. I see good things in you. Cultivate well, and in the future try to kill off more great-grandsons of that old bastard Xian. Or better yet, destroy the entire South Sea demon region. Ha ha! As Nanyun Wang delighted in his taunting of Xian Wuji, Lin Ming rolled his eyes. This Nanyun Wang really wanted to provoke Xian Wuji. He probably wanted Xian Wuji to attack again so that he could block him once more. Thinking this, Lin Ming was extremely distressed. Originally, Lin Ming had been hoping to rely on the memories of the Demon Emperor to pick up some lucky chances that everyone missed. But who knew that these life-destruction old fellows would be so careful and actually discover him? Lin Ming, how did you come to the Demon God Imperial Palace? Mu Fengxian's voice was full of rebuke. Abbot, Whitebrow, and Nanyun Wang can protect you for now, but they have no way to keep protecting you in the future. If they start fighting for treasures, then no one will take you into consideration. When that happens, Xian Wuji will be able to instantly kill you. Even I wouldn't be able to protect you. Also, what point is there to come here? The Nirvana Dragon Root is not something you can fight for, let alone you, but even I realized this earlier, and only want to obtain some slight opportunity that might come my way. Mu Fengxian felt a bit angry, and also sick to her stomach. The defensive barrier outside must have been resealed by now. Even if Lin Ming wanted to leave, there was no way he could do so. He had no choice now but to follow them. If he left by himself, then his chances of dying to Xian Wuji were even higher. Lin Ming ruefully smiled and informed Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang about the matter of Mu Qihua's betrayal with a true essence sound transmission. Mu Fengxian was shaken. What did you say? Mu Qihua openly collaborated with Lei Jingtian to kill you? Yes. How is that possible? Is Mu Qihua crazy? For just a little bit of hatred, he no longer cares for his cultivation? Mu Yuhuang found this incomprehensible. Ever since Divine Phoenix Island was established 3,000 years ago, there had never been a case where an elder with the surname Mu had betrayed the sect. Mu Fengxian frowned, her complexion changing several times. Finally, she sighed and said that evil traitor Mu Qihua, his plans are really too deep, and his observation is too sharp. Lin Ming, the truth is that I've long noticed the flame mark between your eyebrows. Have you inherited the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix clan? As Mu Fengxian spoke, Mu Yuhuang's heart shook. Before this, she had also noticed a deep and powerful bloodline on Lin Ming's body, but hadn't thought too much about it. Now that this point was raised by Mu Fengxian, she was suddenly enlightened. Lin Ming nodded. It is the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix clan. The blood of the ancient Phoenix. Blood of the ancient Phoenix. Mu Yuhuang gasped. The ancient Phoenix and Vermilion Bird were existences on two completely different levels. The Vermilion Bird was merely a saint beast, and saint beasts were also divided by ranks. Within the rankings of Sky Spill Continent's saint beasts, the truth was that the Vermilion Bird was quite low. But the ancient Phoenix was a god beast. Even within the realm of the gods, a god beast was an extremely rare being. The blood of the ancient Phoenix was absolutely not something that the Vermilion Bird bloodline could compare with. No wonder that Mu Qihua was willing to gamble everything away. If he could really obtain Lin Ming's bloodline and also steal away the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, then even Mu Qihua might have a chance of becoming an emperor-level powerhouse in the future. This is all my negligence. Mu Yuhuang blamed herself. If she hadn't placed so much trust in the Bloodstain contract, then she would never have allowed Mu Qihua to enter into this broken world, creating such good conditions for him to betray the sect. Now that the demon god Imperial Palace was sealed away, she couldn't leave even if she wanted. She could only continue moving forwards. Now isn't the time to talk about such things. Lin Ming, since you've already come here, follow behind me and keep far away from Xian Wuji. As for treasures or things like that, don't dwell on them. Those things aren't something you can obtain. Even if you have a heaven-defying stroke of luck and obtain some sort of treasure, it will still be taken away by others. Lin Ming nodded. He naturally understood such simple truths. His greatest advantage now was that he was skilled in ancient arrays. However, if he always followed these old fellows, then even if he found a treasure, it would be taken away. Not just that, but in the future, if there was a brutal melee for treasures, then he would also draw a calamity onto himself. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's mind was heavy with anxiousness. At the end of the group, everyone slowly made their way through the hall. At this moment, he heard a dull thumping pung-pung-pung sound, as if something extremely heavy was closing in on them. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at the turning point of the corridor. Everyone's expressions became grim. As for Nanyun, he had a carefree appearance. He casually unsheathed the scarlet sword, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Xian Wuji coldly snorted and stretched out his two palms. A black energy surrounded his body, and the momentum around him soared. The technique he was using was the same Netherworld devil arts that the Netherworld Great Emperor had created. At this time, that heavy thing finally turned around the corridor. It was over 10 feet in height, and its entire body was built from some unknown red metal. Its build was similar to a giant demon, and it grasped a massive warhammer in its hands. Its moves appeared extremely slow. Giant demon puppet. Lin Ming recalled the name of this puppet. This giant demon puppet had strength equal to a late revolving core master. Under the suppressive laws of this world, this puppet would even be able to suppress a first-stage life destruction martial artist. Of course, in front of Xian Wuji and Nanyun Wang, it wasn't much at all. Chapter 487, Toxic Gray Frog. Chapter 487, Toxic Gray Frog. As the puppet appeared, Nanyun Wang growled and leapt upwards. The saber in his hand slashed out, and a bloody light flashed with a resounding kacha, and a huge cut was opened directly in the red metal of the giant demon puppet's chest. Nanyun Wang's blows rained down, and cracks appeared on the giant demon puppet's body. Its entire body was soon cut to pieces, and then it fell onto the floor, shattering into bits. Then Nanyun Wang waved his hand and took all of the remains into his spatial ring. The value of this late revolving core puppet to a sect could be imagined. If it wasn't for Nanyun Wang, then even Mu Fengxian would have trouble dealing with it. After this giant demon puppet, there were two more that arrived. Xian Wuji didn't make a sound. A dark energy flowed around his body, and his palms shined with a ghostly light as he slammed his hand down on a puppet. At the same time, Abbot Whitebrow also flourished his staff to attack the other puppet. These three giant demon puppets were cleanly destroyed by these three people, and all of the puppet remains were also taken by them. The massive underground place was nearly 100 miles long, and it was an extremely long path to the medicine garden. The entire time, Lin Ming carefully followed behind everyone to maintain distance from Xian Wuji. But it seemed as if Xian Wuji had completely forgotten about Lin Ming and was concentrating all of his efforts into killing any puppets that they saw, not even bothering to glance at Lin Ming. As everyone walked through the imperial palace, the path looked entirely the same. Although it seemed complicated, it was basically a well-designed branching layout. The truth was that as long as one chose a direction and walked there, they would eventually reach the same destination. So there was no fear of getting lost. Bang! 3 more puppets were also destroyed by the 3 third-stage life destruction masters. In this time, there had already been over a dozen giant demon puppets that had appeared. But this path was only one among countless others within the demon god imperial palace. If just this path had so many puppets, then perhaps in the entire demon god imperial palace there might be over 10,000 giant demon puppets. These puppets all had strength equal to a revolving core martial artist. In a 4th grade sect, that was equal to an elder. A combat strength of 10,000 revolving core masters comprised only of puppets. If all the other martial artists in the sect were counted too, then it was even more incredible to have Emperor-level powerhouses as elders, life destruction masters as protectors, and revolving core martial artists as deacons. The deep heritage of a sixth-grade sect was truly terrifying. On reflection, one could see just how much more developed the martial arts civilization of the Sky Spill continent was tens of thousands of years ago. It was far superior to how it was currently. There were many realm of the gods array formations and even cultivation methods that had once appeared in the Sky Spill continent. However, some unknown event had occurred, and afterwards the Sky Spill continent had become what it was today. That in front is... Lin Ming carefully looked at the corner up ahead and saw that there was a 20-foot-tall frog statue. This giant frog had its mouth open, with rows of vicious fangs peeking from its maw. Its tongue was like a long and sharp sword that stretched out, and its entire body was a dark mottled gray. Its entire body seemed like a small lump, and it gave off a very savage and dangerous feeling. This is the ancient toxic gray frog. Lin Ming recalled details about this statue from his memories. In fact, it was not a statue, but a corpse puppet made from the body of a slain toxic gray frog. This corpse puppet had strength equal to an extreme revolving core master, which was also the strength of a first-stage life destruction martial artist. It had an appearance no different from a statue, nor could it be sensed by one's perception. It seemed as if it were placed in the demon god imperial palace as an ornament, but the truth was that it was a guard statue. Lin Ming's mind stirred, and he immediately slowed down his pace. But Xian Wuji and the others all calmly walked around the corner, not realizing that this was a toxic gray frog. Xian Wuji also noticed the statue, but only looked at it for several moments. He swept through it with his sense, and didn't discover anything strange, so he didn't care too much about it. Quietly, he went around the corner. However, as they passed several feet from the toxic gray frog, its eyes suddenly lit up. Its tongue shot out like an arrow. Xian Wuji's complexion immediately changed, and a black fog instantly wrapped around his body. He slammed out two palms and retreated backwards. Pung! The arrow-like tongue was struck by Xian Wuji's true essence-wrapped palms. The direction of the tongue was slightly deflected, and with a splattering sound, that tongue actually savagely pierced through a South Sea Demon region first-stage life destruction elder. Although this elder had true essence protecting him, that tongue pierced through his heart and lungs. This sudden change had only taken a split second, leaving everyone in shock. But at this moment, that blood-red tongue changed direction with a speed difficult to see and shot backwards, piercing through the dantian of that elder. Pooh! Blood shot out. The elder stared with wide eyes at the tongue that came out of his stomach, his vision filled with disbelief. All this way through the demon god imperial palace there hadn't been any danger, so he never thought that anyone would perish here. Life or death only took a moment to decide. Although this old man's cultivation had reached the first stage of life destruction, he simply couldn't block the toxic gray frog's attack while being suppressed by the laws of this world. With a pung sound, the tongue rewinded. The life destruction elder's body burst open in a shower of blood. Lin Ming gloomily sighed in his heart and lightly shook his head. It was just a pity that Xian Wuji hadn't been wounded. Also, there was such a good life destruction powerhouse corpse in front of him that would go to waste. Lin Ming didn't believe for a second that he would be able to feed the magic cube that life destruction elder's blood essence, or even refine a blood-drinking seal, with so many people here. Evil beast, die. Xian Wuji was furious. The elder who had died was part of his Xian bloodline. He shouted out and took a black spear from his spatial ring, and then thrust it at the toxic gray frog. This was also the first time that Xian Wuji had used a weapon here. Ping! Xian Wuji poured 70 to 80% of his true essence into this strike, and struck the toxic gray frog. However, the attack only sunk in just a bit. Xian Wuji's face flashed with dark surprise. Behind Xian Wuji, Abbot Whitebrow also attacked. He saw just how difficult this toxic gray frog would be to deal with. Abbot Whitebrow covered himself with golden light, and a Buddhist chant seemed to sound out in the air. A golden light wrapped around Abbot Whitebrow's staff, and he pounded it down at the toxic gray frog. The great Zen temple's secret Buddhist techniques seemed extremely capable of suppressing the toxic gray frog. With explosive sounds, cracks began to appear on the back of the toxic gray frog like a spider web. The toxic gray frog had no concept of pain. It opened its great mouth and spat out massive clouds of gas. Xian Wuji gave a cold humph and then flicked his fingers. A black bolt of lightning shot out, and there was a simmering chi-chi-chi sound as the gas clouds were covered by small arcs of lightning and then burnt completely clean. Then Xian Wuji's spear and Abbot Whitebrow's staff slammed onto the toxic gray frog's body. Nanyun Wang also attacked. He flourished his thick scarlet saber too. There was a series of explosive sounds as the toxic gray frog was attacked by 3 great masters. It just couldn't defend itself at all. Die. Xian Wuji's spear finally pierced through the toxic gray frog's mouth. The eyes of the puppet immediately dimmed and no longer shined. Although they had solved the threat of this toxic gray frog, the atmosphere was extremely poor. Especially those first-stage life-destruction old fellows. They all had very grim expressions. This was the first time that someone had died since they entered the demon god imperial palace. Of these life-destruction fellows, which one wasn't an amazing, overlord-like existence? They lived over 1,000 years. They could topple mountains and turn seas with their strength, and also receive everything they wanted. Naturally, such a person would treasure their own life to the extreme. They were all aware of their own situation and weren't planning on fighting for the Nirvana Dragon route. They only wanted to pick up some other lucky chances on the way. But if this opportunity cost them their life, then it really wasn't worth it at all. They were only halfway along their path into the demon god imperial palace. Against that violent sneak attack from the toxic gray frog, a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse didn't even have the strength to resist. Who knew whether or not they would suffer the same fate as they continued down this path? Xian Wuji put the elder's remains into a coffin. The remains of the toxic gray frog were also taken by him. As he swept his eyes past the other first-stage life-destruction martial artists, he sneered at them with disdain. He naturally didn't care if they lived or died. All the elders of the South Sea Demon region, stick closer to me. As Xian Wuji spoke, he gathered all the remaining South Sea Demon region elders and slowly made his way forth. As for the other free martial artists, they grouped closer with Nanyun Wang, and the other smaller sects all grouped together with the great Zen temple. Along the way, the entire group became increasingly cautious. They also encountered several more toxic gray frogs. However, after being prepared this time, the 3 great masters attacked at once to eliminate the toxic gray frogs, and there wasn't a single martial artist that died again. After they went along the dangerous path for a while, they began to walk up flights of stairs. Lin Ming guessed that they were less than 1,000 feet from ground level. As for the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, they were closing in on it. It was probably around 10 miles away still. As Lin Ming realized this, he felt 100 emotions pass through his heart. The Nirvana Dragon route was almost in front of him, but his chances of obtaining it were near 0. After they walked another distance, a low stone platform appeared in front of everyone. This stone platform was inscribed with faint lines. These lines seemed extraordinary. They were obviously runes. As Xian Wuji walked past the stone platform, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he stopped his steps and swept his sense through the stone platform as if he were searching for something. This was noticed by all the other old fellows. Nanyun Wang smiled with a hee-hee and said, "What is it, Brother Xian? Are you interested in this ancient array?" Nan Wang knew that this stone platform was some sort of ancient array. As for what sort of ancient array it was, he was completely clueless. Xian Wuji coldly humphed and said, "And what does it matter to you if this old man is interested in this ancient array, or isn't interested in this ancient array? Whatever I do has no relation to you." As Xian Wuji finished speaking, he withdrew his perception and strode away. As for Nan Wang, he smirked and did a few laps around the stone platform to see if he could discover anything. However, he had no understanding at all about the complex runes carved onto this ancient array. The other old fellows also did the same. It was only Lin Ming whose eyes flashed as he saw this ancient array. He was able to faintly guess just what it was that Xian Wuji was trying to do. A hint of a smile began to bloom on Lin Ming's lips. If he had an opportunity to ruin Xian Wuji, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Chapter 488, Opening the Demon Emperor's Medicine Garden. Chapter 488, Opening the Demon Emperor's Medicine Garden. These life-destruction powerhouses gradually crowded together around the stone platform. Some of them used their perception to investigate the stone platform, and there were even some that used their hands to examine it, hoping that they would be able to trigger some sort of switch to a secret room or some other lucky chance. There were even some who suspected that this array formation was related to the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. However, no matter what they did, the stone platform array formation gave no response. Those who looked couldn't help but turn to glance at Xian Wuji. However, they saw that Xian Wuji had already withdrawn his sense and had passed through the corridor, as if he had no intention of staying here. These people pondered over this stone platform for a bit longer and finally gave up. Perhaps Xian Wuji really was just a tad curious about this stone platform, and there wasn't anything particularly special about it. Anyway, it was best that they stayed tightly together with Xian Wuji for fear that they would miss the medicine garden. Thinking like this, several second-stage life destruction old fellows first left, but at this time, Lin Ming touched the stone platform, his hand covering a rune on top of it. These many life destruction masters had constantly been touching it to sense something, so this sort of minor action didn't arouse anyone's suspicions. Lin Ming was clearly aware that this stone platform was in fact an ancient transmission array. The demon god Imperial Palace occupied a range of land over 100 miles long and wide. There were countless paths inside, and trying to leave from the inside was very troublesome. Therefore, within the demon god Imperial Palace, there were 4 or 5 transmission array points like this. Lin Ming remembered 2 of these transmission array points, and one of those that he remembered was this one. Xian Wuji most likely knew about this transmission array from the Demon Emperor's letter. It's highly possible he even knows how to activate this transmission array. The reason that he investigated this array a moment ago was likely to determine whether or not he would be able to use it. He's thinking to use this transmission array to leave by himself after the treasure hunt is over. After everyone had broken through the demon god Imperial Palace's defensive barrier and entered, the defensive barrier was able to repair itself, completely sealing everyone within. If anyone wanted to leave, they would have to spend another 4 or 5 days breaking through the barrier again. In addition, with going back and forth within the demon god Imperial Palace, it might take 7 or 8 days longer. If Xian Wuji grabbed the treasures, he would be able to use this transmission array to leave. As for everyone else, they would be stranded within the demon god Imperial Palace, unable to compete for the treasures he had. This was a really well thought out plan. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's lips curved up with a hint of a devilish grin. After entering the demon god Imperial Palace, nothing had gone right for him. As for obtaining the Nirvana Dragon Root, the hope for that was slim enough to send one into despair. Lin Ming no longer entertained any ideas of obtaining a lucky chance. Rather, it would be good enough if he could ruin Xian Wuji's day. With the assistance of the Demon Emperor's memories, as well as the understanding he had of ancient array formations, Lin Ming quickly understood the structure of this transmission array, and also the specific array symbol order to start it. Within the Imperial Palace, every transmission array had a specific set of array symbols that needed to be ordered for the transmission array to start. If the array symbols were not in order, then the transmission array simply would not activate. Lin Ming looked as if he were aimlessly fumbling around with the ancient array, but his two hands were actually repeatedly rubbing a row of 3 symbols, quietly changing their order. The only way that Xian Wuji would be able to decipher this new order of array symbols was if he was as equally skilled in the concepts of ancient transmission arrays as Lin Ming. I don't know when, but if Xian Wuji is really planning on using this transmission array to leave, I wonder just what sort of expression he'll have. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart was bubbling with anticipation. After modifying several array symbols, Lin Ming calmly withdrew his hands behind his back. Even Mu Yuhuang, who was standing near Lin Ming, didn't suspect anything as she saw Lin Ming touch the stone platform. She only smiled and said, "Forget it, Lin Ming. This stone platform is not some ordinary platform. Even if there is some sort of lucky chance sealed inside, it isn't something we can start by just touching it. Let's get walking." "Yes, Master Ancestor," Lin Ming casually said as he followed Mu Yuhuang away. The further they walked, the more difficult it became to move forwards. Everyone also became increasingly careful. Besides that dangerous toxic gray frog puppet, there were also many mazes and deadly traps. When they arrived at a corridor, a gray projectile shot out. Nanyun Wang managed to dodge it, but it directly pierced through the chest of an old man behind him. Immediately, a large hole the size of a man's head appeared in his chest, and a scorched smell filled the air. Without even a chance to speak, the old man instantly died on the spot. As everyone saw this, the atmosphere became even grimmer. Lin Ming also sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that there are traps in this part of the Imperial Palace, but he wasn't clear about most of them. If he had entered the Demon God Imperial Palace by himself, then he would have absolutely died here. At this time, they were only several miles away from the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. The closer they were, the slower their pace became. Xian Wuji, Abbot Whitebrow, and Nanyun Wang led the way, releasing all of their senses and keeping their guard at the highest level. Finally, the group tentatively passed through the last hall. They came onto a slightly dim staircase, and after passing through another corner, they encountered a massive stone gate. The stone gate was 100 feet high and appeared extremely heavy and thick. Atop the stone gate, there was a massive eye that was carved onto it. Around the eye, there were many scattered flame-shaped patterns. This looked like an extremely strange and mysterious totem. As Abbot Whitebrow and Nanyun Wang saw the stone gate, they gathered next to Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji's eyes flashed with a sharp light, but he maintained his calm and collected appearance. Slowly, he walked over to the stone gate. According to the Demon Emperor's letter, behind this stone gate was the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. After pouring in so much effort and paying such a great price, he had finally made it to the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. At this time, even the calm Xian Wuji couldn't help but worry over what would happen. Regarding the spells and traps that were laid down in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, the Demon Emperor's jade slip did not record enough details. Only the approximate type of spell was described onto the jade slip without any precise details or explanation. Not just that, but the description of the array formations used terminology from tens of thousands of years ago, and they had scant little to do with Xian Wuji's current understanding of array formations. He simply wasn't able to understand the complex arrays that lay within. These past years, Xian Wuji had put forth all his effort and gathered all sorts of things together in a flimsy patchwork of ideas. He had read through all sorts of ancient texts, and yet he only found a single viable way to barely break through the array formations inside. But he didn't know whether or not this method would work. Xian Wuji took a deep breath and pushed in the stone gate. There were no spells on this stone gate. All of them would be located within the medicine garden. With a rumbling sound, the 100-foot high stone gate swung open. As the stone gate opened, everyone's vision was suddenly filled with light, as if a dazzling sunrise had risen within the dark corridor. As everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were struck by amazement. Behind the stone gate, there was no clear blue stone path, no stone platform, no trap puppets. Instead, it was a fairy-like land of prairies and forests that seemed to come from a dream. And strangest of all was that this prairie was wrapped in fluttering white snow, as if a blanket of white silk had fallen over the land. In this cold weather, a gorgeous frosty glaze filled the world. It was heart-achingly beautiful. And in the center of this prairie, there was a winding river. This river hadn't frozen, but it still emitted a chilling energy. This cold river in this wonderland of snow was marvelous and hard for one to immediately accept that it would appear in this massive palace. It was difficult to accept such a strong visual difference. Xian Wuji was the first one to step into this snowy world. The other life-destruction old fellows behind him hesitated, and then began to follow after him. As Lin Ming saw this image of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, he wasn't too surprised. He had some faint memories of this from the Demon Emperor's memories. After entering this frozen wonderland, Lin Ming immediately felt a biting chill in the air. The Demon Emperor had planted the Nirvana Dragon Root in his medicine garden, and the Nirvana Dragon Root was a cold attribute treasure. If he was correct, then after the Nirvana Dragon Root was grown here, it began to naturally gather cold energy around it, causing this miniature frost world. This chill seemed as if it could drill through his bones. It wasn't much to these life-destruction old fellows, but Lin Ming had no choice but to revolve his true essence to protect his body. This was the only way he was able to prevent the cold air from entering his body. At this moment, Lin Ming felt a warm current enter his body. As he turned to look, he saw that Mu Yuhuang was injecting her fire attribute true essence into him. Lin Ming, stay behind me. Once we enter the medicine garden, don't get too close in order to avoid the true essence shockwaves from any battles that might occur. I understand. Lin Ming nodded as he sensed Mu Yuhuang's concerns towards him. He was also well aware that if these old life-destruction fellows really decided to fight each other, then the true essence shockwaves alone would be able to kill him. The Demon Emperor's medicine garden was around 20 to 30 square miles large. The area where the Nirvana Dragon Root was planted was in a small core area at the center of the medicine garden, where the spiritual pulse of this land was located. As for everywhere else, it was just common spiritual land. As everyone walked in a bit, the Black Flood Dragon Clan's patriarch gave a sudden cry. He immediately moved, flying hundreds of feet away. Azure orchids. It's really azure orchids. In front of the Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch, there was a group of purplish-blue flowers. The flowers were wrapped in thick ice and looked unremarkable. Ha, what great luck! The Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch carefully reached down to pick up this bunch of azure orchids, placing them into his spiritual ring. Azure orchids were ingredients for ancient medicines and were extremely difficult to find. The Black Flood Dragon Clan just happened to have a medicinal formula that used azure orchids, but he never imagined that he would unexpectedly find them here. As Xian Wuji saw the Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch gather the azure orchid flowers, he didn't say anything. Compared to the Nirvana Dragon Root, these tiny little azure orchids were nothing at all. With such a valuable treasure awaiting him, he naturally didn't have any interest in fighting with the Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch over such little things. However, no one imagined that the azure orchids were only the beginning. Next, all sorts of various plants appeared, and for most of them, their value was no less than the azure orchids. Medium-grade earth-step blue spirit grass, 3,000-year essence melting fruit. Medium-grade earth steppe misty clear tea. As the group continued through, they constantly saw all sorts of precious medicines. This land had existed for tens of thousands of years without a single person setting foot inside. The number of medicinal herbs that were growing here was really too many. Chapter 489, Two Spiritual Roots. Chapter 489, Two Spiritual Roots. If one was able to obtain medium-grade earth steppe medicinal herbs by just walking down the path of the medicine garden, then the value of the herbs at the very core of the garden could be imagined. Along the way, Lin Ming also picked two 2,000-year-old precious medicines. Although they weren't top medicinal herbs, they were still more than enough to be traded in for 1,000 to 2,000 medium-grade true essence stones. This trip was finally not in vain. Within the group of people, a first-stage life destruction old man sighed. He was the highest elder of the 5-element region's Golden Bell Mountain. But among all these forces, his medium 4th-grade sect was only considered a tiny sect. We finally have some harvest. I also thought that this trip might be fruitless. All of the current first-stage life destruction masters present were aware the only reason they could obtain these herbs was because there was the much more important Nirvana dragon root in the center. But even so, they were still content. Foggy ice flower, high-grade earth steppe medicinal herb. As Lin Ming was picking a 1,000-year-old medicine, he was sifting through the leaves when he found a high-grade earth steppe medicinal herb. This sort of herb was quite rare even if placed within a 5th-grade sect. The foggy ice flower was an ice attribute heavenly material that martial artists dreamt of. It wasn't of much use to Lin Ming himself, but it could be used to exchange for a fire attribute or thunder attribute material of the same value. It had to be known that there were often many sorts of resources that could not be purchased solely with true essence stones. Powerhouses often had little need for true essences stones. At this time, they would only trade materials for materials. In these moments, a high-grade earth steppe foggy ice flower would be able to play a great role. Because everyone was busy looking for medicinal herbs, they were scattered. Lin Ming looked to see that no one was paying attention to him, and began to quietly place the foggy ice flower in his spatial ring. At this moment, a melodious Buddhist chant sounded out behind Lin Ming. Amitba, little sir, can this old monk take a look at the material in your hands? After Lin Ming heard these Buddhist chants, his face suddenly became a bit ugly. This old fart, his eyes are quite sharp. Even as Lin Ming cursed in his heart, he naturally knew that he couldn't conceal anything. Lin Ming extended his hand, revealing a crystal-clear, foggy ice flower in the center of his palm. 3,000-year-old foggy ice flower. High-grade earth steppe treasure. If this old monk isn't wrong, then little brother is a fire tribute martial artist. This foggy ice flower won't be of much use to little brother. I fear that, the elderly monk said with a sympathetic tone. This monk was a 2nd-stage life destruction master from the Great Zen Temple. Lin Ming was absolutely not his match. Not of much use? Lin Ming wanted to curse out loud. Who wouldn't this type of medicine be useful for? Not to mention that Divine Phoenix Island's Blue Yuan faction also cultivated ice attribute techniques. He would rather take this away and give it to Mu Bingyun. Lin Ming was just about to say that it was useful to him, but the old monk didn't even give him the chance to speak before saying, this old monk just happens to practice the cold ice palm technique. The foggy ice flower can also be considered a serendipitous event for this old monk. Little friend, how about this? This old monk also has 3 medium-grade earth steppe spiritual grasses here, 2 of which are fire tribute. How about I exchange them to you for the foggy ice flower? As the elderly monk spoke, he smiled and extended his hand. In his palm were 3 medium-grade earth steppe spiritual grasses he had just picked. F***CK. Lin Ming cursed in his heart as he looked at these spiritual grasses in this wrinkly old monk's hand. This was simply a slap to the face. The total combined value of these 3 spiritual grasses was less than half of the foggy ice flower in his hand. Medium-grade earth step spiritual grasses could usually be purchased with true essence stones, but a high-grade earth step spiritual grass often had to be exchanged with other treasures. It simply couldn't be purchased. "Little brother, how about it?" The old monk was still smiling, but it was a bit forced. Lin Ming resisted the impulse to punch the old monk in the face. He knew that Mu Fengxian and the great Zen temple had already come to a previous arrangement that any treasures would be given to them in exchange for protection. In a sense, the reason that Lin Ming could safely come here was because of the deterrence known as the Great Zen Temple. Without Abbot Whitebrow defending him, Nanyan Wang would not have helped him hold off Xian Wuji. Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang would also not have been able to come here. "Lin Ming, give it to him. When we return, Master will compensate you." At this time, Mu Yuhuang's true essence sound transmission sounded in his ears. She was afraid that Lin Ming would be possessed by the impulsiveness of youth and would not be able to swallow this loss. Lin Ming replied, "Master has no need to worry. This disciple also understands that the Great Zen Temple will not protect us for nothing. This senior monk also put out 3 precious medicinal herbs, so it isn't considered as going too far." Lin Ming suppressed the pain in his heart to smash this damned old monk and then handed over the foggy ice flower. The old monk was immediately overjoyed. "Ha ha! Thank you, little friend. This old monk can only be considered as sowing karma with this little friend. If we meet some other day, then this old monk can also give little friend some good luck too. Amitabha, praise, praise." Hearing this wily old monk still chant Buddhist mantras, Lin Ming was speechless. This old monk's skin was far too thick. "I'll just consider this as feeding a dog. For better or worse, I still obtained a great find of 5 medium-grade earth step spiritual grasses. Even if I cannot obtain the Nirvana dragon root, I didn't come here in vain. If it wasn't for these monks helping us, then there was no way I would have been able to obtain these 5 medium-grade earth step medicinal herbs." Lin Ming thought out this reasoning, accepting his fate. Although this spiritual land wasn't small, the medicinal herbs were mostly distributed along the edges of the river. When one looked farther away from the river, there weren't any medicinal herbs. As they continued, there weren't too many things to pick. At most, everyone was able to find 7 or 8 herbs. Basically, those that found them first kept them. Those that were stronger had a stronger perception and were naturally able to find more herbs. As the group marched several miles ahead, all of the martial artists that had been looking for herbs gradually stopped. At this time, in front of them was a light blue barrier. This blue barrier seemed to twist and writhe, and the light inside seemed to be distorted. It was unclear just what was happening inside. Although one couldn't clearly see inside, nearly everyone was able to guess just what was behind the blue barrier. This was the core of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, the location of the Nirvana dragon root. All of the martial artists, especially those 2nd stage and 3rd stage life destruction masters that had a higher chance of obtaining it, felt their breath quicken, but at this time, no one moved. As they saw the blue barrier in front of them, they realized that this Nirvana dragon root would not be easy to obtain. There was even the possibility that they would return with nothing. Everyone carefully took several steps forwards. Although the light was distorted behind this blue barrier, one could still faintly see what was inside. The core area of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden was very small and wasn't filled to the brim with medicinal herbs as everyone had imagined. It was just the opposite. Inside the barrier, the land was completely barren except for 2 spiritual plants. These plants were twisted like ginseng, their roots meandering all over the place. These 2 Nirvana dragon roots were not far from each other, and their roots were even tangled together in some areas. Although there was a defensive barrier between them, everyone could clearly feel the icy ancient energy emanating from these two nirvana dragon roots. It was as if one could see the passage of tens of thousands of years of time. Their minds instantly stopped. It really is the nirvana dragon root. Lin Ming's mind stirred. These two nirvana dragon roots looked exactly the same as in the pictures from the little text that Lin Ming had obtained from killing a revolving core powerhouse. There was no way that he was wrong. This nirvana dragon root is truly one of the world's most extraordinary medicines. According to common sense, this central core of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden is where the eye of the spiritual pulse should be, so the heaven and earth origin energy here should be the richest. There should be many other types of plants growing here, but there aren't. Instead, they are all on the edges outside. This is most likely because the nirvana dragon root is simply too overbearing and tyrannical. It completely occupied all of the heaven and earth origin energy in this area, causing all the other spiritual plants here to have died early. They just couldn't grow here. Lin Ming quickly understood just why the core of the medicine garden was deserted. In the realm of the gods, tempering marrow pills made from the nirvana dragon root were very overwhelming. As Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow saw the nirvana dragon root, they gathered to Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji took a deep breath, finding it hard to keep his heart still. He was already at the third stage of life destruction. If he crossed life destruction a few more times, there was the chance that he could enter into the divine sea realm and become a legendary emperor-level powerhouse. He could live for 10,000 years and rule the entire South Horizon region. He would be able to establish his own holy land and leave a name that would be passed down for hundreds upon hundreds of generations. In the future, he could even fly up into the realm of the gods and reach for higher realms of martial arts. How could he not be excited to imagine this? Which life-destruction powerhouse did not yearn to cross through the gate of death earlier and achieve the nearly omnipotent divine sea realm that was admired by all? For this nirvana dragon root, he had prepared far too much in case he would fail at this last step, and everything would come falling apart. Old thief Xian, hurry up and move. Nanyun Wang said as he stood there, his arms crossed behind his back. We will distribute according to our previous arrangement. If you do not open the barrier, then you can also give up any ideas of leaving here. Xian Wuji's complexion sank. He coldly said, "Give me everything that we had agreed to earlier." Humph! Even you don't know whether or not you can open this barrier. So what if you can't? Can I also get back the things that I've given? Nanyun Wang's two hands were still behind his back. He had no intent of taking them out. In order to open this ancient battlefield, you have seen yourself just what sort of price I had paid. Whether or not I can open this array formation will all depend on the will of the heavens, and I will have to resign myself to whatever happens. This old man will do everything possible in order to open it, but once I have, how can I still trust that you will keep the promise you made beforehand? Should I rely on something as ridiculous as an oath on your so-called heart of martial arts? After being publicly ridiculed by Xian Wuji, killing intent flashed over Nanyun Wang's face. However, he suppressed it and exchanged a true essence sound transmission with Abbot Whitebrow. He hesitated for a moment and then took out a spatial ring. Abbot Whitebrow also took out a spatial ring. The two of them tossed the spatial rings at Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji didn't directly use his hands to receive the spatial rings. He wrapped true essence around the two spatial rings and gingerly received them. Seeing Xian Wuji be so cautious, Nanyun Wang laughed and said, "Old thief Xian, you really are cowardly. Do you think this old man messed with a spatial ring? Better to be safe than sorry. This old man doesn't want to be tricked at the last step." After being ridiculed by Nanyun Wang, there was no change in Xian Wuji's complexion. After he confirmed that there weren't any problems with the spiritual rings, he sunk his divine sense into the rings and swept through them. receiving them with satisfaction. Chapter 490. Xian Wuji destroys the array. Chapter 490. Xian Wuji destroys the array. Obviously, Xian Wuji, Nanyan Wang, and Abbot Whitebrow had come to an agreement before. During this opening of the demon god imperial palace, Xian Wuji had the greatest role. Without him, none of them would be able to break open the array. It was also understandable that Abbot Whitebrow and Nanyan Wang had to pay some price that was within their limits. During this time, the search for the riverside medicinal herbs had mostly concluded. Those first-stage life destruction powerhouses also circled the array to watch the scene. Although their hope of obtaining the Nirvana Dragon root was slim, and most of them had the thought that it was impossible, they still had to support those on their side. Even if they couldn't eat the meat, they might be able to drink some soup. Xian Wuji stood before the demon emperor's medicine garden's defensive spell, pondering for a moment. He repeatedly compared the defensive spell here in the medicine garden with the description in the demon emperor's letter, and then took out a series of array flags from his spatial ring. Every time he walked 4 or 5 steps, he would place down an array flag. Soon, there was a line of 36 array flags around the array formation. As Lin Ming saw these array flags, he sighed in praise. These 36 polar sky flags were used especially for breaking through enemy defensive array formations. Not just that, but they were extremely valuable. But polar sky flags were only used to destroy array formations, not to open them. If one said that array formations were a lock, then breaking through an array formation was simply smashing open the lock. As for opening it, it would just be taking a key and turning it. Naturally, the effort required to open an array formation was much, much less than destroying one. The array formation that the demon emperor had left behind in his medicine garden only had a protective function. Naturally, there would be a method to open it. If one followed this method, the array would easily open. However, wanting to forcefully break through it would be difficult. This sort of ancient array formation was highly complex and unique. There was a lot of footwork put into creating it. Not to mention the clueless Xian Wuji. But even if Ancestor Qi Yen came, who also had a bit of understanding into ancient array formations, he would only be able to stand idly by and stare without knowing a single way to open the array formation. How could an important array formation of a 6th grade sect be so easily destroyed? Compared to this array formation in the medicine garden, the protective one that defended the entire palace covered a length of several hundred miles, so it was much more fragile. This medicinal garden array formation only covered a radius of a few dozen feet. Naturally, it was much tougher and stronger. If it wasn't for Xian Wuji having the letter from the demon emperor, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to think of breaking through. Lin Ming watched as Xian Wuji placed down the flags and compared the formation to the memories of the demon emperor. He combined it with his understanding of ancient array formations and began to think about just how to open this ancient array. In truth, this ancient defensive array was split into a north and south layer, and each one covered a Nirvana Dragon root. The methods to open the north and south array formations were different, but to Lin Ming, this was not a problem. He was confident that given enough time, he would be able to decipher the method to open the array. Of course, Lin Ming wasn't stupid enough to open the array formation. If that happened, then not only would he not be able to obtain the Nirvana Dragon root, but he would instead be interrogated about how he understood the opening method of the demon emperor's ancient array formation. Perhaps these old fellows might even capture him and force him into a tool that they could use. As Xian Wuji placed down the 36 polar sky flags, he continuously poured true essence into them. As true essence flooded into the ground, golden symbols began to light up all around the medicinal garden. These golden symbols were the ancient array formation's array symbols. Above the polar sky flags, another golden light flashed, colliding with the ancient array formation's array symbols. Xian Wuji also knew that this ancient array was divided into a north and south layer, but these two array formations were interlinked as one and supported each other. If he wanted to destroy them, he would have to destroy them together. But destroying them together also meant that the difficulty would multiply, as the energy of the array symbols and array flags were smashing into each other. A skinny old man walked out from the South Sea Demon region side. He calmly took out an array disc from his spatial ring and tapped it with his fingers. Between his fingers, shadows began to form. The skinny old man began to send out a dazzling series of symbols. Lin Ming could see that this skinny old man was an array master, and he was also accomplished in the Tao of array formations. However, no matter how advanced he was down the path of array formations, in front of an ancient array formation, any master of the current era paled in comparison. As the golden runes shot out, the golden light atop the polar sky flags began to become brighter and more vivid. The array symbols around the ancient array formation began to violently tremble, and everyone squinted as they saw this scene. As for Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow, they revolved all of their true essence, waiting to take action right after the array formation was broken. At this time, Xian Wuji's forehead was already dripping with beads of sweat. His voice was grim as he said, "Whitebrow, Nanyun, go, and help by pouring in your true essence. Don't think of playing any tricks this time. Otherwise, none of us will be able to obtain the Nirvana Dragon root." As Xian Wuji spoke, Nanyun Wang frowned. That wily old fox is too cautious. To destroy the array formation required a massive amount of true essence. It was enough to affect one's combat strength. If a battle occurred right after, whoever lost so much true essence would be at a disadvantage. Thus, Xian Wuji had said for all three of them to join together in breaking this array formation. Although they didn't want to help, at this time, they had no way to refuse. The three of them continuously poured their true essence into the polar sky flags. As the three streams of true essence flowed in, the confrontation between the polar sky flags and the ancient array symbols became increasingly intense. In the distance, one could see golden light shoot out in all directions like a fireworks display. It was quite beautiful and ephemeral. This scene continuous for 3/4 of an hour. These three third-stage life destruction old fellows had to take out several high-grade true essence stones from their spatial rings, and also absorb the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy as they poured their true essence into the polar sky flags. The symbols began to vibrate more and more. After an hour passed, the ancient array formation's defensive barrier began to vibrate. As everyone saw this, all of their hearts went cold. Now that it seemed the array formation could break at any time, they all revolved their true essence together and went on guard. Once this barrier was broken, the several forces would come into conflict with each other. They would also be pulled into the battle because of whatever side they were supporting. As for that previous oath they made on their heart of martial arts to distribute the treasures, all of that became nothing at all. How could a bit of damage to one's heart of martial arts possible compare to the Nirvana Dragon root? As the defensive barrier shook, Lin Ming was surprised. It seemed that there were some quite valuable records about ancient array formations contained within the Demon Emperor's letter. Otherwise, Xian Wuji, with his mere third-stage life destruction cultivation that was only suppressed to 20%, would have never been able to reach this stage, no matter how many patchwork things he tried or how many incomplete texts on ancient arrays he read. Lin Ming stepped back. Mu Yuhuang whispered. As the array formation began to increasingly tremble, Mu Yuhuang pulled Lin Ming farther away, lest he be caught up in the ensuing battle and die from the true essence shockwaves. Lin Ming nodded. Just as he was walking back, he heard a resounding cracking sound. He looked over to see that around the ancient array formation, it seemed as if the 36 polar sky flags could not withstand the pressure of the impact, and a crack appeared in a flag. Xian Wuji's complexion immediately changed, but he didn't panic. Yuchia? I know. Xian Yuchia, who had been standing guard from the side, immediately took out another array flag that looked exactly the same as the polar sky flag. She walked over and shot it in like an arrow, inserting it right near the array flag that was cracking. With this, the array-destroying energy stabilized. They came quite prepared. They even have extra array flags. These polar sky flags probably cost over 1,000 medium-grade true essence stones to make for every one. 36 array flags is 36,000 medium-grade true essence stones. What a waste of money. They could have opened this array formation with barely any effort, but now they have had to use such outrageously expensive array flags. Lin Ming sighed. If he had a way to safely exchange the method to open this array for something like a Nirvana Dragon root hair along with 36,000 medium-grade true essence stones, then he would have gladly taken this exchange. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength. Thus, he didn't have the qualifications to make a trade with these old life destruction fellows. Otherwise, he would just be eaten up with nothing left. Not just that, but after this array formation opened, there would inevitably be a brutal battle. When that time came, it would be everyone for themselves, who would still care about something as laughable as an agreement they made with a junior. As Lin Ming was imagining the possibilities, he heard another cracking sound. A second array flag had broken. Xian Wuji deeply frowned, his expression becoming increasingly solemn, although Xian Yuchia quickly replaced the second flag. This meant that things were clearly headed in a bad direction. After a mere half-incense stick of time, a third array flag shattered. At this time, Xian Wuji's complexion was already deathly pale. Xian Yuchia was just about to replace it with a new array flag, but here was another clear kacha sound as another array flag shattered. In the formation of the 36 array flags, it was simultaneously disrupted on both sides. The entire true essence system immediately lost balance. After this happened, the skinny old man that was using an array disc shook and vomited out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, 7 more array flags broke. The entire array formation system completely collapsed. Bang! As the array formation exploded, a massive amount of energy reversed and shot out, golden lights flying all over. The remaining 21 polar sky flags flew out. In the turbulent explosion of energy, Xian Wuji, Nanyun Wang, and Abbott, Whitebrow simultaneously drew back. Their faces were pale, and their hearts were heavy. They failed. Xian Wuji's mood sunk to the bottom. In this treasure hunt, no one paid a greater price than him. After obtaining the Demon Emperor's letter, he had prepared for this moment for a full 10 years. He had dreamt of using the Nirvana Dragon route to break through into the Divine Sea realm. One day, he would become an Emperor-level powerhouse and lead the South Sea Demon region to rule over the entire South Horizon region. However, that hope was now crumbling before him. He felt as if the world had slowed to a pause. His breath became thick in his chest, and he clenched his fists tightly. There were still 30-some polar sky flags in his spatial ring, but this number was simply insufficient. If he tried to break through the array formation again, then the only outcome was failure. Before, he never imagined that an array flag would shatter on 2 different sides. When he had obtained the Demon Emperor's letter, he had also prepared for defeat. Xian Wuji was well aware that the path of an Emperor-level powerhouse was covered with difficulties and tribulations. Otherwise, how could there be so few Emperor-level powerhouses throughout the entire history of the Sky's Spill continent? There were many life-destruction old masters that had tried to reach the Divine Sea realm and had made all sorts of sacrifices and efforts. But in the end, all they encountered was failure. Many of them had even paid with their life. Xian Wuji had also come here with that conviction. However, seeing this scene occur in front of his eyes, he still found it hard to accept. Chapter 491. A Vow to Break the Array. Chapter 491. A Vow to Break the Array. Xian Wuji sighed deeply. At that moment, he appeared to be much older. He was already 1,000 years old. If this plan failed, it meant that his hopes of reaching the divine sea realm were slim to none. Mother asterisk Ker. Nanyun Wang looked at the array flags that were scattered around and loudly cursed. He had originally suspected that Xian Wuji was trying to trick him, and only used this method of breaking the array formation as a smokescreen while hiding the true method to break it. But as he thought about it some more, he realized that Xian Wuji wouldn't be so naive as to think such a naive method could conceal the truth from him and Abbot Whitebrow. In any case, Nanyun Wang had already decided that he would not leave if Xian Wuji was still here. Compared to Nanyun Wang losing his cool, Abbot Whitebrow was much calmer, a solemn light in his eyes. In truth, it was relatively easy for him to cross life destruction. The great Zen temple had a very deep and historied legacy, and the Buddhist cultivation techniques and mantras caused one's heart and mind to be much more determined and firm than one who practiced those from the demonic path. At least if he even tried to go into closed-off seclusion to cross life destruction, he wouldn't have to worry about his mind losing itself in delusions. As for the other old life destruction fellows from the smaller sects, they faintly smiled as they saw this, taking joy in seeing others' misfortunes. It was uncertain that they had any hope of obtaining the Nirvana Dragon Root. It was enough that they had obtained some rare medicines. At least this trip hadn't been in vain. If they couldn't obtain something, then others also couldn't. Even the third-stage life destruction masters from glorified fifth-grade sects didn't have a much greater harvest than they did. Thinking of this, their thoughts were much smoother and more pleasant. Naturally, no one dared to reveal that they were thinking this. On the surface, they all had dour expressions and shook their heads while sighing, lamenting with regret at the failure to destroy the array. Mu Fengxian looked tranquil. She had an agreement with the great Zen temple, and it would be to her advantage if they could obtain the Nirvana Dragon Root. But she didn't place much faith in any such agreement. On the contrary, Mu Fengxian thought that it was much better if the Nirvana Dragon Root was never unleashed unto the world. At least there would be one less life or death battle. If a battle truly occurred here, she had no idea how many people would perish. If Lin Ming was caught up in the destruction, then that would be even worse. Xian Wuji, Nanyun Wang, and Abbot Whitebrow still gathered around the double north and south ancient array formation, unwilling to leave. As for some of the other life destruction powerhouses from smaller sects, they lost their patience and began to leave, looking for more spiritual grasses and herbs along the riverside. Although they had already swept through the area before, that didn't mean they couldn't have missed one or two plants. If they were able to find just one, then that would be a great boost to their wealth. Their belongings were in no way greater than a fifth-grade sect's. Old thief Xian, since your method to break through the array formation has been defeated, you should give back the treasures you received to this old man. Since the array formation couldn't be broken, Nanyun Wang thought that he wouldn't have suffered a great loss if he took back the treasures he gave to Xian Wuji. At this time, Xian Wuji had already placed away his morose and saddened appearance. His eyes flashed with a cold decisiveness. A loss is a loss. Nanyun, the path to the divine sea realm from the revolving core realm is filled with countless difficulties and pitfalls. Did you think that you could instantly succeed without paying any price or suffering any defeat? How ridiculous! As Xian Wuji laughed, Nanyun Wang's eyes went cold. He glared at Xian Wuji and coldly said, "Then do you have any other way? The array is dead, but people are living. The living cannot be suppressed by dead objects. This time, if I, Xian Wuji, cannot obtain the Nirvana Dragon Root, then I vow to never leave the demon god Imperial Palace." As Abbot Whitebrow heard Xian Wuji say such brave and determined words, his eyebrows pricked up. "Oh, does Sir Xian have a method to destroy the array?" "I do not. But no matter how exquisite an array formation it is, it must have a weakness, and it must have an energy supply. Otherwise, it would not have lasted so long. If we combine our forces, we will be able to destroy it. I do not believe that I cannot break through this array formation. If 1 year is not enough, then I'll spend 10 years. If 10 years is not enough, then I'll spend 100 years. Before I came to Demon God Imperial Palace, I already made plans for the worst-case scenario. I made an oath to break this array formation." Xian Wuji's words were like a giant steel ball that smashed into everyone. Obviously, these were true words spoken from his heart. Nanyun Wang frowned. If it was true that this array formation could be broken with 10 years of time, then he didn't mind staying here for 10 years. However, this wasn't necessarily true. Although he didn't have much of an understanding into array formations, he still knew that an advanced array formation like this was able to absorb heaven and earth origin energy from the surroundings to supplement its energy cycle. If their attacks consumed energy than what the array formation absorbed, then they would never be able to break through this array formation. As for staying here for 100 years or more, Nanyun Wang thought he heard a joke. As opposed to wasting 100 years on an uncertain result, he might as well go out into the world to look for other lucky chances. Also, who the hell knew whether or not this broken world would collapse within 100 years? If this world collapsed, then let alone him. But even Emperor-level powerhouses would not be able to survive the massive ensuing space storm that would occur. Amitabha, Abbot Whitebrow clasped his hands together and slowly said, "This old monk did not imagine that Sir Xian's heart would be so firm. If you truly have this intention and hope to reach the divine sea realm, then this old monk will also follow Sir Xian for another 10 years. 10 years later, regardless of the result, this old monk will leave. If none of us can obtain the Nirvana Dragon root, then that only proves that I am not fated for this treasure." Hearing Abbot Whitebrow say such words, Nanyun Wang also hesitated. Now he no longer had any other path to take and had to wait here. If he lost his patience and left in advance, only for Xian Wuji to really have a way to break through the array, and then lost the Nirvana Dragon root because of this, he would really be a fool. Thinking of this, Nanyun Wang grit his teeth and said, "Good. Then I will also follow your madness this one time. Nanyun, will stick it to the end." As the three great masters reached an agreement, everyone else's complexions turned ugly. This demon god imperial palace was protected by a massive array formation. Not just that, but the way back was filled with traps and puppets. Without these three great masters leading the way, it was impossible for them to leave. If these three masters wanted to stay here for 10 years, that meant they would have to accompany them for 10 years. If they could divide the spoils, then they wouldn't mind too much. But it was most likely that they wouldn't even be able to split a single root hair. Abbot Whitebrow correctly guessed everyone's thoughts. He said, "Everyone, if you can assist us, then after we break through the barrier, you will be repaid. The 2 Nirvana Dragon roots should have around 18 root hairs. This old monk makes an oath to Buddha that these 18 root hairs will be divided to you according to your strength. Second stage life destruction masters will receive 2 root hairs, and first stage life destruction masters will receive half a root hair. If you agree, then let's work together. I wonder if Sir Xian or Sir Nanyun have any objections to this plan." As Abbot Whitebrow spoke, his eyes slowly panned over Xian Wuji and Nanyun Wang. The two of them nodded. They had already made such agreements many times. But this was the first time that the agreement was based not on what force they were behind, but only on their own strength. It seemed much more credible and trustworthy. But many people were muttering in their hearts, wondering whether or not they would be dumped to the side when the time really came. Those life destruction masters from smaller sects were the most worried about this point. However, they didn't have any other better plan. Since they had to stay, they might as well help. If they didn't, then those three masters might begin to loathe them. And if a fight broke out, the first ones to suffer would be them. This way, the 20-some life destruction old fellows all expressed their willingness to help. Lin Ming stood by himself in a distant corner, looking at everything that was happening. He ruefully smiled in his heart. He obviously was glad that Xian Wuji's plan to break through the defensive barrier was defeated. But he wasn't too happy for so long. At this moment, he could only force a smile. At this time, it was impossible for him to secretly take the treasure. As for staying in here for 10 years, that was completely a joke to Lin Ming. Even if he knew that he could obtain the Nirvana Dragon Root by staying here for 10 years, he would absolutely not want it. Fortunately, Lin Ming did not have to worry about leaving. Less than 5 miles away, there was a conveniently placed transmission array. This transmission array was in a secret location. Xian Wuji most likely didn't know about it. Otherwise, he would have certainly chosen that transmission array to make his future escape. It was closer and far more secure. To Lin Ming, the problem was not leaving. The problem was after he did, just how would he deal with Lei Jingtian? If he couldn't improve his strength, then the result wouldn't change. After arriving to this step, Lin Ming had a faint fantasy that he could obtain the Nirvana Dragon Root, no matter how little hope he had. But no matter how much he logically thought it out, there was no chance for him. This crowd of old life destruction fellows had lived for a long time. They were intelligent, powerful, and much more perceptive. Wanting to struggle with them for treasures was far too difficult. Xian Wuji said, "Breaking through this array formation may take many years. Let's not hurry too much. Since everyone has consumed a great deal of strength, let's take a rest for a day and restore ourselves to top condition. 24 hours later, we'll combine our strength and break this array." As Xian Wuji finished speaking, he moved to the side and began to meditate. In trying to destroy the array formation a moment ago, he had consumed a great deal of strength. Nanyan Wang and Abbot Whitebrow also moved somewhere to restore their condition. As for the other life destruction powerhouses, some of them began to meditate, some idled around, and some even tried to test their look for more medicinal herbs. There were ever some that had a bit of understanding into array formations, and began to study the ancient array formation that covered the Nirvana Dragon Root with great relish. Everyone was curious. Who would miss a chance to study an ancient array formation? Moreover, what if they were able to figure out some way to open it? In their minds, they were simply locked outside of a door. They didn't have the key, but they could still take a wire and fiddle around with the lock. Perhaps they might be able to chance their way into opening it. Of course, in Lin Ming's view, this was simply impossible. The probability of this was negligible enough to ignore. He had already figured out the method to open the north and south array formation, and quietly stood not too far away, appearing as if he were idling around. These life destruction old fellows quickly scattered out. Some of them were even almost out of the range of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. Lin Ming casually glanced around. He planned to go to the place in the Demon Emperor's memories where the hidden transmission array was. He didn't want the situation to happen where the transmission array malfunctioned or was out of use. He was about to move when he heard a sudden piercing chi sound followed by a scream, and was instantly shocked and surprised. What just happened? The other life destruction old fellows also immediately stood. Xian Wuji looked over to the direction of the sound, a complex light shining in his eyes. It was unknown just what he was thinking in his heart. Chapter 492, Cosmic Melting Furnace. Chapter 492, Cosmic Melting Furnace. What's going on? All those old fellows reached out with their perception, but were unable to detect anything. From the sound a moment ago, whatever had happened had only occurred only 2 or 3 miles away. Even though their senses were suppressed in this world, they were still able to clearly investigate this distance. But they actually didn't sense anything. This was extremely unusual to these old life destruction fellows. Let's go take a look. All of the old fellows instantly set out. Xian Wuji also stood. Compared to everyone else, he seemed much calmer and unaffected. He coolly patted the dirt from his clothes and also headed over. The 2 to 3 mile distance was crossed in the blink of an eye. As they reached the site of Cry, everyone was amazed to find that at the edge of the medicine garden was a giant cave. The cave was located underneath a common-looking hill. As everyone approached this cave, bursts of roiling heat waves billowed over them, forming a sharp contrast with the extreme cold that was coming from the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. As the cold and heat mingled together, even though everyone present were masters, it still made them feel uncomfortable. This cave is able to shield against perception, a South Sea demon region, martial artists said. If it weren't so, then they would have already discovered this cave. This is... As the Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch walked into the cave, he suddenly shook after seeing the scene inside. The space inside the cave was enormous. It had a radius of hundreds of feet, and in the center of the space was a giant 30-foot pill furnace. This pill furnace was surrounded by 8 flaming red columns, and these fiery columns had statues of horned dragons carved into them. The 8 horned dragons aimed their wide maws at the pill furnace. Waves of red-tinted energy breathed out from the statues, enveloping the pill furnace and creating an image like a rising dawn. The 30-foot high pill furnace was about equal to the height of 4 men standing on top of each other. This was the first time that Lin Ming had ever seen such a massive pill furnace. On the surface of the pill furnace, there were many intricate designs and reliefs carved into it. Among these was a chart of the heavens and earth with a red golden crow design in the center. The reliefs on pill furnace seemed rough, but if one looked carefully, they could sense an ancient, boundless aura, a savage and primal energy that rushed out. The things that were carved into this furnace were not images, but rather true worlds, a top treasure. All of the old fellows present were knowledgeable individuals. With just a look, they were able to determine that this giant pill furnace was an incredible treasure. It was very possible that this was an extremely valuable treasure to the Demon Emperor. They were unable to distinguish just what rank of pill furnace this was, and that was because they hadn't come into contact with such a high-ranking treasure before. But they could tell that even if this furnace were placed within the entire Sky Spill continent, it would absolutely be a top treasure. Cosmic melting furnace. It's really here. As Xian Yuchie saw this pill furnace, she sent a faint true essence sound transmission to Xian Wuji. Unfortunately, we cannot even obtain the Nirvana Dragon Root right now, much less this cosmic melting furnace. If we could obtain the cosmic melting furnace, then the Nirvana Dragon Root wouldn't be too important. Ha! This was the first divine furnace of the Sky Spill continent. It's impossible for us to see something like this, but there might be a slim chance for us to take some of the treasures inside. In the end, the cosmic melting furnace was a pill furnace, but it was also considered a fire attribute treasure. A treasure on that level naturally wouldn't be considered as valuable as a heavenly material like the Nirvana Dragon Root. However, the precious value of the cosmic melting furnace didn't lie solely in it being a furnace, but rather the treasures and pills that were contained inside. The Demon Emperor's letter hadn't specified just what sort of treasures were within, but without a doubt, they were extremely valuable. Casually taking any one of these out would start a bloody battle within the Sky Spill continent. However, if one wanted to obtain the cosmic melting furnace, they had to pass the surrounding 8 dragon jade light array that protected it. The Demon Emperor's letter had given no clue on how to bypass this array formation. The Demon Emperor's Medicine Garden Array formation was only able to defend. If one couldn't break it, then the worst that would happen was that the Nirvana Dragon Root would remain unreachable. But this 8-dragon jade light array that surrounded the cosmic melting furnace was actually a true killing array. A single mistake meant death. This is, as the Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch saw the ashes on the ground, a foreboding feeling rose within him. He quickly turned to glance at the clansmen behind him, and his heart sank as he counted them. A moment ago, because of that scream, all of the martial artists had ran over to this cave, but his Black Flood Dragon Clan was actually missing the 7th Elder. Without a mistake, these ashes on the ground were those of the Black Flood Dragon Clan's 7th Elder. Old 7, the Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch, felt a stinging pain in his heart and finally sighed. He took out a jade box and, with a wave of his hand, collected the ashes with his true essence, completely receiving them into the jade box and then placing it back into his spatial ring. In an instant, a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse had perished. In the realm of the gods, the existence of a life-destruction powerhouse was simply nothing at all. Lin Ming shook his head. The pursuits of fortune often led to death. This old 7 from the Black Flood Dragon Clan was undoubtedly the first one to discover the cosmic melting furnace. At that time, his thoughts must have been that he could take this furnace by himself and keep it as his own. A first-stage life-destruction master must have experienced many things to reach that stage. So how could they not have known of the dangers surrounding this cosmic melting furnace? However, they had been blinded by greed. Even though they knew it was dangerous, they still decided to take the risk. The result of this was that they were now nothing more than ashes on the ground. As for the other life-destruction powerhouses, they all looked at the cosmic melting furnace and pondered, lost in thought. After seeing the fate of someone else, they were even more cautious. Lin Ming stood within the crowd, sifting through the incomplete memories. The second Demon Emperor soul fragment had very few memories of the cosmic melting furnace. He was only able to faintly remember that there was a highly valuable furnace within the demon god Imperial Palace. As for where this furnace was, or how valuable it was, he could not remember. Lin Ming had some vague memories of this 8-dragon jade light array, but relying on just these blurry memories to break through the array would not be easy. Lin Ming couldn't help but glance outside of the cave. At this time, he was surprised to see that there was not a single person left over in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. Everyone had gathered at the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming immediately had an impulsive idea to open the array formation within the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, but as he thought about it some more, he pushed down the idea. The ancient array formation in the medicine garden was simply too close. Also, the commotion from opening the array formation wouldn't be small. There was no way he could conceal this from these old life destruction fellows. Lin Ming constantly thought of many possibilities, but ultimately had to reject them all. At this time, a South Sea Demon Region elder put out a zombie guard. He pointed towards the cosmic melting furnace and said to the zombie guard, "Go." The straight zombie guard's eyes flashed with a red light, and it walked over to the cosmic melting furnace without fear of death. The closer it was to the pill furnace, the higher the temperature was. When the zombie guard was around 100 feet away, it was like being in the furnace itself. Billowing waves of heat smashed into the zombie guard, creating chi-chi-chi sounds. As the zombie guard reached 50 feet away, it was just about to step onto the platform where the 8 coiling dragon columns were. At this time, a flaming red light shot out, striking the zombie guard. There was only a crackling sound as the zombie guard was sent flying backwards, instantly turning into ashes. With this, everyone was able to understand just how the Black Flood Dragon Clan elder had died. A life-destruction elder from a smaller sect laughed with self-deprecation. He turned around and walked away. This 8-dragon jade light array was even more terrifying than the ancient array formation that protected the Nirvana dragon root. He was quite aware of just how capable he was. In any case, this pill furnace had nothing to do with the likes of him. He had no reason to join in on the fun. If he was struck by a shockwave of that red light and was killed, then that would really be an injustice. As this life-destruction elder left, many other elders from small sects hesitated for a moment, and then began to quietly draw back. They went back to the river edge to search for more medicinal herbs. Although nearly every herb had been plucked after several sweeping passes, it was still better than nothing. If they could find one, it wouldn't be as valuable. But their sect's wealth was not comparable to that of a 5th-grade sect, and even far off from Divine Phoenix Island, they naturally had to be prudent in this. As the elders from several small sects left, Nanyan Wang and Abbot Whitebrow remained nearby the cosmic melting furnace. Obviously, they had some designs on this treasure. Nanyan Wang couldn't help but glance at Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji's eyes were closed, a do-as-you-wish air coming from him. Nanyan Wang couldn't hold it in. Old thief Xian, you never told me that you knew this was here before. Xian Wuji opened his eyes and slowly said, this old man naturally knew that this was here. But this old man is also aware of his own strength. Nanyan, let me advise you for free. If you don't want to die, then don't bother to have any ideas on this cosmic melting furnace. A greedy snake might eat himself to death. Even if an emperor-level powerhouse came here, they still wouldn't be able to move this stove. Ooh, it was rare for Xian Wuji to speak the honest truth. He certainly didn't care for whatever happened to Nanyan Wang. However, he also needed him and Abbot Whitebrow to assist him in breaking open the defensive barrier. If Nanyan Wang died here, then he feared it really would take 100 years to open up the ancient array formation in the medicine garden. So this furnace is called the cosmic melting furnace. Nanyan Wang licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a touch of greed and unwillingness to give up. Although he understood that what Xian Wuji said was mostly true, there weren't many people in this world that could remain unmoved after seeing such a precious treasure placed in front of them. After an incense stick of time, another old life destruction fellow put out another puppet and used it to cautiously approach the cosmic melting furnace. The result was that this second puppet was also burnt to ashes. With these 2 tests, everyone discovered a rule of the 8-dragon jade light array. As long as one didn't step onto the platform where they were, then they would not be attacked by that red light. At this time, Abbot Whitebrow suddenly moved. He put away his staff, took off his cassock, and then slowly walked over to the cosmic melting furnace. As everyone saw this, their eyes widened. Even though the situation had already been clearly spelled out in front of them, Abbot Whitebrow had still decided to try. He must have some method to rely on. Xian Wuji was even more on guard. Both his eyes were unblinking, as his hands that were at his back were now loosely hanging down, his expression filled with doubt and alert. Chapter 493, Terrifying Red Light. Chapter 493, Terrifying Red Light. Xian Wuji certainly wanted to obtain the cosmic melting furnace. However, the Demon Emperor's letter hadn't contained any records of the 8-dragon jade light array that surrounded the cosmic melting furnace. Xian Wuji's only choice was to suppress the rising greed in his heart. Originally, he had thought of using this cosmic melting furnace to pit everyone against each other, but now that he wasn't even able to break through the barrier that guarded the Nirvana dragon root, he had to give up on that line of thinking. However, as he saw Abbot Whitebrow move towards the cosmic melting furnace, Xian Wuji began to stand alert. If no one could obtain the cosmic melting furnace, then there was nothing else to say. But if Abbot Whitebrow had a method to open the cosmic melting furnace and a treasure appeared, he would snatch it there, and then, whatever treasure it was, it would be no worse than the Nirvana dragon root. Abbot Whitebrow slowly walked. After every step, he would take a full 10 breaths of time before taking the next one. At the same time, he revolved his true essence to the limit. A blazing halo of golden light surrounded him, filled with faint Buddhist seals that circled around. This was a secret Buddhist technique, Diamond Vajrabhati. The Buddhist martial arts focused on tenacity and extreme defense, but they were relatively weak in attacks. This time, Abbot Whitebrow was displaying the mighty defensive techniques of the Buddhist martial arts to the limit. But could such a defense even have the possibility of resisting that piercing red light? This question filled everyone's mind. In the past, the elders of the demon god Imperial Palace were emperor-level powerhouses. So, this 8-dragon jade light array should be able to injure emperor-level powerhouses too. However, tens of thousands of years had passed. The 8-dragon jade light array's power must have weakened by a considerably great amount. Because of this sort of reddish dawn light shouldn't be as terrifying. Abbot Whitebrow arrived just a small distance away from the platform that contained the coiling dragon columns. If he took another step forwards, he would activate the attack of the 8-dragon jade light array. Abbot Whitebrow closed his eyes, feeling the flow of energy throughout the array formation. A brief moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his palms shooting forwards. Bright Buddha palm seal. With a loud explosion, a massive golden Buddha phantom appeared behind Abbot Whitebrow. That massive Buddha moved its hand, a giant palm stretching towards the cosmic melting furnace. Bright Buddha palm seal. This was a top ability of the Great Zen Temple's highest holy technique, Great Zen Mantra. It was difficult to learn and difficult to control, but those who did would wield a great power. The giant hand that formed was said to be able to churn the sea, shake the earth, control the heavens, and even pluck out the stars and moon from the sky. This old bald donkey is really a sly snake. Xian Wuji cursed. Obviously, Abbot Whitebrow had discovered that he wouldn't activate the array formation as long as he didn't step on the platform with the coiling jade platforms. Then, as long as he didn't step foot on the platform and instead used his secret Buddhist technique to grab the object from a distance, there wouldn't be a problem. If this old bald monkey has cultivated the bright Buddha palm seal to perfection, then he really might be able to move the cosmic melting furnace. Xian Wuji's complexion changed. If Whitebrow wasn't able to take the treasure, then it wouldn't matter. But if he did, just what should he do? He hadn't even obtained the Nirvana dragon root yet. If there was a falling out in the alliance here, then that was equal to giving up on the Nirvana dragon root. But if Whitebrow obtained the treasure, then that also wasn't good. It was unknown whether or not he could obtain the Nirvana dragon root, but this treasure would already be in hand. If it was a heavenly material, then there was no need to mention its value. It would not be any less rare or precious than the Nirvana dragon root. If it was an offensive or defensive treasure, then even though its value would be lower, it would still be able to greatly increase one's strength in the short run. In the near future, it would give Whitebrow an enormous advantage in competing for the Nirvana dragon root. Although Xian Wuji was a meticulously careful and prudent person, he couldn't think of a foolproof countermeasure in such a complex situation. At this time, that giant golden Buddha palm phantom had already hit the cosmic melting furnace. Although Abbot Whitebrow hadn't cultivated the bright Buddha palm seal to perfection, he could still easily crush a mountain peak from 10,000 feet away. And Abbot Whitebrow was only 40 to 50 feet away from the cosmic melting furnace. The power of using the bright Buddha palm seal at such a close distance could be imagined. If it wasn't the cosmic melting furnace, but rather a normal earth step pill furnace, then this attack from Abbot Whitebrow could twist it into bits. The great golden palm wrapped around the cosmic melting furnace, trying to raise it up. Abbot Whitebrow wanted to grab the entire furnace. Humph! Dream on! Shen Wuji sneered. This old bald monk donkey was far too greedy. Did he really think the cosmic melting furnace was something that was his for the taking? He even wanted to grab the entire thing. This old man was really greedier than a snake. Sure enough, as the great palm wrapped around the cosmic melting furnace, the furnace was entirely still. Instead, Abbot Whitebrow's face flushed red. Obviously, he was making a great effort. Abbot Whitebrow frowned, and then moved the palm to the next best thing. He grasped towards the cosmic melting furnace's lid. The cosmic melting furnace had 3 feet and 2 handles. The lid was round, and also engraved with a golden crow image. As Abbot Whitebrow grabbed it, there was a loud smashing sound like a morning bell being struck. The incomparably heavy lid actually began to shake. Although it was only an extremely slight vibration, it was enough to change the complexion of everyone present. It shook. Prior to this, all of the Supreme Elders from nearby had used their most powerful moves in an attempt to break through the ancient array formation that defended the Nirvana Dragon roots, but they weren't able to make even a tiny bit of progress. This had caused an idea to be planted in everyone's hearts that nothing in the demon god Imperial Palace could be touched. But now, Abbot Whitebrow had actually caused the lid of the cosmic melting furnace to move. It filled everyone with hope. As Abbot Whitebrow saw this, a light flashed in his eyes. He revolved the great Zen mantra to the extreme, his bones emitting popping sounds. "Rise for me." Abbot Whitebrow gave a loud shout, and blue veins stuck out from his forehead. The golden Buddha palm seemed to manifest into reality at that moment, firmly grasping the lid of the cosmic melting furnace and pulling up. Ang! In the moment that the lid shook, the cosmic melting furnace suddenly issued a sound like a dragon roaring. It was a resonant cry that pierced into the heavens, a rumbling thunder that echoing throughout the world. A massive wave of pressure fell down on everyone. All of the life destruction Supreme Elders were forced back by this pressure, their hearts filling with fear and horror. In that split second, they were able to feel a vast, primal, wild energy rush out from the cosmic melting furnace. It was as if the cosmic melting furnace contained a vast world, and that lid was only the door to this endless world where limitless, infinite mysteries were sealed. The moment that the lid shook, 2 shining lights of red and blue shot out, followed by another dragon's roar. These 2 fist-sized red and blue lights swirled in the air. What is that? As everyone saw these red and blue lights, they were on alert, their eyes fixated on these objects. The red light seemed like a thick red liquid, no different from blood. For this object to remain in the cosmic melting furnace for tens of thousands of years, and for the blood to not dry out, the value of it could be imagined. As for that blue light, it wrapped around a blue-hued pill. Waves of icy cold energy emanated from the pill. It was hard to imagine that such a freezing cold object could exist within the blazing heat of the furnace. Several life destruction elders with sharp senses instantly realized what this ancient icy cold energy was. This energy of from tens of thousands of years past was 80 to 90% similar to the Nirvana Dragon root. Was it possible that this blue pill was a medicine refined with a Nirvana Dragon root? The Nirvana Dragon root was already a heaven-defying treasure. If more heavenly materials were added in and further refined into a pill, just what sort of effect could it have? Could it completely wash one's marrows, or even cause one to directly pass through stages of life destruction? If this was so, then it wouldn't be hard at all to cultivate for another few hundred years and become an emperor-level powerhouse. As everyone realized this, their thoughts became hot and fiery. If the Nirvana Dragon root was a treasure they dreamed of, then this cosmic melting furnace was enough to make them go crazy and lose all rational reasoning. Several life destruction elders couldn't help but move forward several steps. But on the great Zen temple's side, a big-headed monk suddenly jumped out, his entire body crackling with popping sounds. A great golden Buddha phantom also emerged from behind him, only much blurrier than the one that Abbot Whitebrow formed. "Senior apprentice brother, I will help you." The big-headed monk's expression flashed with a crazy greed. His palms were flat as he shot them out, and a massive golden palm reached towards the two red and blue lights. But at this moment, something changed. Atop the platform, the 8 coiling dragon columns trembled, and then a deluge of red lights came shooting out. So. The red dawn light shot out at a speed that was hard to fathom. Abbot Whitebrow's complexion immediately changed, and he hastily drew back. At the same time, his palm came slamming downwards. The bright Buddha palm seal struck the red lights, but in that instant, those red lights instantly penetrated the bright Buddha palm seal that was at a realm near perfection. Ah! Abbot Whitebrow burst into a roar, his body contorting, twisting at an unbelievable angle in the air. The red light finally sizzled past Abbot Whitebrow's right chest. His secret Buddhist technique, Diamond Vajra body, instantly exploded. Abbot Whitebrow's right chest was charred black. However, other people didn't have the cultivation that Abbot Whitebrow did. They were completely helpless against this rapid red light. There was simply nothing they could do. As for that big-headed monk that helped Abbot Whitebrow to take the treasures, the red light directly pierced through his head. With a light flashing sound, the big-headed monk's upper body instantly turned to ash. All that was left over were 2 fat legs that were stuck into the ground like radishes, but several rays of red light still shot out. 2 of them randomly swept towards the life-destruction powerhouses closest to the cosmic melting furnace. Without any delay, the people weren't even able to cry out before they were directly burnt to ashes. In the blink of an eye, 4 life-destruction powerhouses violently died. As for the 3rd stage life-destruction Abbot Whitebrow, whose defensive power far surpassed everyone present, he was also severely wounded. Bang! Abbot Whitebrow smashed into the ground. His right side had been scorched black, and his face was white, sweat streaming down it. With trembling hands, he took a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. Finally, some color returned to his face. As everyone saw this, they fell into complete silence, a cold sweat dripping down their backs. A moment ago, if they had also subconsciously drawn a few steps closer because of their greed, then they too would have suffered a similar fate. This was far too horrendous. Chapter 494. Opening the Ancient Array. Chapter 494. Opening the Ancient Array. Even Abbot Whitebrow, a 3rd stage life destruction supreme elder, who cultivated the amazing holy Buddhist techniques, had nearly died a miserable death. If it were them instead, then there was no amount of luck that would have helped them escape. If they didn't have the fortune to enjoy the treasure, then it was worthless to them, no matter how rare and precious it was. The life destruction elders began to move towards the cave entrance. This cave was simply too dangerous to them. If there was some accident and that red light flashed into them, it would really be the day of their death. They couldn't afford such a gamble. Not to mention that many of them were considered the backbone of their sect. If they perished here, then their sect would be in a dangerous position. Thus, more than a dozen life destruction elders immediately left the cave. They had already made a resolution that even if this was a treasure that they could eat and use to ascend to the realm of the gods, and even become immortal, they still wouldn't try to touch it. Xian Wuji calmly retreated back to the cave entrance. What he cultivated were the devil arts. While he had great offensive power, his defensive power was lacking. If that red light from a moment ago had come after him, then even if he couldn't guarantee, he would be able to block it. Nan Yun Wang hesitated for a moment, and also retreated several steps. But in the end, he wasn't willing to leave the cave yet. He also wanted that miraculous divine medicine that was refined with the Nirvana dragon root. As long as he was able to obtain it, then crossing the deathly river known as the stages of life destruction would not be difficult at all. This 8-dragon jade light array was truly terrifying, but wasn't crossing the calamitous stages of life destruction also terrifying? The life destruction boundary was truly an inestimable test of suffering and resilience on a martial artist's mind and soul. If they crossed it, then they could become a peerless emperor that lived for 10,000 years. But if they failed, they could also turn into ash that disappeared with the wind. Nanyun Wang had a very great ambition among most of the elders present. The truth was that they had already completed their contingency plans to die in the life destruction realm, but Nanyun Wang was not willing. If he didn't want to face the bone-chilling probability of failing to cross life destruction when the time came, then his only choice was to face the terrifying red light from this 8-dragon jade light array. The Nirvana dragon root was undoubtedly much safer, but the ancient array formation that protected it was too strong. Who knew when it would be broken? In comparison, although the cosmic melting furnace was much more dangerous, at least he had seen the treasures within. There was always a sliver of hope, as many of the elders slowly left the cave one after another. Lin Ming was actually standing in a corner of the cave, calmly staring at this 8-jade dragon light array. He had already discovered a number of ways to approach the furnace. For instance, the place where he now stood was the result of his meditation on this. The position he stood at was carefully chosen. The 8-dragon jade light array would only actively attack intruders that approached within 100 feet of the cosmic melting furnace. If one were further, they would only suffer the spilled red light. As for this spot where Lin Ming stood, it was a dead angle where the red lights couldn't reach. As long as he remained motionless there, it was impossible for those red lights to touch him. The Demon Emperor's second soul fragment had some incomplete memories about the 8-dragon jade light array. Lin Ming constantly pondered this, using the knowledge he also had of ancient array formations, filling in the gaps himself and deducing what was missing. Lin Ming was confident that with less than a quarter of an hour, he would be able to break open the 8-dragon jade light array. However, the truth was that Lin Ming also knew that even if he managed to break through the array, it was useless. He didn't have Abbot Whitebrow's strength. If he wanted to rely on his own strength, then he would never be able to lift the lid of the cosmic melting furnace, even if he was able to stand right next to it. But no matter how hopeless it was, Lin Ming decided that he would first understand how the array formation operated, and then think about whether or not he could use this information. Drawing back a step, it could be said that even if he couldn't obtain the treasures inside the cosmic melting furnace, he still might be able to use this 8-dragon jade light array to protect himself. If Xian Wuji decided to chase after him and kill him, then he would escape into the 8-dragon jade light array. Thinking of this, Lin Ming glanced over at Xian Wuji. After noticing where Xian Wuji stood, his mind suddenly stirred. Xian Wuji now stood outside the cave. Perhaps he could. Lin Ming had also once thought about this approach. However, at that time Xian Wuji and everyone else had been gathered around the Nirvana dragon root. Lin Ming simply didn't have a chance. But now, everyone's attention had dispersed. Xian Wuji, Nanyun Wang, and Abbot Whitebrow, the 3 great masters here, had turned their full attention towards the cosmic melting furnace. Thinking of the transmission array that he had messed with, a crazy plan began to form in Lin Ming's mind. Originally, during this journey to the demon god imperial palace, nearly 30 life destruction old fellows had come, but now there were only 20 left. Those old fellows that had died were all overlords of their lands. Just mentioning their names brought the admiration of their sex and the terror of their enemies. However, even existences on this level were only a blink away from death within the demon god imperial palace. They did not have any strength to resist the dangers here. At this time, outside of the cave, some of those elders that had luckily survived had chosen a place to begin meditating and restoring their condition. Some of those that were more familiar with array formations went to study the ancient array that protected the Nirvana dragon root. There were also some from a grimmer and more mediocre background that went to the riverside to search for medicines, not unlike poor old working men that plucked plants. Such a state lasted for several hours. Then, those at the riverside finally realized that they couldn't even find any herbs anymore. They bitterly pulled back their hands and moved to find a spot to meditate. But those that studied ancient array formations were still refusing to give up. Occasionally, there would be an old man that would gasp in surprise as he traced the ancient array, as if he found something and was suddenly enlightened. All of the others would immediately ask him what discovery he had made. Then, the old man that had been enlightened would share his enlightenment with a proud expression. After others heard this, they would also appear enlightened and follow with some compliments and praise. At this time, that old man that had shared his thoughts would appear extremely happy. Of course, there would sometimes be opposition from others that led to a fierce debate. During this time, everyone would rely on their own knowledge and comprehension of ancient arrays to struggle for a winner. Sometimes, in order to verify their thoughts, these old fellows would even bring out their array discs or array flags in order to test out their theories. Of course, no matter what they did, the ancient array formation would remain unmoved. The truth was that these old fellows did not expect they would be able to break through this ancient array formation. What they wanted was to learn from it and further define and deepen their own understandings of array formations. Compared to the current existing array formations of the Sky Spill continent, this ancient array formation was undoubtedly more powerful. If they could comprehend just a bit of something, then they would gain a benefit for life. It wasn't known when, but a young man had infiltrated the group of old men as they discussed array formations, and began to feel over the ancient array formation. "You little rascal, what are you here for? Don't try to get in this old man's way." A white-haired old man that held an array flag in his hand said with dissatisfaction as he saw Lin Ming loitering about. In order to meditate and perceive the array formation, one needed to be tranquil at heart. In the eyes of this old man, having Lin Ming wandering around him was obstructing his thinking. Lin Ming apologetically smiled and cupped his fists across his chest, saying, "Junior just came to casually see." "Humph, what do you think you will see?" Even this old man is puzzled about many aspects of this array formation. Don't get in this old man's way of understanding it. "Yes, Junior will immediately leave," Lin Ming said, his face covered with a contrite smile as he retreated. But as he walked away, he conveniently touched an array symbol. The array symbol surface wasn't changed at all, and one couldn't see a difference either. It was only that the flow of energy within that array symbol had been altered. If one didn't have a thorough understanding of ancient array formations, then there was no way they would notice the difference. "Little rascal, don't go randomly fumbling around." The white-haired man obviously hadn't looked at Lin Ming, but he still noticed Lin Ming's minor actions. This caused Lin Ming to secretly shrink backwards. He thought to himself, this old bag is really sensitive. Luckily, he doesn't understand anything about ancient array formations. Otherwise, there is no way I could hide what I'm doing from him. Lin Ming let out a breath of relief. He grimly said, "This is the third array symbol." He looked to the direction of the cave where the cosmic melting furnace was. Xian Wuji had already moved around 200 feet from the cave and was meditating on a rock. Although his eyes were closed, the truth was that he always had a slight strand of his perception branching out the Nirvana dragon root's ancient array formation. However, there were all sorts of self-proclaimed sages and grand masters of array formations that surrounded the ancient array formation, studying it. Lin Ming seemed unremarkable among all of them. Next is the fourth array symbol. Lin Ming silently walked over to the location of the fourth array symbol. At this time, in the cave, Abbot Whitebrow had just restored his condition. It wasn't known what sort of miracle medicine he had used, but in just 2 hours of time, his right chest already looked a healthy, tender red. Besides his complexion being a bit paler, he seemed all right. Obviously, Abbot Whitebrow also hadn't given up on the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming continuously opened 9 array symbols. In his mind, he was constantly deducing the various situations that would happen once he opened the ancient array formation. The opening of the ancient array formation was a short process. This little time was enough for Xian Wuji to sense and instantly come rushing over. As for Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow, they were in a worse state. They were in the cave at the moment, concentrating their attention on the cosmic melting furnace. If there wasn't an accident, then after the ancient array opened, the Nirvana Dragon Root would fall into Xian Wuji's hands. Now, apart from Xian Wuji and a few other people, everyone else believed that the Demon God Imperial Palace was completely sealed off. If it were Abbot Whitebrow or Nanyun Wang who grabbed the treasure, there would inevitably be a great battle. They had no way to escape and could only rely on their strength to speak for them. Finally, they would have no choice but to distribute the treasures according to their relative strength. If this happened, Lin Ming would obtain not even the slightest benefit. Instead, he might be caught up in the aftermath of the battle. However, Xian Wuji was different. Xian Wuji knew how to leave the Demon God Imperial Palace through the transmission array. This is the 10th array symbol. After Lin Ming opened the 10th array symbol, he planned to stop for some time before continuing. Although his current movements didn't arouse anyone's attention, he still decided to remain supremely cautious. He went down to the riverside and took a short walk, passing by the cave entrance of the cosmic melting furnace. After a quarter hour, Lin Ming began to continue activating the array symbols again, one at a time. Finally, after the 36th array symbol was activated, the originally calm ancient array suddenly began to release a hazy white light. Chapter 495, a 10-mile distance. Chapter 495, a 10-mile distance. As those great masters of array formation saw this scene occurring, they were all incomparably shocked. Everyone stood up. As for Xian Wuji, who had been sitting on a rock, his eyes immediately opened, his gaze like a flash of lightning as he turned towards the trembling ancient array formation. What was going on? Could these array masters really have bumped into some kind of miracle and managed to open the ancient array formation? Xian Wuji's thoughts raced, and he moved. His body was like an arrow as he shot forwards. At the same time, all of the other martial artists also quickly approached the core of the medicine garden. At that moment, Abbot Whitebrow and Nanyun Wang were still in the cave, neither of them having noticed anything. The cave itself was able to block one's perception. As they were about to come out to assess the situation, they heard the ancient array send out a grinding caw-caw-caw sound. The ancient array had already opened. Abbot Whitebrow and Nanyun Wang's complexions changed. Their first reaction was they had been tricked. Xian Wuji must have had the means to open the ancient array formation, but he must have intentionally failed in doing so the first time in order to trick the two of them into entering the cave, also that he himself could take sole possession of the Nirvana Dragon Root. That wily old fox. Damn. Abbot Whitebrow and Nanyun Wang both rushed out, but it was already too late. Of the north and south double ancient array formations, The one that Lin Ming had opened was the southern one, and also the one that was closer to Xian Wuji. As the ancient array opened, an incomparably pure and ancient icy cold energy surged outwards. As all of the surrounding array masters saw this, they couldn't even believe their eyes. Although they had been discussing how to open it earlier, the truth was that all of them were well aware that this was simply impossible at their level. It's really opened. The Nirvana Dragon Root. Heavens! At the moment that the ancient array formation opened, all of the surrounding martial artists moved in, wanting to take the Nirvana Dragon Root. At this time, Xian Wuji loudly shouted, and the netherworld devil arts revolved to the highest limit. His body erupted with true essence without a single bit in reserve. Get out of my way. With a roar like roiling thunder, Xian Wuji took out a 12-foot-long spear from his spatial ring, smashing downwards. The shaft of the spear was thick like a python and looked rough and unadorned. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. Heaven-step treasure. A light flashed in the eyes of all the elders present. Before they had entered the demon god imperial palace, they had heard Nanyun Wang say that Xian Wuji might have a heaven-step treasure, but they didn't think that this would actually be true. Those in my way will die. Xian Wuji roared, his thick spear crashing down. In that moment, space distorted, and a terrifying explosive sound filled the air. The first stage life destruction old fellows that saw this paled. They immediately flew backwards to evade. Kacha! The spear was like a bolt of lightning that appeared from thin air. The force was enough to collapse the ground. There was no one who could safely approach. Xian Wuji wildly laughed and grabbed at the ground, directly taking the Nirvana Dragon Root of the Southern Ancient Array formation. He turned towards the direction of the transmission array and flew away. At this time, Abbot, Whitebrow, and Nanyun Wang were only a few hundred feet away. As they saw this, they wanted to tear out their eyes. They had planned and calculated for every variable, and yet they had still been done in by Xian Wuji. Before they could do anything, they felt the other life destruction elders immediately rush into the core of the medicine garden. Besides the main stem of the Nirvana Dragon Root, there were also 9 root hairs. Xian Wuji had pulled out the most important stem and also the 2 thickest root hairs, but 7 of the thinner root hairs had broken away in the ground. In his haste, Xian Wuji didn't have time to dig through for the root hairs. This was an opportunity for these other life destruction old fellows. If they didn't take this time to grab it, when would they? Over a dozen life destruction elders rushed in. In just an instant, the 7 root hairs fell into everyone's hands. There were even some root hairs that had broken into 2 pieces, and 2 of these root hairs had actually fallen into Xian Yuqi's hands. You dare? You're all staying. Nanyun Wang's eyes were red with rage. All of the root hairs were gone. If he joined forces with Abbot, Whitebrow, then they could be said to be invincible here. But now, he wasn't even able to get a single root hair. Xian Yuqi tenderly smiled. Her charming curved lips contained a hint of luscious provocation. Her buxom body was like a ghost as she flashed away, chasing towards Xian Wuji. As for the other elders that had obtained a root hair, and also every South Sea Demon region and Black Flood Dragon Clan elder, they didn't say anything further. They turned tail and bolted away. Since Xian Wuji ran away, not running away themselves, was just looking for death. As for the elders from the Great Zen Temple that had obtained a root hair, they didn't run away as their leader was still with them. You evil beasts! Abbot Whitebrow was no longer able to maintain his calm demeanor. The Nirvana Dragon Root was already taken, but him, who was one of the strongest in the group, had come out empty-handed. Chase them! Surround them! Don't let them leave! Abbot Whitebrow flew into the sky, his sleeves swirling about. He was like the inevitable tide of the sea as he rushed away. Fairy Maiden Mu, you must also lend this old monk a hand. The Nirvana dragon root cannot fall into the hands of those from the demonic path. If all of it can be recovered, then this old monk will leave Fairy Maiden Mu a root hair. As Abbot Whitebrow rushed out, Mu Fengxian heard a true essence sound transmission. Her heart moved. If she could really obtain a root hair, then that would have gone far beyond any of her expectations. At this time, in order to chase the martial artists of the South Sea Demon region, the Great Zen Temple and Nanyun Wang had asked for their help. Their promises had a high degree of credibility. Mu Fengxian clenched her teeth and brought those from Divine Phoenix Island to chase after everyone. The South Sea Demon region martial artists rushed out of the door to the medicine garden. Xian Wuji led the pack, directly rushing towards the transmission array. "Ha, you want to chase this old man?" Xian Wuji sneered, and then fished out a purple profound thunder pearl from his spatial ring. This profound thunder pearl was personally refined by Xian Wuji, with his third stage life destruction cultivation, as well as being a thunder attribute martial artist, and even a top array master of the region. The power of the profound thunder pearl that he produced could not be underestimated. "Go die!" Xian Wuji activated the spell in the profound thunder pearl and casually flung it backwards. Because of gravity, the profound thunder pearl slowly fell from high up, spinning towards the South Sea Demon region martial artists. The South Sea Demon region elders were naturally able to recognize this profound thunder pearl. They grit their teeth, pushing their true essence to the max and raising their speed yet again. As Xian Wuji approached the first corner in the hall, he flew forwards and smashed his hand against the wall, using the rebound force to quickly change directions. Behind him, the other South Sea Demon region martial artists quickly followed suit. As for the rapidly tumbling profound thunder pearl, it struck the stone walls. A terrifying explosion followed. Bang! A violent and brutal shockwave mixed with countless arcs of lightning pierced outwards. Because the entire hall was protected by spells, the explosive true essence shockwave was compressed, making it even more terrifying. The speed of the shockwave was immensely fast. As for the other elders, they also approached at an extremely fast pace. Damn! Several elders that were in the front of the pursuing pack revolved their protective true essence to the limit. At the same time, they extracted their weapons, cutting a path forwards. Pung! The violent shockwave was like a brutal and endless ancient beast that roared towards them. Several first-stage life destruction elders collided with this force and were sent flying away, their blood tumbling within them. As for the second-stage life destruction elders, they were able to break through the wall of energy, but their speed suddenly slowed to a halt, unable to move any further. At this point, a loud shout came out of the way. With a rumbling sound like a surging tide, Abbot Whitebrow waved his voluminous sleeves, rushing out of the crowd. The scattered lightning that shot everywhere was swept away by his sleeves. Following closely behind Abbot Whitebrow was Nanyun Wang. His expression was ghastly, and his eyes were blood red. His entire being emanated a suffocating murderous intent. Chase after them. Kill every single South Sea Demon region martial artist. Eliminate them with no mercy and no quarter. Every root hair taken from the South Sea Demon region and Black Flood Dragon clan will be divided in half. As for the other treasures taken, I will not take them at all. Nanyun Wang's words echoed throughout everyone's ears. At this time, because of the profound thunder pearl, the distance between them and the South Sea Demon region martial artists had increased by a lot, under the strange suppressive laws of this world, as well as with the winding halls. Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow found it hard to display their highest speed. The transmission array was 10 miles away from the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. This 10-mile distance was extremely short. Also, it had been cleared of guard puppets, and all the traps been activated once already. These old men had all remembered the locations of these traps in their minds. As Xian Wuji's group flew down the hall, they could be said to be unimpeded, Xian Yuqie closely followed by Xian Wuji's side. It was unknown what sort of secret technique she used, but her body was like a plume of blue smoke. With just a few flashes, she was able to traverse several miles. Her speed was no less than Xian Wuji's. At this moment, a miserable scream echoed out. The first stage life destruction, elder furthest to the back, had his spine chopped in half by Nanyan Wang's saber. This elder had just reached the extreme revolving core realm less than 10 years ago, and his cultivation was also the weakest amongst all of the demon region martial artists. At this time, with his spine being split in half, his fate could be imagined. Elder Sunday, Xian Yuqie frowned. Humph, if he's dead, then he's dead. For him to be able to buy a bit of time could be said to be his highest contribution. Xian Wuji thought little of this elder's death. Compared to the Nirvana Dragon Root, the death of an elder who wasn't even of the Xian bloodline was nothing at all. With a sneer, Xian Wuji took out another pale blue array bead from his spatial ring. This bead was obtained by Xian Wuji the same time that he found the ancient devil arts as well as the demon emperor's letter in some ancient ruins. This bead was named the enchantment bead. With Xian Wuji's speed, he didn't fear that Abbot Whitebrow or Nanyan Wang would be able to catch up to him. He was only looking after the other South Sea Demon region elders. If too many of their elders died, then the overall strength of the South Sea Demon region would suffer a great setback. What a bunch of stupid pigs. This old man has exhausted himself, suffered endless hardship, and paid an immense price, all in order to open a path to the demon god Imperial Palace. How could I possibly give it away like this? Xian Wuji activated the spell inside of the bead and tossed it out. Behind the South Sea Demon region elders that followed him, the enchantment bead suddenly activated. A pale blue enchantment flashed into existence like a thick spider web, blocking the path. Meanwhile, the transmission array was just in front of them. Xian Wuji had already investigated this transmission array earlier. This transmission array could be used. As long as he passed through the transmission array, he could escape outside. As for the others, without him and his secret technique, they would likely be trapped in the demon god Imperial Palace. Just leaving here would be a major problem. Chapter 496. Under the Heavens, Who Can Stop Me? Chapter 496. Under the Heavens, Who Can Stop Me? Thinking of this, Xian Wuji viciously grinned. When he had opened the demon god Imperial Palace's defensive barrier array, he had intended to use it to stop them. Without his secret technique, opening the array that covered the demon god Imperial Palace would be difficult. Xian Wuji had experienced failure when he first tried to open the portal to the ancient battlefield, and that had drawn the attention of all these sharks that were trying to take advantage of his efforts. After he had outwitted them, he planned to take the Nirvana Dragon route and leave via the transmission array, trapping all these arrogantly self-righteous people in the demon god Imperial Palace. Even if he couldn't keep them trapped forever, he could still stall them for 8 to 10 years. During that time, he could calmly summon the giant Leviathan Saint Beast that the Demon Emperor had left behind in the world. After he took out the giant Leviathan Saint Beast that stabilized this broken world, this world would become even more fragile and dangerous. Who knew whether or not these people would be able to make it out with their lives? If these righteous path figures disappeared, and Xian Wuji also obtained the giant Leviathan, then he would be able to easily dominate the South Horizon region and develop the South Sea Demon region. He could even use the Nirvana Dragon route to quickly cross another stage of life destruction and have his strength ascend to new heights. At that time, the South Sea Demon region would truly rise to the level of a medium 5th grade sect. This was Xian Wuji's immaculate plan. However, he hadn't thought that the Demon Emperor Medicine Garden's ancient array would be formidable to such a degree. Xian Wuji's plan to break through it had been defeated, and his dreams had vanished into ash. But through the twists and turns of life, dawn came after the night. He didn't know who broke through the barrier or how, but one of those so-called array formation grandmasters must have lucked themselves into doing so. In short, the ancient array formation had unexpectedly been opened, and Xian Wuji had relied on his own brute strength to steal the Nirvana Dragon root. Although he felt that something was strange, and there was something suspicious about all of this, the truth was the Xian Wuji had firmly obtained the Nirvana Dragon root. At this time, he didn't have to think about just what had happened. Xian Wuji wasn't greedy. He hadn't thought that he could have obtained the cosmic melting furnace from the start. If he could obtain the Nirvana Dragon root and completely wash his marrow, and also obtain the giant Leviathan Saint Beast afterwards, then his objectives would be completed. With the Nirvana Dragon root, he had complete confidence that he would be able to break through to the Divine Sea Realm. After he reached the Divine Sea Realm, he would be considered a peerless emperor. This was Xian Wuji's greatest wish and singular obsession. As long as he could accomplish this, nothing else mattered. At this time, the transmission array was only 1,000 feet away. Xian Wuji smiled like a madman. Success. If this old man has another 100 years, then I will reach the Divine Sea Realm and unify the entire South Horizon region. Bang! Nanyan Wang's attack smashed into the barrier that was created by the enchantment bead. However, the barrier only shook. It didn't break. Break for me. Abbot Whitebrow attacked simultaneously. He thrust his palm out of the barrier, and countless golden Buddhist lights flashed as a golden palm crashed into the barrier with an explosive sound. The barrier suddenly sunk, seeming very fragile. There was a massive handprint in it, but it still didn't break. At this time, Xian Wuji had already stepped foot onto the transmission array as he saw Nanyan Wang and Abbot Whitebrow attack the barrier. Xian Wuji laughed. This enchantment bead won't be so easily broken. Nanyan Whitebrow, did you really think that I, Xian Wuji, would just take all these insults sitting down? I was the one who found the demon emperor's letter in the ancient ruins. I was the one who spent 10 years of painstaking time and effort, and didn't even hesitate to start a war in the South Sea, all in order to obtain the Nirvana Dragon root. You did nothing at all, and yet you plan to share in the spoils of my effort? How can I possibly let you do so? I'll give you some advice for free, without my secret techniques. Breaking through the array formation that protects the Imperial Palace will be extremely difficult. In fact, it will be no easier than breaking through the array formation in the Medicine Garden. Ha ha ha! Nanyan Whitebrow, I hope that I can see you break through the barrier 10 years from now. As Xian Wuji spoke, Nanyan Wang and Abbot Whitebrow's complexions became extremely ugly. They had helped in breaking through the Imperial Palace's array formation, so they were well aware of how difficult it was. Without Xian Wuji, it would not be easy at all. Abbot Whitebrow sizzled with anger. He extended his palm. The bright Buddha palm seal smashed down. Bang! The barrier violently shook. Even though it took a strike from the complete strength of the bright Buddha palm seal, it didn't break, only becoming dimmer, as if it consumed a great deal of energy to block this attack from Abbot Whitebrow. Hee hee, I urge you to save your strength. Even if you break through the barrier, it is too late for you now. As Xian Wuji spoke, Xian Yuqia also floated onto the transmission array and stood by his side. Nanyan Wang, Great Zen Temple, wait for me. Once this old man reaches the Divine Sea Realm and becomes a peerless emperor, I will definitely visit your homes one by one. At that time, under the heavens of the South Horizon region, Five Element region, Great Zen region, or even the entire South Sea, who can stop me? They can only bow their heads and pledge their loyalty to Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji spoke excitedly and in high spirits. This had been his dream for the past 1,000 years. Now it was close at hand and about to be realized. At this time, reveling in his glory in front of his enemies, he was fervent, overjoyed, and his thoughts were incomparably smooth. It could only be said that the psychological pressure created by the life destruction stages was too great, even with someone as solemn and scheming as Xian Wuji. As they saw the shackles of life destruction suddenly destroyed in front of them, his eyes rose high in ecstasy and joy. It had to be known that he had reached the extreme revolving core realm before. He was 100 years old. But afterwards, the great mountain known as life destruction had suppressed him for nearly 1,000 years. Throughout these difficult times, he was unable to release the anxiety that he had created in his heart. Once someone who stood so proudly was finally released from their troubles, the craziness from their catharsis would be even crazier than an average person. Xian Wuji, you are far too arrogant. The Nirvana Dragon Root only increases your chances of successfully crossing life destruction. Do you really think you can become a peerless emperor? Perhaps during your next attempt to cross life destruction, you'll be burnt to ash and die. Nanyan Wang angrily shouted, breathless. He continuously attacked the barrier like a madman while he yelled at Xian Wuji. Ha! This old man naturally has backup plans. It's just that you are clueless. Do you think that this ancient treasure is so simple? I, Xian Wuji, have been preparing to enter the divine sea realm for nearly 1,000 years. How could I not have understood all of this? The value of this Nirvana Dragon Root far surpasses your imagination. Not only can it increase the chances of crossing life destruction, but it can also wash one's marrow, causing a martial artist cultivation to reach a higher level. However, you do not need to worry about any of this. It's best that you figure out how to leave the demon god Imperial Palace before this broken world collapses on top of you. As Xian Wuji spoke, Nanyan Wang's hate was so deep that he almost crushed his own teeth. When they had first entered the demon god Imperial Palace, he had already guessed what tricks Xian Wuji had up his sleeve and had always been prepared. However, since he didn't have the demon emperor's letter, nor did Xian Wuji allow him to look at it, he was naturally placed in a passive position. However, with such opportunities in front of him, Nanyan Wang had entered even though he knew all of the risks involved. And yet he didn't think that he would end up like this. Break for this old monk. Abbot Whitebrow smashed his bright Buddha palm onto the barrier once again, wanting to tear apart this enchantment. At this time, there was a loud groaning sound, as if the enchantment was overwhelmed and about to shatter apart. Xian Wuji smiled and said, the bright Buddha palm seal is truly worthy of being called the Great Zen Temple's highest cultivation technique. But what a pity, it is too late. I urge the Great Zen Temple to keep the Great Zen mantra in good condition. Perhaps in 10 years, this old man might come over to take a look. It is said that the Buddhist cultivation methods can complement those from the demon path. I wonder whether or not this is true. You are far too insolent. Xian Wuji, this old monk swears to the great Buddha that in my life I will destroy all the evil demons of the South Sea. Abbot Whitebrow had completely lost every bit of his former cool. At this time, his beard and hair were flying upwards, his expression grim, like an evil elephant. Ha ha! Buddha? What is Buddha? Does it exist? With endless power, I will become Buddha. I will be God. My destiny will be controlled by me, and me alone. The South Sea Demon Region's future will also be written by me, Xian Wuji. I will restore the glories of the silent demon emperor city of the past with my own hands. After I reach the divine sea realm, under the heavens, who can stop me? Transmission array, start. As Xian Wuji spoke, he suddenly stamped his feet. The ancient transmission array underneath him emitted a flash of light. However, this light shined for several breaths of time before dimming. A moment later, it went completely quiet. The South Sea Demon Region elders that stood behind Xian Wuji stood on the transmission array, not moving at all. Xian Wuji was stunned for a moment. The South Sea Demon Region elders were unclear as to what was happening, but the beautiful face of the always demure and enchanting Xian Yuqie paled. What's wrong? Xian Wuji panicked for a moment, but immediately calmed down. Before this, he had already investigated this transmission array and found that it could be used. He recalled the method to start the array formation from the Demon Emperor's jade slip. It shouldn't be wrong. Xian Wuji stamped his feet again. Transmission start. As if hope was dying, there wasn't the slightest change in the surrounding scenery. But on the other end, Abbot, Whitebrow, and Nanyun Wang continued their all-out attack on the enchantment barrier. That barrier was on the verge of breaking. In that instant, Xian Wuji felt his body stiffen. He felt as if countless crows were flying overhead. Mother asterisk Kerr, just what is the problem? Senior apprentice brother, what's wrong? Xian Yuqie asked, also nervous. Did the ancient array formation fail? How could they be so lucky? All this way, none of the ancient array formations of the demon god Imperial Palace had failed. So how could this one alone have failed? The other South Sea Demon Region elders felt their scalps tingling and their knees weakening. Their strength was limited. If this transmission array failed, then Xian Wuji would be able to escape. As for them, this most likely meant death. Transmission go. With one last attempt, Xian Wuji determined that the problem wasn't with his method to activate the transmission array, but rather that there were problems with the transmission array itself. Now, the normally calm Xian Wuji felt sweat dripping down his forehead. From his high-spirited mood a moment ago, Xian Wuji had been able to see the scene of reaching the Divine Sea Realm and leading the South Sea Demon Region to conquer the South Horizon region. But now he was helpless. With just a mere 4 people, how could he resist the myriad others from all the other major powers? Xian Wuji felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. F***CK. I was tricked. Chapter 497, The Second Nirvana Dragon Route. Chapter 497, The Second Nirvana Dragon Route. In these past 10 years, Xian Wuji had collected a great deal of information on ancient array formations. Not just that, but the Demon Emperor's letter had a very clear and simple explanation on how to activate the transmission array. Xian Wuji did not think that he made a mistake. However, the truth was that the array formation didn't start. The Demon Emperor's letter shouldn't have been wrong on this. Could it be? As a number of little clues gathered together, Xian Wuji felt a growing sense of unease in his heart. He was filled with a strong sense that he had been tricked by someone. However, he didn't have time to reflect on just what had happened. With a thunderous explosion, the enchantment barrier he had laid down was suddenly torn to pieces by Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow. Shit! Xian Wuji was shocked. Don't attack. I have words I need to say. You can go King speak in hell. Nanyun Wang was already filled with a burning anger. As soon as he rushed forwards, he revolved his true essence to the limit, and a thick, murderous intent surged out from his body. His saber slashed down. The saber light cut through space, directly slicing towards Xian Wuji. Damn. Xian Wuji couldn't speak. He could only respond to the attack. He had to protect Xian Yuqie and the rest of them, so he was unable to avoid the strike. And in this narrow hall, there just wasn't room to avoid. Xian Wuji drew out a heaven-step treasure spear from his spatial ring, thrusting it towards Nanyun Wang's spear energy. Quickly retreat. Xian Yuqie's charming face paled, and she quickly drew back with the other 2 life destruction elders. Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow were 2 top 3rd stage life destruction masters. If they combined their forces to fight Xian Wuji, the shockwaves would be extremely terrifying. Nanyun Wang, stop. I too was tricked by others. The situation was too complex, and in the midst of battle, Xian Wuji's thoughts were in disarray. He couldn't figure out just who had planned everything with such an omnipotent eye. Not only had they anticipated everything to this degree, but they had done it so meticulously. Old thief Xian, your words are useless from now on. This old man will no longer believe another word that you say, or my last 800 years of life are nothing but a waste. Nanyan Wang's attack was like the wind, monstrous waves of blood filling the air. He simply didn't give Xian Wuji a chance to speak. He had almost been trapped in the demon god imperial palace while Xian Wuji fled with the treasure, and it would have been for a truly miserable 8 to 10 years. In this sort of situation, how could Nanyan Wang possibly believe Xian Wuji's words again? Xian Wuji's strength was slightly weaker than Nanyan Wang's, but he had a heaven-step treasure. In terms of true combat strength, he was slightly stronger than Nanyan Wang. But Nanyan Wang also had Abbot Whitebrow. Abbot Whitebrow was also confused as to why Xian Wuji hadn't escaped through the transmission array. But now he couldn't ponder the reasons. No matter what had happened, he had to join forces with Nanyan Wang to ruin Xian Wuji. He'd speak again after obtaining the Nirvana Dragon Root and the Demon Emperor's letter. A crippled Xian Wuji would be much easier to control, and everything would be made clear once he was able to read the Demon Emperor's letter. Why did he have to follow Xian Wuji and listen to his nonsense? Bright Buddha Palm's seal. Abbot Whitebrow pressed down his palm. A massive golden hand came crashing down through the air. Overwhelming all? You bastard. Xian Wuji was also raging with anger. He had been tricked, but before he could figure out who had done it, he was being ruthlessly attacked by Nanyan Wang and Abbot Whitebrow. How could he not be angry? Do think that I, Xian Wuji, fear you? Break for me. Xian Wuji's eyes flashed with a grim light. His spear pierced towards that giant golden palm. Bang! The bright Buddha palm seal was punctured by Xian Wuji's spear, but he was also sent flying backwards by the force. At this time, everyone else engaged in battle with the other South Sea Demon Region elders. Seeing that they were surrounded by menacing elders from all sides, the 3 South Sea Demon Region elders felt bitter in their hearts, their legs cramping. Even the always charming and beautiful Xian Yuqia was extremely pale. As for the other 2 elders, their faces were red like liver. As the elders engaged in a ruthless melee, there was only Lin Ming left over in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. As for Great Zen Temple and all the small sects that were represented by Divine Phoenix Island, they already had an agreement together, so they naturally pursued Xian Wuji. They did not expect to obtain the main stem of the Nirvana Dragon Root, but they would be utterly content with just half of a hair root. After passing through several trials and tribulations, there were only slightly more than 20 elders still alive. If the 4 from the South Sea Demon region were eliminated, there would only be around 17 or 18 elders left. As for root hairs, there were 9 of them. If they could wipe out the South Sea Demon region, and also play a great enough role in doing so, it was hopeful that they would be able to obtain half a root hair. The Demon Emperor's medicine garden had been instantly cleared out. Lin Ming, of course, had been left in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. It was naturally impossible for Mu Fengxian to bring Lin Ming along with her, not to mention that Lin Ming was very slow. The greatest problem was that once a fierce battle begun, it would be easy for Lin Ming to be caught up and accidentally die. Lin Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart. He closed his eyes and then silently counted the time. 1 breath of time, 2, 3. The transmission array was 10 miles away from the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, and the perception of a normal life destruction supreme elder only extended for several thousand feet in this broken world. Lin Ming had enough time to open the ancient array formation of the medicine garden. Also, they were in fierce pursuit at the moment. It was unlikely that they would notice him here. After 10 breaths of time, Lin Ming estimated that those old life destruction fellows had already left the range where they could sense the demon emperor's medicine garden. No matter what he did now, he would be safe. Lin Ming took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. The demon emperor's medicine garden had an ancient array at the core that was basically split into two separate north and south arrays. There were two Nirvana dragon roots, each being separately sealed in an array formation. The two array formations mutually supported each other. Xian Wuji wasn't able to understand the principles behind this, so he could only try to break both at a time. As for Lin Ming, he was able to open up the array formations one at a time. In order to help Xian Wuji snatch away the Nirvana dragon root, Lin Ming had opened the southern array formation. As for the northern one, he hadn't touched it. Thus, the southern Nirvana dragon root had been taken, but the northern one hadn't moved at all. In pursuit of wealth, there were often equivalent risks. This was undoubtedly the best chance to do so. If he lost this chance, he wouldn't have it ever again. Lin Ming stepped forwards, his body jumping forth like a highly compressed spring. He flew towards the first array symbol nearby and slapped out his palm, instantly changing the structure. The first array symbol, energy penetration. In the past few hours, Lin Ming had already simulated opening the array formation countless times. All of this was to save time. For Lin Ming right now, time was life. Who knew when those old life destruction fellows would return? If Xian Wuji succeeded in escaping through the transmission array, those old fellows would quickly return. Lin Ming wouldn't have had much time, but that transmission array had already been tinkered with by Lin Ming. Lin Ming had really wanted to see just what sort of expression Xian Wuji had. If that man realized that he had been tricked by Lin Ming, he would probably eat his own heart. If he couldn't run away, then there would inevitably be a fierce battle. This gave Lin Ming more time. Lin Ming was confident that his plans were solid enough. Even if those old fellows felt that something was wrong after the battle and came back, it would still be around a quarter of an hour to half an hour. That was more than enough time for Lin Ming to finish everything he wanted to do. Opening the ancient array of the medicine garden normally wouldn't have taken much time, but Lin Ming had shortened this to the extreme. This was because he needed more time to go and attempt something else. The ancient array in the medicine garden was just like a complex combination lock. The ancient array would only open if he made the correct change to every array symbol structure. Lin Ming moved like the wind, quickly running between the 36 ancient array symbols. After only several breaths of time, all of the array symbols' energy structure had been changed by Lin Ming. As he finished, the entire array formation began to emit a hazy white light. In that instant, Lin Ming's heart caught in his throat. Please don't have anything go wrong. During the dozen breaths of time that it took for the array formation to open, Lin Ming's palms became slick with sweat. His eyes shined, and he held his breath as he stared at the barrier that protected the Nirvana dragon root. Who? As the array formation opened, a vast, endless, icy cold energy spread out. Lin Ming only felt a bone-chilling cold through his entire body. He forcefully revolved his true essence to the limit, and was barely able to resist the onslaught of this icy energy. What a fierce, cold energy! Lin Ming was at full alert. The moment that the array formation completely opened, he bolted forwards, instantly arriving near the Nirvana dragon root. He wrapped true essence around both his hands, and then reached out towards the Nirvana dragon root. Lin Ming's hands shivered with excitement. It was his. This was the heavenly material that countless life-destruction supreme elders yearned for in their dreams. The Nirvana dragon root. The Nirvana dragon root was twisted like a ginseng, and it was a dark gray all over. It looked extremely unremarkable, except for the root hairs that gripped together like horned dragons. This was a spiritual plant that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Even within the realm of the gods, the Nirvana dragon root would be harvested after 10,000 years. it wouldn't be allowed to grow for tens of thousands of years. There were very few sects that were willing to spend tens of thousands of years to grow a medicinal herb, and this was because many sects themselves did not exist for tens of thousands of years. The reason that this nirvana dragon root was able to grow for such a long time was entirely accidental, a series of circumstances that had combined together. Within the entire sky spill continent, there weren't many heavenly materials that had a much greater value than this. As Lin Ming touched the nirvana dragon root, his heart raced. Even though he had thickly wrapped true essence around his hands, he still felt an icy cold energy pierce through his palms, and there even seemed to be a faint flow of icy energy rush through his meridians, spreading to his bone marrow. It was extremely comfortable. Unbelievable. I'm only holding it, but I can feel the nirvana dragon root resonating with my bone marrow. It's as if this was born for the chaotic virtues combat meridians. Lin Ming carefully and quickly scooped out the nearby dirt around the nirvana dragon root. He quickly cleaned it up, not even allowing the tiniest root hair to escape. Then, after several breaths of time, the complete nirvana dragon root was taken out by Lin Ming. He placed it in a jade box he had prepared, and then packed it with some of the soil, completely wrapping the nirvana dragon root again. Then he pasted a seal onto the jade box and carefully put it away. This sort of spiritual plant was still alive. It couldn't be put into his spatial ring. Chapter 498. Entering the cave once more. Chapter 498. Entering the cave once more. It's finally mine. As Lin Ming put away the jade box, he had a feeling as if everything that was happening was a dream. It had to be known that before now, there were over 30 old life destruction fellows that were all trying to obtain the nirvana dragon root together. They had taken countless risks and ventured forth into the demon god imperial palace, and over a dozen life destruction supreme elders had perished for it. Xian Wuji had carefully spent 10 years of the utmost care and calculation, and he hadn't even hesitated to start a war in the South Sea for it. But now, the nirvana dragon root was lying in his own jade box in a complete and unbroken state without a single root hair missing. The process of obtaining it appeared extremely easy. He hadn't even needed to fight. However, the truth was that for Lin Ming, he had already paid a great price. After he had entered this ancient battlefield, Lin Ming had engaged in a fierce battle with the South Sea Demon region. He had swallowed a scarlet blood pill and had exhausted his life like a lamp at the end of its wick, nearly dying in the process. Then he had been ambushed and betrayed by others and had to part with Mu Qianyu in life or death circumstances. He had burned his blood essence, detonated his blood-drinking seals, and pushed himself to the limit all in order to flee the jaws of death. He had swallowed the fragment of the demon emperor's soul, and his samsara martial intent had collapsed several times, nearly turning him into an idiot. In the end, he didn't even obtain too much valuable information. Lin Ming then risked his life to enter the demon god imperial palace, and because his cultivation was too low, he had nearly been killed at the hands of Xian Wuji. With dangers surrounding him from all sides, Lin Ming had repeatedly unleashed everything he had, not even hesitating to leave behind hidden wounds in his body. He had completely used up the scarlet blood pill and escape symbol, and had even eaten 3 yang reversion pills. Finally, at the very last moment, he had found success and obtained the nirvana dragon root. To Lin Ming, everything he suffered was now worth it. As Lin Ming felt the warm touch of the jade box against his chest, his heart was filled with emotion. There were countless talents in the world, but actually very few that were able to traverse up the winding path to the peak of martial arts. It could be said that there was not a single genius who made it there that didn't come across a massive lucky chance. However, people only thought about how great these lucky chances were. No one thought about just what sort of price had been paid in order to obtain them. In this world, there was no opportunity that would fall into one's hand without a cost. A lucky chance was only for the prepared. If one didn't have the courage, then even if 1,000 opportunities were presented in front of them, it would still be useless. As for destiny, the truth was that it was just an illusory conception. To Lin Ming's understanding, the so-called destiny was merely a martial artist's struggle for lucky chances. Ultimately, it was the pursuit and test of a martial artist's determination to reach the peak of martial arts, as well as a trial of their strength, courage, and wisdom. Thus, fighting for one's own greatest benefits was naturally what a talented martial artist should do. As Lin Ming finished his business there, he looked up towards the cave where the cosmic melting furnace was. Lin Ming was well aware that even if his strength reached the second or third stage of life destruction, and he lived for 1,000 years, he wouldn't be able to create a foolproof plan. Even if he became someone on the level of those old monsters, reaching this step and obtaining an entire Nirvana Dragon Root was already very difficult. With this Nirvana Dragon Root, he would be able to fully complete Tempering Marrow. His harvest had been enormous. As for the cosmic melting furnace, although Lin Ming had a way to decipher the 8 Dragon Jade light array, that cosmic melting furnace had obviously been sealed away with some strange arcane technique by the Demon Emperor. It was impossible for him to take it. Even opening the lid was questionable. Once those life-destruction elders returned, Lin Ming would undoubtedly die. There would be no one that would save him. But as Lin Ming had thought before, every lucky chance was followed by dangers and tribulations. If he didn't fight for every opportunity that presented itself to him, then he would only remain a mediocre man for the rest of his life. It would be absurd for him to think of ever reaching the peak of martial arts. Lin Ming grit his teeth. In any case, he still wanted to try. If he couldn't open the lid, then he would give up. Lin Ming's figure flashed a few times, and he arrived at the cave. The heat waves still billowed out as they did before. On the ground, there were still 2 piles of ashes. These were from 2 elders that had been struck by that deadly dawn-red light. The great Zen temple's big-headed monk's body had already been collected into a coffin by Abbot Whitebrow. Of these 2 piles of ashes, one was an elder from a small sect, and the other was a free martial artist. After they died, there was no one to collect their ashes for them, for a master that ruled over their territory, a supreme elder that decided the fates of countless others to end up like this. The brutality and cruelty of the road of martial arts could be seen. Lin Ming sobered as he thought this. Time was running out, and he couldn't be bothered with these ashes. He recalled the method to pass through the 8 Dragon Jade light array and carefully walked forwards. The fiery heat in the air became increasingly intense. It felt as if he was walking deeper into a volcano. His mouth was dry, and every breath he took was like a stream of fire that passed into his lungs. With every wave of heat that surged forwards, Lin Ming felt a needle-like pain cross his face. As his gaze fell onto the cosmic melting furnace's 8 coiling dragon columns, Lin Ming clearly felt a vast and ancient energy emanate from these columns. To open the furnace, he first had to open the 8 Jade Dragon light array. Lin Ming wrapped true essence around his palm and walked over to the first nearby coiling dragon column. The coiling dragon column was thick and high. It was unknown just what sort of metal it was made of. It was over 100 feet high and had a lifelike horned dragon carved into it. A deep red flame came shooting out from the column. At this time, it was as if the horned dragon was alive and had opened its great jaws, constantly unleashing a dawn-red fire at the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He meditated for a moment on the law formula and then gently wiped 3 spots on the coiling dragon column. With a light crackling sound, the light of the coiling dragon column began to dim down. Lin Ming's figure flashed, and he arrived at another coiling dragon column. This time, he changed methods and pressed his fingers 5 times on the column. Finally, the second coiling dragon column's light also dimmed down like the first. After reaching another coiling dragon column, Lin Ming repeated his method. After 10 breaths of time, the 8 coiling dragon columns trembled in unison, and the low roar of a dragon filled the platform. Soon after, there was an explosive sound, and all of the red lights faded away. At the same time, the scarlet eyes of the 8-horned dragons dimmed down. The dawn glow that had enveloped the cosmic melting furnace also immediately disappeared. All that was left over were the waves of heat, as if they were a reminder to others as to just how powerful this 8-dragon jade light array was. It was finished. Lin Ming let out a long breath. Since he had some of the Demon Emperor's memories, figuring out a way to break through the 8-dragon jade light array wasn't too difficult for him. But the problem was, how would he open it? Lin Ming approached the cosmic melting furnace and felt waves of scorching heat pass over him. Looking at the bright red furnace, he didn't know just how high of a temperature it would be. If he directly touched it with his hand, he feared that it would directly penetrate his true essence protection and scorch his hand to the bone. This cosmic melting furnace is the most valuable treasure of the demon god Imperial Palace, according to the Demon Emperor's memories. It was originally used to stabilize the Imperial Palace. Perhaps for these past tens of thousands of years, the reason that the demon god Imperial Palace's spells and guard puppets could still be maintained and kept running is all related to this cosmic melting furnace. Otherwise, those spells and formations should have slowly weakened over thousands of years. Before, Abbot Whitebrow had used the bright Buddha palm seal to open the lid of the cosmic melting furnace, and 2 treasures had appeared, a bright blue pill and a mass of deep red blood. That blue pill, if he weren't wrong, should be refined with a Nirvana dragon root as part of its materials. Its value could be imagined. As for that mass of dark red blood, Lin Ming wasn't sure what it was. He could only feel an ancient, powerful demonic energy emitting from it, horrifying any who sensed it. Lin Ming was faintly aware that there were more than 2 treasures in the cosmic melting furnace. There were most likely other treasures that were suppressed deeper within the furnace. It was just that Abbot Whitebrow was only able to open the shallowest layer of the cosmic melting furnace, thus he couldn't see what else was inside. I wonder what sort of treasures are contained at the deepest level. The Demon Emperor's soul fragment didn't contain many memories about this cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming shook his head. He didn't intend on looking for the treasures at the bottom of the cosmic melting furnace. He simply didn't have the ability to do so. As for moving the cosmic melting furnace, that was an even greater joke. The cosmic melting furnace was connected to the demon god Imperial Palace, let alone Lin Ming. Even if an emperor-level powerhouse were to arrive, it would be impossible for them to take it. At best, they would only be able to open the lid and take the treasures within. Lin Ming didn't ask for much. As long as he could slightly prop open a corner of the furnace and then take out a small portion of the treasures, he would be content. However, Lin Ming didn't have the powerful bright Buddha palm seal. He also didn't have secret techniques of powers to open a furnace. Thus, he could only resort to the most primitive approach. He took out the purple comet spear from his spatial ring and stuck it into the edge of the lid. Then Lin Ming's feet sank, and he pressed down on the spear shaft. If Abbot Whitebrow had seen this approach, then he would most likely have vomited blood. He had used the supreme and almighty Great Zen mantra and the bright Buddha palm seal in order to let out an earth-shattering hand, but was still unable to pass through the 8-dragon jade light array. The result was that Abbot Whitebrow had been unable to obtain the rare treasures within the cosmic melting furnace. As for the 8-dragon jade dawn array, it had counterattacked and instantly killed 4 life-destruction Supreme Elders. Even Abbot Whitebrow, who was famed for his defensive ability, had still been grievously wounded. And yet presently, Lin Ming had easily bypassed the 8-dragon jade light array and had actually used such an old and crude method to open the furnace. It could only be said to be a joke. With Lin Ming's complete effort, the purple comet spear bent, but the cosmic melting furnace didn't budge at all. As Lin Ming saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He had really been an idiot. Although the purple comet spear could contain power well, it was ultimately a flexible spear. It would be extremely difficult to use it to open the furnace. Lin Ming's hand turned, and he swapped the purple comet spear for the great desolate blood halberd. A halberd and spear had a similar shape, but they were a bit different, and that was that all halberds were hard weapons. For instance, this shaft of this great desolate blood halberd was completely made of metal. Lin Ming placed the halberd blade into the lid edge. He gave a loud shout, releasing his full pressure, ka-ka-ka, at the point where the halberd blade and lid met. A sound of bending metal pierced out. Lin Ming grit his teeth and opened the heretical god force without hesitation. The power of tempering marrow erupted. In an instant, Lin Ming's strength had climbed to 100,000 genes. After reaching almost 70% tempering marrow completion, Lin Ming had rarely relied on his complete strength in his battles. But even so, the cosmic melting furnace didn't budge. Lin Ming savagely clenched his teeth. He combusted the blood of the ancient phoenix, Ji. Even the great desolate blood halberd began to bend under this terrifying pressure. But the cosmic melting furnace's lid only trembled for a moment. It was still far from opening. "It's this tight." Lin Ming's face flushed red with blood. He had been constantly estimating the remaining time he had left. Currently, those life-destruction Supreme Elders had been gone for half an incense stick of time. Assuming that they would engage in a fierce melee for a quarter hour, that would be 3 incense sticks of time. That was more than enough. However, Lin Ming didn't dare to rely on such assumptions. He was prepared to leave the Demon Emperor's medicine garden after another incense stick of time. But at this moment, an old voice sounded out, causing Lin Ming to feel as if he had fallen into an ice bath. "Hee, little baby boy, the cosmic melting furnace is not something you can open." Chapter 499, Old Dog. Chapter 499, Old Dog. Who is it? In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if his soul had frozen. He suddenly jumped up like an arrow, twisting around with the great desolate blood halberd in front. This was just an instinctive reaction. He was well aware that if any one of those old life-destruction fellows came back, they could easily kill him with a flip of the hand. However, the cave was empty behind him, with not a soul in sight. Lin Ming felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, his mind vigilant. Even though he opened all of his perception, he couldn't see a single person. Were they hiding? With the strength of those old masters, it simply wasn't worth it to do this. If they did, then it was just a mindset of a cat wanting to play with a mouse. Boy, there is no need to look. You cannot find this saint. However, this saint is also very surprised. Although you're just a little baby boy, you managed to put that group of 1,000-year-old men into such a miserable state. It really is to this saint's liking. Lin Ming was shocked, his mind racing. This saint. Even those old life destruction masters didn't proclaim themselves as a saint, such an arrogant and proud name. He feared that only an emperor-level powerhouse would dare to call themselves such. The old voice echoed in his mind. This was either a true essence sound transmission, or this voice was coming from his own spiritual sea. As Lin Ming thought of this, he was suddenly shocked. Could it be, "You are the Demon Emperor"? Demon Emperor? Heya, this saint is not him. You aren't? Lin Ming was stunned. He was certain that this old voice was the remnant consciousness that was left within the Demon Emperor's soul fragment. So how could it not be the Demon Emperor? You are that red dog that was contained in the Demon Emperor's soul fragment. Dog? You actually dare to call this saint a dog? The old voice seemed to suddenly stir, and then Lin Ming felt a fierce struggle in the sections of his spiritual sea that he had used to seal away the red dog. Lin Ming felt a throbbing pain in his head, as if he were being bitten like there were ants inside. However, no matter how strong this remnant consciousness was in the past, it was now in a pitiful state. First it had been cut into several pieces by the magic cube, and then it had been sealed away by Lin Ming with the purple flood dragon divine thunder and blood extinguishing demon thunder, and then sunk and suppressed within his spiritual sea. Although it was angry now, it could only uselessly pant and toss around. The spiritual power that it consumed was far greater than Lin Ming. After all, when it had been sucked into the magic cube, its main consciousness had been twisted to pieces by the soul current, and it had been sealed within the magic cube for an inestimably long stretch of time. However, this old voice simply wasn't able to admit defeat. It coldly said, "Boy, if you dare to disrespect this saint again, then this saint will eventually shatter your spiritual sea." Lin Ming rolled his eyes. He just didn't have time to chit-chat with this fellow. He turned and said, "If you wanna, then you should come out. Don't sit there and idly talk with me." Hearing Lin Ming say this, the voice sounded a bit prouder. "Hee boy, you're quite smart." Yes. If this saint comes out now, then you shall be bestowed a great lucky chance." Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. "Lucky chance? You want to obtain the cosmic melting furnace, right? This saint knows the technique to control it." Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. He believed that this fellow truly did have the method to control it, but he also believed that this fellow wouldn't help him with good intentions. And what's the price? Talking to you really saves time. This saint will tell you how to open the cosmic melting furnace. But the condition is that you unseal my separated consciousness from your spiritual sea and then restore me. Impossible. Lin Ming immediately ruled out this possibility. He just wasn't this old dog's match. The magic cube had helped him in sealing away that horrifying dog. Without its help, releasing that old dog's consciousness now was just seeking his own death. Perhaps it might even try to possess him. Rather than taking such a tremendous risk, Lin Ming would rather not have the cosmic melting furnace at all. Boy, think about it. This cosmic melting furnace is a great fortune. Also, once I'm restored, I know a way to control the cosmic melting furnace. This saint can even allow you to take away the entire cosmic melting furnace, allowing you to make it your own spiritual tool. Take the entire cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming's heartbeat quickened as he heard the old dog suddenly say this. However, he eventually suppressed the rising greed in his heart. He coldly said, "It's impossible for me to meet your conditions. You should just give it up. Time is of the essence right now. I don't plan on staying any longer." Lin Ming put away the great desolate blood halberd and began to leave. The old dog sounded a bit more nervous now. It said, "Hey, hold on. You only need to unseal a part of my consciousness, not all of it. This saint will still help you to obtain the cosmic melting furnace. Unseal just a part of your consciousness." Lin Ming's mind stirred. At first, this old dog had been torn into 7 or 8 pieces by the magic cube. If it was just one of these pieces, then Lin Ming was completely confident he would be able to subdue it. After all, when Lin Ming had fought with this old dog, he had also caused it a great amount of damage. "Who are you? How are you related to the Demon Emperor? And why were you in the Demon Emperor's soul fragment? You asked who I am? You probably haven't heard about me." The old dog's voice was proud and filled with disdain. Indeed, if this old dog came from the realm of the gods, then Lin Ming was unlikely to have heard about him. Lin Ming didn't want to idle away speaking nonsense with this dog. Now, with this old dog delaying him, over 20 breaths of time had passed. At most, he had half an incense stick of time before he had to leave. Otherwise, it would become dangerous. But this old dog's conditions, who knew what sort of plot it had? Did it want the treasures within the cosmic melting furnace? Those pills or whatever else was inside would be useless to it. One needed a flesh and blood body to swallow those pills. Lin Ming had never heard of a spiritual body that was able to take pills. As he thought it over, Lin Ming thought more, and more that this was harmless. After all, it was just a part of the dog's remnant consciousness. It wouldn't be his match. Even if the dog had some plot, then the worst thing that could happen was that he wouldn't be able to obtain the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming had already intended to give up on it, so even if he couldn't obtain it, it wasn't much of a loss. Time was tight. Lin Ming didn't have enough time to think it over. Since there wasn't any danger, then he would simply agree to its condition. Giving up some lucky chances because of a bit of worry just wasn't Lin Ming's style. All right, then I'll unseal a part of your consciousness. Lin Ming entered deep within his own spiritual sea. Within his spiritual sea, that old dog's consciousness had been divided into many pieces and individually suppressed in different corners of Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Every piece was wrapped in a thick bundle of lightning, as if it were a cocoon. As Lin Ming saw this, he was a bit impressed for that old dog to still be able to speak to him like this. Those old realm of the God Fellows had a terrifyingly resilient soul consciousness. Lin Ming chose the weakest and smallest section of consciousness and prepared to unseal it. The old dog also seemed a bit dissatisfied. Boy, where's your courage? This saint's strength has sharply fallen. Now, all that I have left is the form of my soul, and yet you still only release the smallest piece? Even if several pieces of my consciousness joined together, I still wouldn't be able to harm you. In order to open the cosmic melting furnace, this saint will have to expend a great deal of soul force. If you only unseal such a small piece, then this saint will damage himself from overdrawing soul force. Lin Ming thought little of this. He calmly said, "You're right. I'm not that courageous. Less idle talk. Do you agree or not?" Lin Ming guessed that this old dog had some ulterior motive. But now, time was just too tight, and he didn't want to negotiate. Since he had determined that it wasn't dangerous to him, then he would deal with it as it came and try to obtain the maximum amount of benefit that he could, fishing for whatever was available. With the other party's strength so weak, the one with the advantage here was him. F***CK. To think that a tiger like me would be bullied by a dog. Fine, I don't want to bother bargaining with you. Now unseal my consciousness. Tiger being bullied by a dog? Aren't you just a dog yourself? Lin Ming thought this in his mind, but was disinclined to say it. This old dog didn't seem like the great demon emperor, but rather an old swindler. Lin Ming flexed his fingers and began to unseal the wrapped lightning around the piece of soul consciousness. He said, "I'll say this in advance. I only have half an incense stick of time. If you don't succeed in that time period, then I'll be leaving." Half an incense stick of time, more than enough. Obtaining freedom after being sealed away for such a long time was like a person that had been suddenly released after being tied down with ropes. The old dog's consciousness stretched out its spirit body and then comfortably cried out, "Woof." Hearing this, Lin Ming was speechless. How was this not a dog? However, what was even more mind-boggling was what happened afterwards. As Lin Ming saw the old dog rush out from his spiritual sea and turn into a visible form, he nearly bit off his own tongue. In front of him was a half-foot-long miniature puppy. Its tail was the size of a finger, and it was covered with red curls. Its ears drooped, and it stuck out its lolling tongue, a pair of small black eyes staring out. It was a pug. It was definitely a pug. Lin Ming was at a loss for words. What are you looking at? This saint's soul force is greatly damaged. Naturally, my body will shrink a bit. What's so strange about it? Seeing Lin Ming's shocked expression, the old dog was a bit unsatisfied and wanted to blame him for being surprised. Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. If this was a saint, and this was also its soul shape, then it truly was difficult to connect the two disparate images together. But now was a moment of life or death, and Lin Ming couldn't spare the time to care about this. He wouldn't relax his guard just because this mini pug appeared harmless. Lin Ming was certain that this old dog had some plan. Otherwise, why would it be so nice as to help him open the cosmic melting furnace? It probably wanted to look inside to see what sort of benefits it could fight for. Thinking of this, Lin Ming revolved the true essence in his body, staying at full alert. The samsara, martial intent, also began to form in his spiritual sea, ready to attack the old dog at any time. The pug slowly drifted towards the top of the cosmic melting furnace, both eyes staring at the lid. It stretched out its long tongue and licked its lips, revealing a very lascivious and disturbing smile towards Lin Ming. Then it began to slowly mumble. As the old dog mumbled, its two short front paws also began to randomly gesticulate in the air. Lin Ming looked at this for a while, and then began to understand that these movements were creating seals. Lin Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 500. Receiving the Furnace. Chapter 500. Receiving the Furnace. He, the dog, or rather a pug, assumed an air of self-importance as it chanted, its two front doggy paws waving in the air with a lewd smile plastered over its angry face. This really challenged the limit of Lin Ming's visual comprehension. No matter how he looked at it, this fellow was more like an old, tricky scoundrel. But although this old dog seemed as if it wasn't too dependable, it seemed to know what it was talking about. The cosmic melting furnace began to release a vibrant red light, and the furnace body also slightly vibrated, emitting a great deal of energy that surged outwards. However, as the red light shined, the pug wasn't able to maintain its obscene expression. Its soul form seemed to twist around, as if its soul force was weakened. As the pug had said before, opening the cosmic melting furnace with just this small part of his consciousness released was pushing the envelope. The furnace began to emit a bright white light, and it also began to increasingly vibrate. It seemed as if it were ready to fly away from the platform at any moment. Lin Ming's eyes shined. This pug wasn't just opening the cosmic melting furnace, but rather taking the entire thing. Can you really take the entire cosmic melting furnace? What nonsense! Although the pug looked as if it were barely holding on, it still made an effort to glare at Lin Ming with a great deal of disdain, trying to ridicule him. Do you even know who this saint is? Looking at this pug that had to clench its teeth and force out words with extreme difficulty, Lin Ming felt a drop of sweat drop down his forehead. This fellow, was he really one of those old monsters that lived for tens of thousands of years? Lin Ming didn't bother thinking about this much more. His eyes were wide as he stared at the cosmic melting furnace that continually vibrated, the energy becoming increasingly dense. This pug clearly had some association with the Demon Emperor, and it was possible that it had even been the Demon Emperor's contract beast. If this were the case, the dog's strength should also be at an extremely high level. Taking the cosmic melting furnace shouldn't be anything too strange. However, Lin Ming didn't know just what the pug was planning on doing with the cosmic melting furnace. It only had a soul body, so what use was a pill furnace to it? Unless it was planning on fusing itself into the treasure and becoming a treasure spirit. Was this pug wanting to become a treasure spirit? If there was a tangible flesh and blood body, then who would want to become a treasure spirit? The only kind that would willingly do so were those like the divine phoenix, mystic realms palace spirit, who was originally from the spirit race and not a human. The palace spirit had preferred to take long and peaceful rests for tens of thousands of years at a time. But this pug was obviously not the same. Lin Ming's mind raced. His fingers unconsciously traced his spatial ring. At this point, a surprising scene took place. The cosmic melting furnace began to wildly spin on the platform, and as it spun around, it began to shrink. The large 30-foot-high pill furnace was instantly reduced to less than 10 feet. At the same time, the cosmic melting furnace's lid shook tremendously, as if it were about to fly off. As the pug saw this, its eyes flashed with a greedy light. Up. The pug's paws moved as it spat out words. Pung. The lid shot up into the air, and the blue-colored pill and red mass of liquid also flew out. That blue-colored pill was the pill that had been refined with a nirvana dragon root. As for that red mass of liquid, Lin Ming had noticed that it was blood that emitted an ancient demonic energy. The pug waved its paw and pressured the blue pill back into the pill furnace. Although this blue pill was precious, the pug only had its soul body, so it didn't have any use for it. Therefore, there was only that red mass of blood left over in the air. As the pug saw this mass of blood, a smile blossomed on its face as it cackled. Ha ha! This ancient giant demon blood is this saint's. Lin Ming was shocked. Ancient giant demon blood. He suddenly remembered that the white sphere of light within the magic cube would often absorb the blood essence of masters, sometimes rather desperately. Perhaps there was some sort of secret ability that allowed a soul body to nourish itself with blood essence. This was bad. If this pug managed to absorb the ancient giant demon blood, would he still be able to deal with it? Lin Ming didn't know how much strength the pug would restore once it absorbed this blood, but in this life or death situation, he couldn't allow something to happen that might spiral out of his control. Without delay, Lin Ming instantly revolved his samsara martial intent. He hadn't planned on fighting the pug and hurting each other. If things were in his control, then he might have even divided a portion of the ancient giant demon blood and given it to the pug. But he absolutely could not allow it to wantonly devour the entire thing. Lin Ming was planning on rushing forwards, but the pug was even faster. The pug waved a paw, and the ancient giant demon blood flew over. It smiled devilishly as it opened its mouth, ready to swallow the entire mass of blood. But at this moment, a crimson light shot out from Lin Ming's chest, from the mark of the magic cube. Whoosh! With a light-ringing sound. That red light enveloped the ancient giant demon blood at an unimaginable speed, then rewound again at the same inconceivable velocity. The entire process happened in less than the blink of the eye. Lin Ming simply couldn't respond. Kacha! The pug bit down on nothing and nearly cracked its own teeth. As it didn't bite into anything, the happy devilish smile on its face suddenly froze. Lin Ming froze where he was. He felt a warmth in his chest as that mass of blood drilled its way into his body and then was absorbed by the magic cube. The magic cube trembled several times and then quieted down. F*CK. The pug flew into a rage. It had overdrawn its soul force and had obtained the ancient giant demon blood only after extreme difficulty. It had originally wanted to use the blood to nourish its broken soul, but didn't think that it would be swallowed without a trace in just a blink of an eye. Boy, this saint will bite you to death. Woof. The pug howled like a wolf and bit down at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was left speechless. The sudden movement from the magic cube was surprising but not unexpected. After all, since the ancient giant demon blood was able to nourish the soul, the magic cube would naturally fight for it. As for discussing about the ability to struggle for blood essence, the difference between the pug and the magic cube was without a doubt like the heavens and earth, separated by 108,000 miles. When the magic cube took action, even the blood of the true dragon shivered in fear. Seeing the pug rush towards him, Lin Ming calmly revolved all of his true essence. The samsara martial intent created a massive black vortex in the waters of his spiritual sea. At the same time, the purple flood dragon and blood extinguishing demon thunder dual thunder souls also sparked within the skies of his spiritual sea. Who? The pug threw itself into Lin Ming's body like a gust of wind. Since it had no true body, biting Lin Ming was just a feint. If it wanted to attack, all it could do was attack Lin Ming's spiritual sea. However, in just a breath of time, there was only a pitiful whoop sound as the pug cried out. It was tossed away, a pained expression on its face. A soul collision was extremely dangerous. Lin Ming's soul force defense was peculiarly strong. It even exceeded many old revolving core masters. After the pug rushed into him, he was directly oppressed and ended up sustaining a number of injuries. F*CK F*CK. This tiger is being bullied by a dog. This saint is mad. This saint is mad. The pug cursed, its puppy face flustered red. Lin Ming's spiritual sea had an extremely strong soul force, a black vortex, and also a red and purple dual-colored thunder soul. As an incomplete being, it was simply oppressed into a miserable state. Just wait for this saint to restore his strength. I'll swallow you whole then. The pug rubbed its aching head with one paw, and then pointed another paw at Lin Ming as it shook in anger. Lin Ming remained expressionless, his voice cold. I advise you not to play any more tricks. We only have several dozen breaths of time left. If those old life destruction masters come back during this time period, then I'll have to answer to them. But you won't be in a much better situation yourself. What do you think those old fellows will do once they find the remnant consciousness of ancient creature from the realm of the gods here? What do you think they would do to you? As Lin Ming spoke, the pug's complexion became increasingly ugly. You smelly little boy, are you threatening this saint? I'm only reminding you to not speak any more nonsense or play any more games, or both of us are finished. Damn, you swallowed this father's giant demon blood. Lin Ming sneered. It wasn't me that absorbed it, but rather the magic cube. I thought that since you were some great being that came from the realm of the gods, you would know about the existence of the magic cube that had absorbed your soul consciousness. As Lin Ming suddenly mentioned the magic cube, the pug seemed to suddenly remember something horrifying. Its angry expression was instantly replaced with one of terror-stricken panic. Magic cube. Heavens, you swallowed the divine crystal magic cube into your body? The pug spoke in a stuttering haze. It hadn't known why it had been torn apart into 7 or 8 pieces, but now that he was reminded by Lin Ming, he was suddenly enlightened as to just what happened. The pug flapped its mouth, unsure of what to say. Lin Ming was growing impatient. Are you done yet? Once we take the cosmic melting furnace, we will divide the treasures 40 to 60. You 40, me 60. Why me 40? You 60? The pug was extremely unhappy. Only I know the method to collect the cosmic melting furnace. There has to be at least equal division. Fine, we'll divide it equally. Lin Ming immediately agreed. He wasn't prepared to wrangle over this matter at this time. As the pug saw Lin Ming agree so readily, he felt that there was something wrong. However, it was too late for him to think about it. The pug continued to weave an incantation. The cosmic melting furnace that had shrunk to less than 10 feet shrunk even more. Within several breaths of time, that giant furnace was reduced to less than half a foot in height. It could even be held in one hand. This cosmic melting furnace was known as the greatest pill furnace of the Sky Spill continent, and it is also a top treasure. It does not need to be placed into a spatial ring, but can be directly integrated into the body, where it will become its own space. This saint only has a soul form, so I naturally cannot receive the cosmic melting furnace. Humph, consider this a bargain for now, boy. This will be kept in your body for now, but don't be so presumptuous as to think you can keep it for yourself. Okay, Now that Lin Ming was bound together with the pug, he didn't believe it would start any dirty tricks, so he readily agreed. The pug waved its paws, and with a whistling sound the cosmic melting furnace flew into Lin Ming's body. At that moment, Lin Ming only felt a heat within him. As he looked within himself, he found the cosmic melting furnace had appeared within his dantian, where it slowly turned. As the cosmic melting furnace flew into Lin Ming's body, the pug let out a strange cry, its face immediately filling with regret. F***CK. This father thought that something was wrong. I really was tricked. Chapter 501, The Great Escape. Chapter 501, The Great Escape. No. This father just lost everything. I only have a soul body, and I can't even use anything in the cosmic melting furnace besides the blood of the giant demon. The pug muttered to himself with an extremely unhappy expression. At this time, Lin Ming couldn't even be bothered about this. From the time that those old life destruction fellows rushed away until now, it had almost been an entire incense stick of time. He had to leave as soon as possible. However, just running away like this wasn't good. If others suspected that Lin Ming was the culprit, then even if he managed to successfully run away, he would still bring a great calamity upon Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming quickly reactivated the 8 coiling dragon columns of the 8 dragon jade light array. After several breaths of time, the 8-horned dragons began to emit a sparkling dawn light again, and the 8 dragon jade dawn array was once again active. Then, Lin Ming took out a corpse from his spatial ring. This corpse was that of the South Sea Demon Region revolving core elder that he had killed. Afterwards, when Lin Ming had opened the magic cube again, it was with the blood essence of this revolving core elder. Lin Ming took off one of his own spatial rings and slipped it onto the revolving core elder's finger. Then he stepped back 4 or 5 steps and casually tossed the corpse towards the 8 dragon jade light array. Chi. The burning dawn light flashed once, and the corpse was directly struck, instantly turning to ashes. Thus, besides the 2 piles of ashes from those old life destruction masters, there was a 3rd pile of ash. As for Lin Ming's charred black spatial ring, that was also mixed within the ashes. The pug glanced over at Lin Ming with some surprise. Boy, you're quite the clever one. If you do this, then you really might have the good luck to muddle your way away. As the pug thought of all those old life destruction fellows, and what a great price they must have paid to come here, and yet the true greatest treasure here was pocketed by this boy, while they didn't even know just what had happened, and who had done it. Thinking of this, the pug subconsciously traced its own stubby nose. If he really stayed with this body, then one day he might be the one to fall in the ditch. As the pug was lost in his thoughts, he found that Lin Ming had already moved towards the cave entrance. Hey, wait up! Wait for this saint! The pug barked out before hurrying along. According to the memories of the Demon Emperor, on the other side of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, there was another transmission array, not too far away. If he went through this transmission array, he would be able to directly leave the demon god Imperial Palace. If Lin Ming was outside, he would be able to cross the distance to the transmission array in just several breaths of time. But he had to be much more cautious within the demon god Imperial Palace. Hey, are there any traps or spells here? Lin Ming asked the pug, abruptly swallowing the word pug before it came out. This saint is not called Hey. This saint's true body is that of a holy 3-headed demon dog. My title was Saint Lord Demonshine. I reached the Saint Lord realm 100,000 years ago and roamed the endless void, crossing everywhere. At that time, your grandfather hadn't even been born yet. As the pug said this, he proudly raised his head as if he had found a point of pride. Although this story didn't seem too reliable, Lin Ming was aware that this pug truly was skilled as he boasted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the qualifications to be embroiled in the fight for the magic cube. Saint Lord? What's that? Just like your sky spill continent has so-called emperor powerhouses, a Saint Lord is also the title given to powerhouses of a certain boundary. In the past, this father was also a Saint Lord. Ooh, didn't you just say you were a holy three-headed demon dog? How come you only have one head now? After leaving the demon emperor's medicine garden, Lin Ming was much more relaxed. He had obtained the cosmic melting furnace and nirvana dragon root. He was in an excellent mood. As he mentioned this, the pug deflated like a sad rubber ball, all of his previous bravado erased. If it wasn't for that horrifying woman destroying this saint's large success diamond-formed divine body, sucking my divine soul into the divine crystal magic cube, and sealing it away for countless years, then how could I end up like this? This saint's mind was once a trinity, but now this saint's mind is singular and incomplete. How could I possibly maintain my original state? As the pug spoke, his entire face was flushed red with anger. So that's what happened. By the way, were you the demon emperor's soul pet? Lin Ming nonchalantly asked. What do you mean soul pet? That is such a rude term. This saint was the demon emperor's contract soul beast. Humph, if it wasn't for the demon emperor tricking me in the past, then how would this saint sign a contract with him? If he didn't have this saint, the demon emperor would have already died countless times within the realm of the gods. The pug grunted, but it had inadvertently revealed that it didn't have an equal relationship with the demon emperor in the past. It seemed that they once had a master and servant contract. Demonshine, does this path have any danger? Humph, the demon god imperial palace is so big, and this saint only stopped by here for a very short time, so how would I be so aware of any of this? Hearing the pug's capricious words, Lin Ming was speechless. All he could do at this moment was open his perception and sense as far away as possible. However, unexpectedly, the 2 to 3 mile distance was very calm. As they made their way, nothing happened. Lin Ming followed the directions in his memory and finally arrived at a low-hanging stone platform. This platform didn't have any dangerous spells on it. After he walked up the platform, it became clear it an ancient transmission array. The transmission array was fully intact and could be started at any time. As Lin Ming saw this, he was immediately filled with happiness. Lin Ming only needed several breaths of time to decipher the symbol order to start the ancient transmission array. After he reconfigured the symbols, a hazy white light flashed out. Lin Ming stepped into the heart of the array, and his form quickly faded away. After a quarter hour, Demon Emperor's medicine garden. Within the empty Demon Emperor's medicine garden, several old men stood by, where the Nirvana dragon root had once been, their expressions grim. The ugliest one was Xian Wuji. In the fight against Abbot, Whitebrow, and Nan Yunwang a moment ago, he had shown his low-grade Heaven Step treasure, and had even used countless accumulated aces from the 3,000-year long history of the silent Demon Emperor city. Yet he had been constantly forced to retreat by Abbot Whitebrow and Nan Yunwang. It had to be known that the legacy of the Great Zen Temple was only slightly less compared to that of the perished silent Demon Emperor city. As for Nan Yunwang, although he was a loner, he still had a talent that surpassed the will of the heavens. In terms of individual strength, he was the strongest of the three. Originally, even if Xian Wuji lost in the outside world, he would still be able to calmly escape. But since he was sealed within the demon god Imperial Palace, he had nowhere he could run. Not just that, but the demon god Imperial Palace was filled with countless dangers. If he randomly fled in any direction, then that would be no different from committing suicide. Finally, if it wasn't for Xian Wuji taking out the god Extinguishing Thunderpearl that the Netherworld Great Emperor had left behind from long ago, and also used the combustion of his blood essence as a threat, he really would have been killed by Abbot, Whitebrow, and Nan Yunwang. The truth was that even if Xian Wuji was pushed to the brink of desperation and used every last card in his hand, he would most likely die here. But it was only that Abbot, Whitebrow, and Nanyan Wang would also pay a steep price. This caused them to feel a faint fear, and also to hold back their hand. In the end, Xian Wuji was forced to hand over the main stem of the Nirvana dragon root, and all he was left with was 2 thick root hairs. And thus, they had come to a truce. Xian Wuji felt like his heart was bleeding. He had always felt as if something was just a bit off. That is, he had spent so much effort to open up the ancient array formation, and yet it remained close. So why would it suddenly open on its own? If someone had told him that one of those array masters had accidentally opened it by chance, then that was too far-fetched a story. Once the transmission array that he had inspected before had suddenly malfunctioned in a key moment, Xian Wuji had a strong premonition that he had been tricked by someone. However, Abbot, Whitebrow, and Nanyan Wang had attacked him without giving him a chance to explain, wanting to take advantage of him during this time period and finish him off. He simply didn't have time to think about this. But now that he came back to the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, the truth was finally revealed. Xian Wuji felt like his lungs were about to burst from rage. Luring the tiger from the cave, with such a simple strategy, he had been forced to give up another Nirvana dragon root. If Xian Wuji felt that his lungs were about to explode after seeing that the second Nirvana dragon root was missing, then after he arrived at the cave and saw that the cosmic melting furnace had vanished from the platform, even as the 8 dragon jade light array was still active, he only felt an immense dizziness, almost falling to the ground. Abbot, Whitebrow, and Nanyan Wang also paled. They had originally been counting on obtaining the treasures within the cosmic melting furnace, but now they had lost everything. Even the furnace itself had been taken away. Who was the one that did this? Xian Wuji's eyes were bloodshot as a dark light shined, as an ominous light shined in his eyes. Who was still left over in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden? Who? Xian Wuji's glare was ruthless as his eyes swept over everyone. Mu Fengxian shrank back, but she didn't reveal any difference in expression. However, as Xian Wuji saw Mu Fengxian, he was also reminded of Lin Ming. He took a hard step forwards, and the full aura of a third-stage life destruction powerhouse swept out, immediately suppressing Mu Fengxian. Lin Ming, where did that boy go off to? He didn't leave the medicine garden. I do not know, Mu Fengxian stoically replied, but her thoughts were actually extremely confused. Just where did Lin Ming go? What had happened to him? Was it possible that others had ransacked the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, and Lin Ming had encountered an accident? It wasn't just Mu Fengxian that thought so. Mu Yuwang's heart was also filled with an extremely disturbing premonition that made her feel restless and incomparably panicked. Xian Wuji, a thief like you shouldn't be crying. Stop, thief. Nanyan Wang coldly snorted. His eyes shined as he glared at Xian Wuji. I do not believe that a little late Hotian baby boy would be able to break the cosmic melting furnace's killing array and also steal it away. Don't you think it's rather ridiculous to push this all onto him? Nanyan, are you saying you suspect that this old man was the one who took the cosmic melting furnace? Hehe, didn't you say it yourself? Since you are the only one that has seen the Demon Emperor's letter, you also know how to up the ancient array formation and also the method to take the cosmic melting furnace. A quarter hour ago, you completely drew all of us out from the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. If you weren't the one responsible for stealing away the second Nirvana dragon root and the cosmic melting furnace, then just who is? Nanyan Wang stepped forwards, his eyes shining. Nanyan, you... Xian Wuji was angry to the point that he wanted to vomit blood. The second Nirvana dragon root had been stolen, and even the cosmic melting furnace was missing. He had labored for 10 hard years, paying an immeasurably steep price and effort, and finally all he ended up with was 2 root hairs. Not just that, but he had been tricked by someone and had taken the blame for everything. If such an unlucky matter had happened, it would cause anyone to seethe with rage. Chapter 502, Absorbing the Nirvana Dragon Root. Chapter 502, Absorbing the Nirvana Dragon Root. Xian Wuji became increasingly mad as he thought about this adventure within the demon god Imperial Palace. His South Sea demon region had eaten the greatest losses. All that is left of my South Sea demon region is here, and we've all been chased down by you for the last 10 miles. How can we possibly have obtained the cosmic melting furnace and Nirvana Dragon Root? Old thief Xian, do you think that such a weak excuse is good enough? When we broke through the palace's protective array, the entrance remained open for a very long time. How hard could it have been for you to arrange for a disciple to sneak in and avoid our perception? You first pretended that you couldn't open the array formation, and then you used the cosmic melting furnace to lure me and Abbot Whitebrow to enter the cave. You used this chance to open the ancient array formation and steal away the Nirvana Dragon Root. Then, using the method of luring a tiger, you forced us to follow you and let your good little disciple obtain the second Nirvana Dragon Root and cosmic melting furnace while we were away. At the same time, you could also use the transmission array to escape. This plan was truly far too perfect. 2 Nirvana Dragon Roots, and also the cosmic melting furnace would all be within your palm, and you would be able to escape unscathed. But what a pity, life is full of twists and turns. The transmission array failed, and you became trapped here with us. You missed your last chess move, and now you've suffered the consequences. As Nanyun Wang confidently spoke his opinion, Xian Wuji's face turned green. Xian Wuji couldn't help but acknowledge that Nanyun Wang's nonsensical guess actually sounded quite reasonable. If Xian Wuji were to reverse positions with Nanyun Wang, then he would probably have made this guess too. Xian Wuji was depressed to the point that he wanted to run into a wall. Through his thousands of years of cultivation, he was always the one that fooled others. Since when did he become the one that was tricked? In truth, he also suspected that Lin Ming didn't have this ability. But just who else could it be? Who could put him in such a miserable state? Or was it some 4th stage life destruction, or even 5th stage life destruction powerhouse that quietly entered into the demon god Imperial Palace and took advantage of everyone? At this point, Abbot Whitebrow suddenly said, "There are more ashes on the ground." Everyone glanced over and saw that there were 3 piles of ashes around the cosmic melting furnace's platform. Some of the more cautious elders remembered that there were originally 4 others that died around the cosmic melting furnace, and 2 of those piles of ashes had been collected into coffins already. There should only be 2 more piles of ash left over, but now there was a 3rd. Could it be? Mu Fengxian suddenly paled, and Mu Yuhuang also felt her heart stop as if someone had tightly gripped it. Her breath caught in her throat, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Lin Ming, he died here? Abbot Whitebrow hesitated for a moment, and then walked over to the ashes. He squatted down, reaching over to touch them, and then calmly said, "The ashes are still warm." He probably died less than a quarter of an hour ago, and was probably scorched to death by the 8 Dragon Jade light array. As Abbot Whitebrow spoke, he fished out a spatial ring from among the ashes and used his divine sense to search within. Because the spatial ring had been charred by the 8 Dragon Jade light ray, the miniature unstable dimension within was already beginning to collapse and was partially destroyed. There were already many things that couldn't be taken out, but one could still clearly see what was inside. "Fairy Maiden Mu, come have a look." Abbot Whitebrow handed over the ring to Mu Yuhuang. Mu Yuhuang's fingers trembled as she received the ring. As she immersed her divine sense within, Mu Yuhuang only felt a faint dizzy spell. She saw the jade slip, one that had the first 3 levels of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle recorded upon it. Her grip tightened on the spatial ring. Mu Yuhuang felt a deep weight pressed down on her heart. She had placed too many of her hopes and dreams on Lin Ming. She had even planned to betroth Mu Qinyu to Lin Ming, but now… Yuhuang, calm down. Lin Ming might not have died. Mu Fengxian said to Mu Yuhuang with a true essence sound transmission. Although she was also worried, she didn't believe that Lin Ming would have died here like this. The purple comet spear and great desolate blood halberd are not within the spatial ring. I know, but Mu Yuhuang was still unable to calm down. This spatial ring should be one of Lin Ming's secondary spatial rings. As for the purple comet spear and great desolate blood halberd, they should be placed within Lin Ming's main spatial ring. It was possible that Lin Ming's main spatial ring had been stolen away, or that the 8 dragon jade light array had completely burnt it away. Just depending on this single point could not prove that Lin Ming was still alive. Xian Wuji, what words do you have to say for yourself? Nanyun Wang ominously said, as his eyes flashed at Xian Wuji. Humph, you think that this pile of ash is Lin Ming? If Lin Ming really died at the hands of my disciple, then why wouldn't he just completely destroy the corpse and instead allow you to discover it? Perhaps you also thought of this point already and intentionally left it here to cover up for your crimes. Xian Wuji's mouth twitched and his face distorted as he faced Nanyun Wang's aggressive accusations. Nanyun, it seems in any case you will not believe me, no matter what I say. Perhaps you might want to fight with me in a life or death battle, in a true life or death match. I may not have the luck to survive, but you won't be any better off. I wonder just how you'll leave the demon god Imperial Palace. Nanyun Wang sneered. Humph, once I kill you and obtain the demon emperor's jade slip, I will also know the secret techniques. How hard would it be for me to break through the barriers then? If I die, then I will certainly destroy the demon emperor's jade slip first. How hard would that be? Xian Wuji didn't take a single step back, and he was also disinclined to explain his situation. These old men had originally mutually suspected each other, not to mention that neither of them cared to listen to explanations in this sort of situation. If so, then it would better to show a tough side and hold Nanyun Wang's own life against him in a desperate bid. And sure enough, when Xian Wuji said that he would destroy the demon emperor's jade slip, Nanyun Wang's complexion also paled. 100 miles away from the demon god Imperial Palace, on a series of array platforms, a white light flashed. The figure of a young man appeared in the shadow of the light at the center of the platform. The youth was handsome and his eyes were clear and bright. His aura was distinct and valorous, but also contained a hint of weary fatigue. This was Lin Ming, who had fled the demon god Imperial Palace through a transmission array. I've finally come out. Lin Ming took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his palms. During this trip to the demon god Imperial Palace, he hadn't had a single battle. However, it had been much more thrilling and perilous than his battles in the war against the South Sea Demon region, with the powerhouses of several major forces struggling against each other. Lin Ming's nerves were constantly on edge, without a single moment to relax. Ultimately, he used their own manipulations to pit them against each other and collect spoils. This was an extremely risky and dangerous gamble. When Lin Ming came out, he didn't even take a moment to rest. He instantly rushed over to the other array platforms, completely changing all of the symbols upon them. He feared that Xian Wuji also knew the position and method to use other transmission arrays. If he used other transmission arrays to come out, then that would put him in a dire situation. Demon Shine. How long is the defensive barrier around the demon god Imperial Palace able to stop the group of old fellows for? Probably 4 or 5 days. In addition to the time they need to come out of the demon god Imperial Palace, perhaps 5 or 6 days might be possible. 5 or 6 days. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. That should be enough time. Hey, Are you thinking of summoning the giant Leviathan Saint Beast that is slumbering within this broken world? You should forget about it. If you want to control the giant Leviathan, you are far from sufficient even if you have the secret technique to do so. You must also have the soul force and strength to support it. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to summon it. With this saint in such a pitiful condition, it is also impossible for me to take the giant Leviathan. Lin Ming shook his head and said, "The giant Leviathan is useless to me right now. I have to go out and adventure. So how could I possibly bring a giant Leviathan the size of an island with me traveling? If I gave the giant Leviathan to Divine Phoenix Island, then it could be used to protect the sect. But since there are already some people suspecting me, if I also steal away the giant Leviathan and keep it at Divine Phoenix Island, then that would really be pushing Divine Phoenix Island into a storm." Lin Ming wasn't too interested in the giant Leviathan. If he could, he wanted to use some method to prevent Xian Wuji from taking it. However, his cultivation was simply too low, and he didn't have this ability. Then what do you plan on doing in the next 4 or 5 days? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light. He said, "In these next 4 or 5 days, I will absorb the Nirvana Dragon Root." The pug was shocked by Lin Ming's words. "You, a mere late Hotian baby boy, want to swallow the Nirvana Dragon Root? You are a madman." Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up in challenge. "What about it? Aren't there any body transformation talents in the realm of the gods, holy lands, that will absorb a Nirvana Dragon Root at the Hotian realm?" "Hee, little boy, let me tell you, within the realm of the gods, there are very few people that walk down the path of essence and body dual cultivation. They either follow the essence gathering system and go down the revolving core and divine sea realm path, or walk down the tempering marrow and 8 inner hidden gates body transformation path. Only those highest top-tier talents with absolute belief in themselves would engage in essence and body dual cultivation. Although an essence and body dual cultivator will have a major advantage over a martial artist at the same level, they would also have to pay a price and effort dozens of times greater. Simply put, in the grand scheme of things, the gains simply aren't worth the loss." The pug spoke with a preaching demeanor. "So it's like that?" Lin Ming was a tad surprised, and then immediately laughed at himself. He had assumed that all of the martial artists in the realm of the gods would have to go through tempering marrow, but now it looked as if he had inadvertently chosen a path that only geniuses within the realm of the gods would follow. Realm of the gods genius. As Lin Ming thought of this, a strange color crossed over his face. Just what sort of boundary was a realm of the gods genius? The pug seemed to be addicted to his exhortations. He continued to say with a smug expression, "I advise you to take this step by step in an orderly fashion. You shouldn't be too worried about tempering marrow for a while. Even those essence and body dual cultivators in the realm of the gods would usually wait until the late Xiantian or extreme Xiantian realm to complete tempering marrow. It's still too early for you. Also, this saint urges you to choose a main direction to focus on, either the body transformation system or the essence gathering system. This saint believes that the essence gathering system is quite good. Body transformation simply requires too many resources. In the realm of the gods, only large sects are able to support it." Lin Ming ignored the pug's advice and said, "You don't need to bother yourself with worrying over me. I have to absorb this Nirvana Dragon Root, and I have no other choice but to do so." As Lin Ming thought of Mu Qinyu, he knew he had to urgently increase his strength. Lin Ming no longer bantered with the pug. He deeply breathed, and then took out the jade box. Within the jade box, the Nirvana Dragon Root lay with all 9 root hairs in pristine condition. The root hairs gripped each other like horned dragons, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. The Nirvana Dragon Root was wrapped in soil thick with origin energy. This soil was the best packaging to preserve the spiritual strength of the Nirvana Dragon Root. Chapter 503, Refining the Dragon Root. Chapter 503, Refining the Dragon Root. Yeah. Hey, you. Boy, it's best if you don't try to show off. Although this Nirvana Dragon Root isn't considered too potent or violent a medicine, the energy will be too strong for you. It isn't something that a martial artist at your level will be able to withstand. The pug gulped as he saw Lin Ming take out the Nirvana Dragon Root, his expression growing a bit more serious. I'm confident in myself. Lin Ming cautiously held the Nirvana Dragon Root in his hand and said, Demon Shine, is there a special method for absorbing the Nirvana Dragon Root? The memories that Lin Ming had inherited were incomplete. He couldn't remember if there was a special method or medicine needed to absorb the Nirvana Dragon Root. The Nirvana Dragon Root is naturally best if refined into a pill. But since this is currently impossible, the way to achieve the maximum possible effect will be to boil clear spring water and seep into the Nirvana Dragon Root, allowing the medicinal efficacy to enter the water. You can enter the water and completely absorb all of the essence into your body. If you do this, it will be much better than directly eating the Nirvana Dragon Root. Not only is the medicinal efficacy more temperate, but it will be absorbed much more easily. Remember not to damage the Nirvana Dragon Root so that the least amount of origin energy leaks out. There were many rare heavenly materials that contain their own essence energy. Once that object was damaged, the essence energy would escape. For instance, a Millennium Ginseng would be much more valuable complete than if it were cut into pieces. This was also a reason that when someone dug for medicines, then would spend an entire day and use a small brush to gently wipe the roots of the ginseng a bit at a time, completely preserving each and every root hair. The Nirvana Dragon Root was countless times more valuable than a Millennium Ginseng, but in truth they were similar in this regard. At the time that Lin Ming had obtained the Nirvana Dragon Root, it was in a complete state. Naturally, the medicinal efficacy was several times greater than the one that Xian Wuji had grabbed. Clear spring water. Lin Ming's mind suddenly stirred, and he took out a big barrel of water from his spatial ring. This barrel contained spring water that boiled at a temperature several times higher than normal. When Lin Ming had accepted the general level smelting trial test within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, he had lived in a cave. Within this cave, there were strange crabs that lived there, and also a very peculiar underground river. This underground river flowed with water several times hotter than boiling water. Not just that, but the river water was very heavy like liquid mercury. The crab meat and spring water had contained a very rich heaven and earth origin energy and were very useful in helping build up one's inner true essence. And rarest of all was that it contained a very pure and delicate origin energy. Without any impurities or toxins, it was similar to spiritual foods, but the effect was 100 times better than any spiritual food found within the Sky Spill continent. Lin Ming naturally couldn't let such a great treasure waste away. When he left the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, he also carried off a great deal of this precious water. This water barrel was one that he had brought out from there. Can I boil it with this water? Lin Ming glanced over at Demon Shine. As Demon Shine saw this barrel of water, he didn't care at first, but as he felt the rich origin energy emanating from it, he was a bit startled. He peeked over the barrel with both paws on top, staring straight into it, his long dog tongue lolling about. After several breaths of time, both of Demon Shine's eyes lit up. This is probably spring water from the solar origin. Boy, you really are a lucky bastard. Ooh. As Demon Shine spoke, he wanted to pull up some water with his paws. But since he was only a soul form, his paws passed straight through the water without even the slightest ripple. Demon Shine's excited face immediately became depressed. As Lin Ming saw this, he suddenly felt that this fellow was quite pitiful. All he had left over was his soul form. What is the solar origin? The solar origin is a vast an endless lake. It was said that a true ancient phoenix was once born from this lake. Water from the solar origin is heavy and flaming. It looks a bit like the water in this barrel, but it is heavier and also much hotter. As Demonshine looked at the water barrel, his expression was a bit strange. It seems that this isn't water from the solar origin. Lin Ming was silent. But even if this wasn't water from the solar origin, it was most likely connected to it, since it was said that an ancient phoenix was born within the solar origin. It was probably related to some sort of holy spring from the ancient phoenix clan. What sort of effect will there be if I boil the Nirvana dragon root in this water? Demonshine said, naturally, the effect will be much better than if you boiled it in normal water. But using firewood to heat it up would be a bit poor. Using the fire from a martial artist Dantian would be the best. Dantian fire. How's this? Lin Ming waved his hand, and the heretical god flame essence appeared, fused with the earth core crimson flame and the fallen star flame. As Demonshine saw this heretical god flame essence, his beady eyes immediately went perfectly round. You actually have a medium-grade earth step flame essence. In Demonshine's experience, a medium-grade earth step flame essence wasn't considered much at all. But Lin Ming was only at the late Hotian realm. It was extraordinary that Lin Ming would be able to possess a medium-grade earth step flame essence, especially considering that Lin Ming was a martial artist from the mortal realm. A medium-grade earth step flame essence might be enough to steam the Nirvana dragon root, Demonshine thoughtfully said as he lightly scratched his doggy chin. Now that there was water and a flame essence to steam the Nirvana dragon root, all that was missing was the container. Using a container from the mortal world was naturally not good, since most anything would be instantly destroyed once it came into contact with the flame essence. Lin Ming had a sudden insight and quickly took out the cosmic melting furnace from his Dantian. The half-foot cosmic melting furnace turned into a golden stream of light as it flew out of Lin Ming's Dantian. With a gust of wind, the furnace quickly grew to 10 to 20 feet in just a few breaths of time. With this, boy, you are actually quite smart. This cosmic melting furnace is naturally the best tool to steam the Nirvana dragon root. If you use this, not only can you condense the total heating time to less than 4 hours, but you will also be able to maintain the highest degree of the Nirvana dragon root's medicinal efficacy. What is the method to open the furnace? As Lin Ming looked at the cosmic melting furnace, he was a bit helpless and frustrated. There were many treasures sealed within the cosmic melting furnace, but he still wasn't able to open it. As Demonshine heard Lin Ming say this, his excited face brightened with a victorious smile. The method to open the furnace, naturally, this saint knows of it. I can also tell you, but, there is a condition, and that is that you must first completely unseal this saint's consciousness from your spiritual sea. Hearing Demonshine's condition, Lin Ming frowned. He thought about this for a moment, and then nodded and said, I can. Demonshine froze for a moment. He didn't think that Lin Ming would agree so easily. The reason that he had put forth this condition was because he had intended to bargain with Lin Ming. But I have a condition too. That is that I will only completely unseal your consciousness after I successfully complete tempering marrow. If there is any mistake in the process that causes me to fall short, then I will not be able to fulfill my end of the agreement. Lin Ming wouldn't relax his guard against the pug just because their relationship had warmed a bit. He wouldn't even know if there were problems with this method that Demonshine taught him to absorb the Nirvana dragon root. Also, after reaching large success of tempering marrow, Lin Ming would no longer need to fear the incomplete Demonshine. Even if he allowed the pug to restore his consciousness, it wouldn't be too big a deal. You little boy, your suspicious nature is too great. Good. This saint promises you. Demonshine rolled his eyes, and then agreed to Lin Ming's conditions. There was no need for Lin Ming to lie to him. And then Demon Shine taught Lin Ming the method to open the cosmic melting furnace from start to finish. Lin Ming silently recorded all of this in his heart. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "If I steam the Nirvana dragon root within the cosmic melting furnace, will the treasure sealed within the furnace be affected by the heat of the flames?" Demon Shine smiled at Lin Ming's question. "Boy, are you stupid? You think that with just your meager ability that you will be able to destroy the treasures within the cosmic melting furnace? The reason that this cosmic melting furnace has the word cosmic in its name is that there are several individual sealed spaces within. At your current level, the most you'll be able to do with the method I taught you is just barely open the lid. And that is only the very first layer of sealed space within. If you wish to open up further spaces sealed deeper down, then it is simply impossible. The cosmic melting furnace was once known as the Sky Spill Continent's #1 divine furnace. With Lin Ming's current strength, he naturally wouldn't be able to control it. "I understand." As Lin Ming spoke, he slowly weaved his hands together, creating seals. The cosmic melting furnace flew upwards, revolving his true essence. Lin Ming pointed forwards, and the lid suddenly shook. A moment later, the cosmic melting furnace completely opened. The water from the solar origin, as well as the Nirvana dragon root, was completely sucked into the cosmic melting furnace. As Lin Ming saw this, he smiled. He flicked his finger, and the deep red fallen star flame dropped in. At this time, a surprising scene took place. As the fallen star flame fell into the cosmic melting furnace, it completely disappeared within, vanishing without a trace. It wasn't as Lin Ming had imagined, that the fallen star flame would surround the cosmic melting furnace and heat it up in an inferno of flames. Lin Ming gave a little of surprise. Demon Shine said, "Don't be too surprised. The flame was only absorbed into the furnace's dimensions. It will heat up the space that corresponds to the materials. You only need to continuously supply flames to it." So that's how it is. Lin Ming was greatly impressed. This pill furnace actually had multiple dimensions within it. It was hard to imagine what sort of existence was able to craft this treasure, and just what their cultivation would be. Demon Shine was extremely satisfied with Lin Ming's surprised expression. He proudly said, "This cosmic melting furnace can be considered a good treasure even within the realm of the gods." The fallen star flame burned with a brilliant light. Within the first layer dimensional world, the solar origin water formed a giant sphere with the Nirvana dragon root wrapped in the center. Flames filled the skies. As the fires burned, the solar origin water slowly began to turn an amber hue. The amber color became increasingly rich until the sphere of water became a deep golden red, just like molten gold. For hours later, the flames suddenly vanished and the lid flew up. A golden ball of water came soaring out, shining with a dazzlingly bright light underneath the sunlight. A strong fragrance wafted out from the golden water, attracting anyone near it and warming the heart. As one took a deep breath of this scent, it was extremely refreshing, and all of one's pores seemed to open in complete relaxation. It was impossible to not let out a whimper of joy. This golden spring water that has boiled the Nirvana dragon root contains a countless amount of essence energy. Just the scent itself contains true essence rich enough to condense into form. If one were to practice in this environment, meditating and breathing this in, then their cultivation speed would be monstrously fast. This Nirvana dragon root that has grown for tens of thousands of years is truly amazing. As Lin Ming thought this, he no longer hesitated. He took off all his clothes and directly soared into the golden sphere of liquid floating in air. Chapter 504, Tempering Marrow Large Success. Chapter 504, Tempering Marrow Large Success. because it had been doused in scorching flames. The golden liquid was already at an extremely high temperature. After Lin Ming entered, he felt as if he had jumped into a stove and all of his skin was being roasted. However, because he had refined flames within his body for a long time, and also because of his previous experiences with searing flames, such an experience was nothing at all to him. The fragrance of the golden liquid flooded his senses like a finely aged wine. The liquid was exquisitely sweet. A single gulp was like a stream of heat that flowed down his mouth and throat, warming his stomach, spreading to his limbs, and filling him with a brilliantly radiant energy. All of the muscles of his body stretched out, and he emitted loud popping sounds. All of Lin Ming's pores dilated, and pure energy flooded through them. As the heat flowed in, he felt a pin-like pain through his pores. However, this aching pain through his body actually made Lin Ming excited instead. This medicinal juice brewed with a nirvana dragon root that was tens of thousands of years old held an incomparably pure energy. The energy filtered through Lin Ming's bones, entering into his marrow, where it constantly accumulated. Chi, chi, chi. As the pure energy entered his marrow, it was a painful experience. But at this time, Lin Ming only felt comfortable all over, and his mind was in a bright and clear state. There wasn't even a hint of the pain that he had experienced when he used the shattered demon heart crystal for tempering marrow. Within the golden juice, Lin Ming stretched out, relaxing all his limbs. He took great gulps of the golden fluid, swallowing as much as he could. After this golden fluid had filled all of Lin Ming's meridians, it began to discharge from his pores. The energy continued to accumulate. Although there was a dull ache, it was extremely wonderful, as if he were flying to the heavens and becoming an immortal. However, this peaceful feeling didn't last too long. As Lin Ming used the law formula of the chaotic virtues combat meridians to control the energy for tempering, he felt the aching pain grow increasingly strong and vibrant. Lin Ming felt like his body was becoming a balloon that was filled to the brim with energy, about to pop open at any moment. The raging energy crashed through his meridians. Even though Lin Ming's body had been toughened already by tempering marrow, he still almost couldn't withstand it. Boy, hurry up and seal your pores. Concentrate the excess energy into your spear and release it through your moves. It will help you complete tempering marrow. As Lin Ming approached the point where he couldn't control the energy, he heard Demon Shine's voice resound in his ears. Lin Ming's thoughts suddenly cleared, and he flicked his right hand. The purple comet spear appeared, and he displayed the moves of the great desolate halberd art. As the purple comet spear thrust through the golden juice, every swing was met with great resistance. With every spear move, Lin Ming's bones issues out sounds like crackling thunder. Strips of his yellow bone marrow became bright red, and from that bright red they began to shift to a golden hue. More and more golden strips appeared, until all of his marrow became a deep shining gold. As every spear move struck out, the rich golden juice was cut apart by the purple comet spear. His true essence shot out like a sharpened blade. Lin Ming didn't know how many spear moves he had made, or how many hours he had done so. He only felt his blood boiling and his true essence endlessly growing. Even with all this effort, he didn't feel a bit tired. The energy that filled his body was contained within by his sealed pores. As his spear moves used up the excess energy and he absorbed the rest, his pores opened once again, wantonly absorbing energy from the golden juice. As time passed, the golden juice became increasingly pale, and over half of it had already disappeared. At this moment, Lin Ming felt a sharp pain in his back, as if someone were taking a fiery needle and piercing his spine. In that moment, the pain was enough to cause Lin Ming to break into a cold sweat. But he wasn't surprised. Pain in his spine meant one thing: that energy had entered into his spinal cord. The spinal cord and bone marrow were different. The spinal cord was a center of nerves. It was extremely fragile and fragmented. If the spinal cord could not be tempered, then the spine would become the weakness of the body, simply unable to bear the immense pressure. Tempering the spine was the final step of tempering marrow, and it was also the most difficult. There were even some disciples of the realm of the gods that could not afford the precious and rare raw materials and medicine required, and became unable to completely and thoroughly temper their spine. This caused their foundation to be shaky, and this weakness of their body carried through. But the material that Lin Ming had used to make the medicine was a nirvana dragon root that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, he wouldn't have this problem. Lin Ming didn't know how many times he had displayed the great desolate halberd art. He continued until the sphere of liquid became completely clear, and all of the golden juice had been absorbed. But at the moment that the golden juice was completely absorbed, the scattered true essence in Lin Ming's dantian began to spontaneously condense into a twisting vortex, slowly spinning around. The originally chaotic state suddenly became organized. Xiantian realm. The sign of the pulse condensation was true essence meridian penetration. The sign of the Hotian realm was true essence accumulating in the dantian. And the sign for the Xiantian realm was true essence forming an organized system within the dantian. Lin Ming's true essence system was a vortex. Lin Ming's eyes flashed open, his eyes twinkling with arcs of thunder. Hua, the ball of water that had been bound together by true essence, completely collapsed on itself. A massive amount of water splashed onto the ground, and Lin Ming fell stark naked onto the floor. At this moment, he was in extremely high spirits. In a single leap, his cultivation had broken through to the Xiantian realm, and he had also completed 100% of tempering marrow. After tempering marrow reached 100%, it could be said that Lin Ming had been reborn. His skin was more delicate, and his fine muscles were toned and symmetrical. Lin Ming was now an absurdly handsome young man, his body containing both auras of strength and a soft beauty. It was as if he were an exquisite masterpiece that had been sculpted by hand. Lin Ming's appearance also became more mature. His original sharp aura converged together. If one didn't pay careful attention, it would be difficult to sense this. This current Lin Ming gave a feeling like a gentle breeze. It had a hint of returning to his original state. Xiantian, the pug said, as it lifted his doggy head up and down with great exaggeration. He sized up Lin Ming and said, "You really are a lucky bastard that stepped in a dog shit with heaven-defying luck. You stepped into the Xiantian realm, and you probably aren't even 18 years old yet." Lucky bastard that stepped in a dog shit with heaven-defying luck? As Lin Ming heard the pug speak, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hearing a dog say dog shit was always quite strange. If you depend on medicines to break through to the Xiantian realm, your foundation will not be steady. You must take time to consolidate it. When cultivating through the essence gathering system, one had to pay extremely careful attention to each step and proceed in an orderly fashion. Fortunately, this nirvana dragon root that had grown for tens of thousands of years had very few impurities. Refining it into his system wasn't too difficult. Xiantian realm, and 100% tempering marrow. Lin Ming unconsciously gripped his fists together, his knuckles cracking. The sound was like mini thunderclaps. As he punched out, the wind whistled. At this time, he felt that his body was filled with power, and he could tear apart a Xiantian realm thunder lizard with his bare hands. The blood throughout his body had already become as pure and thick as golden mercury. Lin Ming took out a low-grade earth step treasure sword from his spatial ring. He gripped its hilt in one hand and grasped the blade edge with the other. As he held the sword in both hands, he suddenly twisted his arms. With an echoing kacha, the low-grade earth step treasure sword was folded in half by the pure brute strength of Lin Ming's body. After I reached 100% of tempering marrow, My strength might have reached 200,000 genes. When Lin Ming had first obtained the memories of that realm of the gods' supreme elder, he knew that body transformation powerhouses in the realm of the gods had a body strength as high as hundreds of thousands of genes to even 1,000,000 genes and more. Lin Ming had thought that this was simply inconceivable, but now, without knowing it, he had achieved that incredible strength. Demon Shine, how long did my tempering marrow take? Probably a bit more than 40 hours, the pug said, after some thought. Over 40 hours? That's 2 days. 2 days. That's already a bit early for those life-destruction powerhouses to have left the demon god imperial palace. I'll have plenty of time to finish what I have to do. When Lin Ming had taken the cosmic melting furnace, he realized that he could not stay within the South Horizon region. The only way to do so was to conceal his identity and live in seclusion in far-off mountains while remaining completely anonymous. Since he didn't have the strength to resist a third-stage life-destruction martial artist, he would never be able to go out. Otherwise, he would draw a calamity unto himself. And it wouldn't be just him, but Divine Phoenix Island would also be caught up in his troubles. However, if he stayed in seclusion to cultivate and didn't go out to journey and adventure, the chances of him breaking through to the next stage were simply too low. Thus, Lin Ming could only choose to temporarily leave the South Horizon region and go to far-off lands. But before he left, there were some matters that he had to finish. The dark crimson wilderness was vast and endless. The bare and desolate ground was covered with gray stone monuments, and the stone tablets were covered in shining crimson charms. They were no different from graves that had been destroyed. Between the stone monuments, there were countless bones that were buried deep in the ground. Whether they were humans or beasts, they were all left underneath this limitless bloody sky. They had been buried here alone for tens of thousands of years, and they would continue to be alone through the passage of time. This land was a cemetery. But at this time, atop this barren cemetery, there was a slight and delicate figure. This figure stood alone in the cold wind, wrapped in dreary solitude. A red dress, a perfectly beautiful appearance. This figure was completely out of place within this dark world. This woman was Mu Qianyu. At this time, her complexion was filled with an utter sadness. It had already been 6 days. Mu Qianyu looked out at the hazy sky in a dazed and confused state. These past days, thick clouds had gathered in the bloody wilderness. The clouds were red to the point that they seemed to drip blood. It was extremely suffocating. Mu Qianyu stared at the gloomy skies, her figure motionless for a long time. She was just like a beautiful sculpture that existed in the wild. Wait for me there. These words echoed within Mu Qianyu's mind. It was as if she had lost her very soul. In her entire life, she had never felt like this before. Emptiness, sorrow, grief, loneliness, helplessness. The dark clouds in the sky grew increasingly thick and heavy. Finally, a quarter of an hour later, a crimson bolt of lightning lanced through the heavens, and a torrential downpour of rain came crashing down in an overwhelming deluge. Large drops of water hit her body, and there was actually some pain. Rain, this world also had rain. Mu Qianyu was lost in her thoughts, her eyes in a trance. This storm of rain was terrifying. The rainwater was incomparably salty, and the thick curtain of rain suppressed vision to only several dozen feet. It was like the skies had split asunder, and the entire South Sea's water had flooded into this world. The entire bloody wilderness was enveloped in this endless shower of rain. Mu Qianyu remained still, despite the water flowing down her body. No matter what happened, she seemed unaware. At this moment, her thoughts of Lin Ming were at the point that they almost became tangible. Chapter 5:05. In the rain, Chapter 5:05. In the Rain. This cold and salty rain was from the waters of the South Sea. It was sucked into this broken world by the space storms and then turned into countless sprays of mist. After it condensed in the skies, it formed dark and thick clouds. These clouds had already gathered for over 10 days, and they were waiting to spill over. Now they blotted out the sky as they formed curtains of overwhelming rain, hard enough that it was even difficult to open one's eyes. In just several breaths of time, the water was already deep enough to reach the ankles. As the rain scattered throughout the bloody wilderness, it fell onto the stone tablets, washing over them and causing the crimson symbols to glow even brighter. Mu Qianyu's entire body was soaked in this cold and unforgiving shower of rain. Her bright and clean dress was now stained with dirt. She didn't know how long she had stayed in this position. For the last 6 days, she hadn't slept, eaten a grain of rice, or drank a drop of water. In that moment when she had been enveloped in the white light of the escape symbol, his facial features lingered in her mind, haunting her. She had never missed someone with such an insane intensity. If it was possible, she was willing to give up all of her cultivation to see him again. However, the slim hope she held in her heart became increasingly endangered. It had been so long. If he was fine, then why hadn't he come to the bloody wilderness to find her? Only now, when she had lost something dear to her, did she feel this unforgettable pain. Mu Qianyu had lost her parents as a child. Growing up, she had followed her master. Besides her master, Mu Yuhuang, Lin Ming had undoubtedly occupied the most important position in her heart. Maybe this was what people called love. Mu Qianyu reflected on herself. If she could just live a plain and ordinary life with Lin Ming, then even as a mortal it would be a warm and happy life. The rain fell in this vast world until it overflowed to the knees. Then Mu Qianyu suddenly heard the faint sound of water parting behind her, as if someone were wading through. Mu Qianyu suddenly woke from her stupor. She turned back in shock to see, in that endless curtain of rain, a blurry figure stepping over the water towards her. Mu Qianyu's breath caught in her throat. In the misty weather, and with the laws of this world that suppress perception, it was impossible to tell just who this other person was. But even so, as Mu Qianyu saw this figure, her body stiffened and tears began to roll down from her eyes. She did not need to guess. She did not need her eyes to see, nor did she need her perception to sense this figure. A deep and throbbing feeling in her heart was all that Mu Qianyu needed to recognize this person. This faint figure was exactly the person that she had been dreaming of for the last 6 days. Lin Ming. Mu Qianyu forgot everything. In that moment, she was no longer the lofty and proud saintess, nor was she an extreme Xiantian master. At this moment, she was just a girl, a simple girl who was affected by thoughts towards her lover. In this pouring rain, she desperately rushed into Lin Ming's embrace. Her white arms were like white lotus roots that clung to Lin Ming's back, as if she wanted to melt into him. "I'm back." Lin Ming bent over and softly spoke in Mu Qianyu's ear. I know. Mu Qianyu buried herself in Lin Ming's chest, unable to stop the tears from falling. In this incomparably icy torrent of rain, Lin Ming could clearly feel warmth in his chest, as the pair tightly hugged each other. In this world, besides the heavy rain, there was not a single sound. It was as if this curtain of rain isolated everything from the world, and all that was left were their hearts, closely nestled together. After an unknown period of time, the two of them began to slowly separate. At that moment, a loud kachap split the air, and a crimson bolt of lightning cut through the skies, as if a god in the heavens was casting down spells. This lightning was completely reflected in Lin Ming's eyes. In the bright flash of light, one could see a deep and thick murderous intent flowing forth. At this moment, Mu Qianyu's heart stirred as she saw Lin Ming's eyes. She never knew that the world was so dark before. Lin Ming's eyes were as bright as the stars. They were dazzling enough to illuminate this world. Lin Ming closed his eyes and then opened them once more. As the lightning dissipated, his murderous intent also receded back into his body. He said in an extremely calm tone, "Let's go. Come with me to kill." These simple words contained a dominating confidence and arrogance, as if he was able to hold life and death in his hands. They caused Mu Qianyu's heart to stir. She discovered that in these last 6 days, Lin Ming's cultivation had actually broken through to the Xiantian realm. Not just that, but Lin Ming's body seemed to emanate a mysterious and powerful aura. Even though she couldn't recognize just what it meant, it was enough to make her heartbeat quicken. "Lin Ming, I went to the demon god Imperial Palace and obtained the Nirvana Dragon Root." Lin Ming didn't plan on hiding anything from Mu Qianyu. He wouldn't, nor was there any need to. "What?" Mu Qianyu was shocked. "The Nirvana Dragon Root? Heavens! Wasn't that a miracle medicine that those life-destruction Supreme Elders were competing over? How could it possibly have ended up in Lin Ming's hands?" "It's a long story. I can't really explain it, but this is for you." Lin Ming took out a rectangular jade box from his spatial ring. After opening the jade box, one could see a dry root within, as if it were an exquisite wild ginseng that had been dried. Mu Qianyu found this unbelievable. This root was exactly like the Nirvana Dragon Root listed out in the ancient manual that the revolving core master from the South Sea Demon region had. It was very similar to the drawing, except that it was much drier and more withered looking. Lin Ming said, "This is the Nirvana Dragon Root. I boiled it to make medicine, and 80 to 90% of the medicinal efficacy is gone. What's left over is 10 to 20%, but it is still far superior to those broken root hairs from the Nirvana Dragon Root. The main stem of the Nirvana Dragon Root accounted for 70% of its essence energy. As for the 9 root hairs, that was only 30%. The Nirvana Dragon Root inherently contained a very rich and pure essence energy. Once it was broken or damaged, a massive amount of this essence energy would dissipate. A root hair was originally only a tiny portion of the Nirvana Dragon Root. If it were also broken off and the essence energy dissipated, then in truth there wasn't much left. At least it would be far, far inferior to this complete withered Nirvana Dragon Root that Lin Ming had boiled once to make medicine. If Master Ancestor Fengxian wishes to break through into the second stage of life destruction, she can boil this Nirvana Dragon Root to make medicine, or she can even directly consume it. Lin Ming pressed the Nirvana Dragon Root into Mu Qianyu's hand. This Nirvana Dragon Root was meant for Mu Fengxian. And when Mu Qianyu finally came to a point that she too needed to use a Nirvana Dragon Root, Lin Ming has absolute confidence that he would be able to refine a far superior tempering marrow medicine for Mu Qianyu. Lin Ming pulled Mu Qianyu's hand into his. "Come with me. Let us bring an end to all of this." At this time, 100 miles away, at the ruins of the inner court disciple housing of the demon god Imperial Palace, the torrential downpour had already begun to slowly stop. Although the clouds hadn't cleared, yet faint rays of light now shined through. Above the illusionary killing array platform, Lei Jingtian saw that it was completely empty, and his face filled with a terribly grim expression. With Lei Jingtian's initial late revolving core strength, even if he combined forces with Mu Qihua, Mu Yanjua, and everyone else here, they still wouldn't compare to half of a life destruction Supreme Elder. Originally, the 30-some life destruction old masters had gathered together at the demon god Imperial Palace. They had spent a great deal of strength, and even with Xian Wuji's secret technique, they were barely able to break through the defensive barrier of the palace. Although the array formation of this temple was far weaker than the array formation of the palace, it still couldn't be broken so easily. Lei Jingtian had joined forces with Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjua, and had continuously attacked this array for the last 6 days. Still, they had failed to break through this illusionary killing array every time. But now the heavy rain had turned the tables in their favor. The power of thunder from this rainstorm was actually not suppressed by the laws of this world. Lei Jingtian had used his own ability to control thunder, and with another array formation, he was able to make enough preparations to direct the heavenly thunder to strike down at the illusionary killing array, becoming the final strike needed to shatter it. But when the illusionary killing array had been broken, Lei Jingtian and Mu Qihua saw that it was completely empty. There was not even a single shadow left over. Mu Qingyi let out a long breath of relief as she saw this. Lin Ming had finally managed to escape. It was good. Otherwise, she would have spent the rest of her life blaming herself, unable to repent for her sins. That bastard, Lei Jingtian, wanted to vomit blood. As for Mu Yanjua and Mu Qingshu, they felt as if they were about to faint. They were unsteady on their feet, as they almost fell over. Even the usually placid Mu Qihua found himself unable to maintain his calm, his heart racing in panic. All of his plans were based upon the precedent that he would be able to smoothly kill Lin Ming. If he couldn't kill Lin Ming and obtain his divine phoenix bloodline, then within half a year, the bloodstain contract would cause him to lose all of his martial arts cultivation, and he would become a cripple. At that time, what point was there in obtaining the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, or becoming the island master of Divine Phoenix Island? There was simply no meaning to any of that. Brother Qihua, what should we do? Mu Yanjua's voice trembled. This was not a laughing matter. It was possible that Mu Fengxian would soon emerge from the demon god Imperial Palace. If they were unable to kill Lin Ming before that old woman came back, then they would absolutely lose everything they had. Although he had already prepared for the worst before he made this desperate gamble, now that he finally arrived at this step, he was unable to accept the reality of the situation. Stop panicking, Mu Qihua coldly said. However, there was a cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Calm down. As long as we can find him within the next few days, it's not too late. Mu Qihua grit his teeth as he spoke. As he turned around, he saw Mu Qingyi's sneering face, and a fire suddenly blazed in his heart. You dead, old woman. CA. Mu Qihua's sword violently thrust forwards. The blade was like a striking snake, stabbing towards Mu Qingyi's throat. As Mu Qingyi saw this, she coldly snorted and remained unmoved. She didn't even blink her eyes, only waiting for this sword to pierce her. From the beginning, Mu Qingyi had never been afraid of death. You damn old woman, you really want to die? It won't be that easy. Mu Qihua's sword stopped only an inch away from Mu Qingyi's throat. At this time, killing Mu Qingyi was useless. First, he had to find Lin Ming. Mu Qihua's expression changed countless times. Finally, a plan formed in his heart, and he cruelly smiled. If he couldn't find Lin Ming, then he would use whatever ways possible to force him to come out. Chapter 5:06. Your Thunder Soul isn't too bad. Chapter 5:06. Your Thunder Soul isn't too bad. Of course, if he wanted to force Lin Ming to come out, the only way that it would happen was if Lin Ming was idiotic enough to do so. Mu Qihua wasn't absolutely sure that it would work, but at this time he refused to give up, and he also didn't have any other way. Mu Qingyi, hurry up and tell me what Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu's sound transmission mark is. Mu Qihua waved his sword across Mu Qingyi's neck, cutting a thin red line of blood. Mu Qingyi sneered, ignoring him. If you don't want to care for face. Mu Qingyi, it seems that you have a short memory. You're right, if we can't find Lin Ming, then we'll die. But before we do so, there are still many matters that we can finish. For instance, as Mu Qihua spoke, his eyes turned towards Mu Bingyun and flashed with cruelty, Qingshu, haven't you been frustrated lately? If you want, then hee. Mu Qihua. Mu Qingyi's heart raged with anger, and she grinded her teeth together. You are less than an animal. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on Bingyun, then I will burn my complete blood essence and sanity, and die with them. Mu Qingyi's eyes were bloodshot. As an early revolving core martial artist, if she used her life as the price and completely burned away her blood essence, then she would be able to gain strength to fight a middle revolving core martial artist. If she also ate a scarlet blood pill during this time period, she would be even more formidable. Even someone like Mu Qihua would have trouble dealing with her. Oid woman, if you know what's good for you, then hurry up and speak. Lei Jingtian took a step forwards, his suppressing aura falling over Mu Qingyi. Even if Mu Qingyi burnt all of her blood essence, Lei Jingtian wouldn't fear her even a bit. All that Lei Jingtian thought about was the ancient devil tome in Lin Ming's spatial ring, as well as the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, and whatever other secrets he might have. Mu Qingyi's face flashed with a complex emotion. Finally, she told him Mu Qinyu's sound transmission mark information. As for Lin Ming, she wasn't on familiar terms with him, so she didn't know. But Zhang Zhen actually knew, as he one of Lin Ming's good friends. Zhang Zhen, Lin Ming's sound transmission mark. Please give it. Mu Qingyi's eyes were filled with a deep guilt. Zhang Zhen bit his teeth. At this time, it wasn't just Mu Bingyun in danger, but also his grandfather, the seventh elder, was in the enemy's hands. He simply had no other choice. His lips moved, and Zhang Zhen gave away Lin Ming's sound transmission mark information. The truth was that he had already expected what Mu Qihua was about to do. He could only hope that Lin Ming would not be swayed by things like this. Humph, you stupid boy, if you knew it, then you should have spoken earlier. Because Mu Qingshu couldn't find Lin Ming, he was fuming with anger. He punched Zhang Zhen in the stomach, and Zhang Zhen folded onto the floor. Qingshu, don't cause needless complications. Finding Lin Ming is the most important matter. Mu Qihua took out 2 sound-transmitting talismans. In this broken world, sound-transmitting talismans were suppressed by the laws of this world. They could also be blocked by enchantments, array formations, and all sorts of other barriers. Mu Qihua pegged his hopes on the possibility that Lin Ming wasn't too far from them, and that there also wasn't a barrier blocking the sound-transmitting talisman. Mu Qihua flicked his fingers, and the 2 sound-transmitting talismans burned. Lin Ming, Mu Qinyu, I know that you two are together. Listen to me now. Mu Qinyu, I have your little sister as hostage. If you don't want her to be violated, then show up together with Lin Ming within 10 hours. If you don't, I will let others ravage Mu Bingyun. Not just that, but for every hour that you don't appear, I will kill 1 person. As Mu Qihua spoke, even he felt that his threat towards Lin Ming was a bit weak. But at this time, he could only hope that Lin Ming was an idiot that came forwards to die of his own volition. Qingshu, start the time. Whether or not Lin Ming came out, Mu Qihua would do as he said. He already had no scruples or honor, and if he didn't kill Lin Ming, then he would be the one to die. Mu Qingshu took out a foot-high hourglass from his spatial ring and placed it atop the platform. The grains of sand within the hourglass slowly drifted downwards. As time slowly passed, the sand at the top of the hourglass drained away. Then Mu Qingshu turned the hourglass. This hourglass was enough to measure 1 hour. As Mu Qingshu turned over the hourglass, he looked over at Mu Bingyun, his eyes flashing with a hideously lascivious light. At this stage, Mu Qingshu had already gone completely insane. He no longer cared about any consequences. As the sand ran out, he turned over the hourglass again. Like this, 2 hours had passed. Mu Qingyi's heart was in chaos. Zhang Zhen also felt like an ant in a hot pot. But as for Mu Bingyun, she was expressionless as she sat down in meditation, saving her strength for the final battle. Mu Bingyun was well aware that whether Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu came back or not, fighting was inevitable. At that time, how many people would survive was unknown. If Lei Jingtian really wished to be ruthless, the lower-level martial artists wouldn't even have the qualifications to escape. Even if everyone split up in separate directions and ran, all Lei Jingtian would have to do was send down a massive net of disenchanting dream light, and every martial artist below the revolving core realm would instantly fall unconscious. As the hourglass turned for the third time, the Divine Phoenix Island disciples grew increasingly nervous. In the face of a battle at death's door, very few were able to remain calm like Mu Bingyun. When the third hourglass was halfway finished, at the end of the temple ruins, the figure of a man and a woman suddenly appeared. As Mu Qihua saw this, he shot up. He couldn't believe his eyes. They really came. Lei Jingtian was also shocked. His eyes swept past the two figures, and he immediately laughed. They were too stupid. He had never seen someone so stupid before. They had wasted so much energy and strained themselves to escape, but had actually returned to die just because they cared for others. They really were idiots of a completely different caliber. But as for those from Divine Phoenix Island, as Mu Qingyi and Lin Ming saw Mu Qinyu appear, she was filled with guilt and regret. She already decided that as soon as the battle began, she would completely combust her blood essence, and also swallow the scarlet blood pill as penance for her sins. Mu Bingyun traced the spatial ring on her left hand. Her mind was already connected to the blue wand sword. She was only waiting for the battle to begin. "Ha ha! You are such an idiot!" Mu Qingshu savagely laughed. "You really came to die. If Lin Ming came, then they had a chance to live. Even if they couldn't obtain the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, they would profit as long as they obtained his Divine Phoenix bloodline." After Lin Ming arrived 300 feet away, he stood firm and held the great desolate blood halberd in his hands. He was expressionless as he kept the halberd blade pointed at the floor. Beside Lin Ming, Mu Qinyu had taken out the Vermilion Bird sword. A cool wind blew through her hair, making it dance in the air. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Lei Jingtian held the Thunderlight sword in his hand and stepped forwards. "Lin Ming, although they say you are a genius, I only think you are a fool. You clearly knew that coming here meant death, but you still stepped into this trap. Since you're such an idiot, let this old man help you along." Lei Jingtian's arm shook, and purple electric light appeared atop his hands. This was the disenchanting dream light. As Lin Ming looked at Lei Jingtian's Thunder Soul, he grinned. Why are you smiling?" "I'm smiling because I'm thinking your Thunder Soul isn't too bad. I do not need you to evaluate my Thunder Soul." Lei Jingtian heard the implicit meaning behind Lin Ming's words. He only felt extremely uncomfortable at Lin Ming's confident appearance. This bastard. What sort of cards could he possibly be hiding? And at this moment, Lei Jingtian suddenly noticed Lin Ming's cultivation. He was stunned. "You broke through to the Xiantian realm." Xiantian, as Lei Jingtian spoke, everyone else also noticed Lin Ming's cultivation. He had truly entered the early Xiantian realm. Mu Qingyi's eyes were wide and filled with disbelief. Even the usually calm and emotionless Mu Bingyun was stunned. Lin Ming had gone from the late Hotian realm to the early Xiantian realm in just 6 days. Just what had happened in these past 6 days. It must be unimaginable for a martial artist to reach the Xiantian realm before 18 years of age. This was already beyond the scope of anyone's understanding. Such cultivation and such strength at such a tender age. Throughout the entire Sky Spill continent, an achievement of this degree might be unprecedented in the last tens of thousands of years. This might never have happened from the ancient times until now. At that moment, everyone was stunned into silence. Lei Jingtian also felt a deep fear stirring in him. Lin Ming was just too terrifying, terrifying enough to make everyone afraid to give him time to grow. So that's how it is. You have the confidence to return just because you reached the Xiantian realm. What are you planning on doing? Do you think you can fight me? Lei Jingtian sneered and stepped forwards, pointing the Thunderlight sword at Lin Ming. Prior to this, when Lin Ming had combusted his blood essence, he had gained strength at the limit of an early revolving core master. He had still been far from reaching a middle revolving core master's strength, but having broken through to the Xiantian realm from the late Hotian realm, his strength had risen by 2 boundaries. Logically speaking, in the path of martial arts, the disparity in gaps of cultivation increased the further one went. The difference between the late Hotian realm and Xiantian realm was much less than the difference between an early revolving core and late revolving core master. However, Lei Jingtian also knew that Lin Ming could not be judged by common sense. Lei Jingtian didn't think he would lose, but he would still exercise the utmost caution. As Lei Jingtian and Lin Ming faced each other, Mu Qinyu calmly walked over to Mu Bingyun's side. The 2 sisters with the swords of ice and fire faced Mu Qihua together. As for Mu Yanjua, he would be dealt with by Mu Qingyi and the 7th elder. Thus, if Lei Jingtian wasn't able to suppress Lin Ming, Mu Qihua's side would be at a great disadvantage. Lin Ming, I admit that you have the ability to make me serious. In this broken world, and under the suppression of these laws, I'll have to be serious with you. But in terms of strength, you still fall far short. Shaking Thunder Sword. Lei Jingtian's sword cut forwards, and his blade pierced forth. A deep purple electric light flashed, and the loud sound of thunder howled in the air. In this first sword strike, Lei Jingtian was only testing Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming had no intention to follow along with this test. The corners of his lips curved up in a fiendish grin, and he connected his true essence to the heretical god seed. Heretical god force, open. The power of tempering marrow also completely erupted. Die. The great desolate blood halberd turned. Lin Ming's body emitted explosive crackling sounds. Above the great desolate blood halberd, 14 blood-drinking seals twisted into a crimson vortex. Primeval halberd strike. Kacha. Lin Ming's halberd thrust forwards as if it were able to twist space itself into pieces. Lei Jingtian's disenchanting dream light was completely swallowed by that crimson vortex. A powerful tearing force enveloped Lei Jingtian, twisting his life force and causing his blood to swell. Lei Jingtian immediately lost balance. What? Lei Jingtian couldn't believe his own eyes. The blood-drinking seals had broken through his sword energy and pierced through his protective true essence. A ribbon of fresh blood shot into the wind. Chapter 507, Irresistible Power. Chapter 507, Irresistible Power. You. Lei Jingtian was forced a few steps back. A deep wound ran down his shoulder, the bone peeking through. If it wasn't for Lei Jingtian's outstanding cultivation and his thick protective true essence, then that strike might have sliced off his arm. How could it possibly be like this? Lei Jingtian was unable to accept this reality. Before now, Lin Ming had combusted his blood essence, but still hadn't been his match. He had used everything, and even exploded his blood-drinking seals in order to barely escape. But now, with just the passing of several days, Lin Ming had become formidable to this degree. As the divine Phoenix Island disciples looked at the temple stage, they were stunned into silence. A strike had injured Lei Jingtian, just what could have possibly have happened in the last few days. This is... Mu Qingshu's lips trembled as he looked at Lin Ming. He was usually proud and arrogant, but in front of Lin Ming, all of that came crashing down. Even though he knew he was inferior to Lin Ming, He never thought that even Lei Jingtian would be injured by him. Thinking of the miserable fate he would suffer if he couldn't kill Lin Ming, Mu Qingshu's face paled until there wasn't even a hint of blood. Once he lost his bloodline and cultivation, he would be no different from a mortal with a few dozen years of life. He would even have to spend this life in punishment. Thinking of this, he didn't even have the courage to dwell on these thoughts. Lin Ming, you have angered me. For this, I will have you pay the price. Thick blue veins bulged on Lei Jingtian's forehead, making him look extremely ugly. With one hand on his thunderlight sword, his other hand drew a deep purple rune in the air. Come out, Thunder Beast! Lei Jingtian flung the rune into the sky, and it flashed like lightning before exploding. Then, a 5-foot-long beast appeared in the air. This beast looked like a monkey, but it had a bird's beak and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Its entire body sparkled with purple lightning. Contract beast? Lin Ming was shocked. A martial artist could form a contract with a beast in order to summon them into battle. For instance, Mu Qianyu's vermilion bird, or the demon emperor's holy 3-headed divine, hound, were both kinds of contract beast. A martial artist contract could increase their strength by a great deal, but there weren't many martial artists that actually had one. The reason for this was that the conditions for having a contract beast were simply too high. In order to raise a contract beast, one had to put in a massive amount of energy and resources. For instance, the reason that Mu Qianyu had invaded Thundercrash Mountain and fought there was all in order to help her life's vermilion bird evolve. Not just that, but the more talented a martial artist was, the higher grade of a contract beast they needed. Otherwise, their contract beast would not be able to follow them forwards, and it would only weaken them. Lin Ming had never imagined that Lei Jingtian would actually have a contract beast. It seems that this was his hidden ace. Thunder Beast fuse, Lei Jingtian shouted. And then, an inconceivable scene occurred. That Thunder Beast's body suddenly became intangible and fused together with Lei Jingtian's thunderlight sword, disappearing without a trace. Energy life form? Lin Ming was stunned. An energy life form was extremely rare. He hadn't thought that Lei Jingtian would make a contract beast out of an energy life form. The master of a sect really couldn't be underestimated. CZZ, the fused Thunder Beast and Thunder Light sword shined with a much greater light. As arcs of lightning twisted around it, it emanated a dangerous energy, constantly piercing the air. Just looking at this light was painful to the eye. Lei Jingtian no longer underestimated Lin Ming. He had used every last card in his hand. As Lei Jingtian's complete strength was revealed, Mu Qingyi and everyone else went cold for Lin Ming. Although Lei Jingtian was suppressed by the laws of this world, he was still a late revolving core Supreme Elder. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation was still shallow. In a true life or death battle, it was hard to say just who would win. Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjua also felt their foreheads covered with sweat at this time. Both of them were shaking with unease. Lei Jingtian was their final hope. If Lei Jingtian was unable to kill Lin Ming, they were finished. After they had come to this stage, they naturally had no intention of fighting with Mu Qingyi. If Lei Jingtian was defeated, there was no point in gaining any advantage in battle. Lei Jingtian's entire body was wreathed in a storm of thunder. His long hair recklessly danced. Lin Ming, I do not know how you broke through to the Xiantian realm, but this sort of chaotic method of breakthrough will only ruin you. You can give up on your Dantian's true essence ever being stable again. Words are useless. Come, let's fight. With the word fight, the flame mark between Lin Ming's eyebrows combusted in a dazzling radiance. He opened the heretical god force and once more burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. Humph, what self-confidence you have. Lei Jingtian's eyes sank. The difference between the late Hotian realm and Xiantian realm was great, but it was nothing compared to the gap between an early revolving core and late revolving core master. With Lin Ming's talent, He had strength several times that of a Xiantian realm martial artist, but he shouldn't be strong to the degree of defeating him. Lei Jingtian didn't believe that with displaying all of his ultimate abilities, he still couldn't suppress Lin Ming. You are strong, but you will still die by my hands. Heavenly thunder suppression. Lei Jingtian's sword pierced forth, and a billowing wave of lightning rushed forwards, followed by ear-shattering thunderclaps. It was like the howl of a tiger and the roar of a dragon, directly impacting through the heavens. A swirling thunderstorm condensed around the Thunderlight sword, driving all of the thunder origin energy in the world. This sword strike contained the power of thunder, as well as the disenchanting Dreamlight soul attack. It was one of Lei Jingtian's strongest moves. In this life or death battle, he fought with everything he had, no longer holding anything back. In the face of this dazzling thunderstorm, Lin Ming remained impassive. Between his eyebrows, the blood of the ancient phoenix burned, filling his body with power and vigor. Lin Ming poured his will and strength into the great desolate blood halberd. As the halberd pierced out, the blood-drinking seals whistled. Slaughter. With merging of his whole will and being into this blood-drinking seal, damaging the enemy would damage himself. But now, Lin Ming had reached large success of tempering marrow. Using this move wasn't dangerous at all. Instead, it gave him a light and easy feeling. A crimson light shined. Lin Ming's halberd thrust forth, tearing apart the space. Everyone present held their breath, their foreheads wet with nervous sweat. Mu Qinyu tightened her hands, her knuckles white. She felt her heart catch in her throat. As for those disciples with a lower cultivation, they subconsciously stepped back in order to not be caught up and destroyed in the aftermath. In the sight of everyone, the crimson vortex smashed into the purple thunderstorm. However, in that instant, there wasn't the massive explosion that everyone expected. They only saw that bloody red light shoot into the sky. As for that purple thunderstorm, it was torn into pieces by that crimson vortex. In the howling gale, one could hear the faint, miserable cry of the thunder beast. Lin Ming's red halberd light was like the all-destroying sword of a war god. Lei Jingtian's thunderstorm immediately disintegrated under this terrifying, destructive force. What? Lei Jingtian's complexion changed. This is impossible. Bang. The thunderstorm completely broke apart. Lei Jingtian was sent flying backwards. His clothes split apart, and he spat out a giant mouthful of blood. As Mu Qihua saw Lei Jingtian spit blood, he felt like he had fallen into a sea of ice. Lei Jingtian lost. Mu Qinyu and Mu Qingyi's eyes were round like twin moons. They wouldn't have been surprised if Lin Ming defeated Lei Jingtian after a bitter struggle, but in just this first exchange of moves, he had completely defeated Lei Jingtian's strongest strike. From just the late Houtian realm to the early Xiantian realm, how could Lin Ming's strength have risen so much? Lin Ming didn't give anyone a second to be surprised. As soon as he sent Lei Jingtian soaring away, he immediately stepped forwards. The ground underneath his feet exploded from the powerful momentum, and Lin Ming shot forwards with the great desolate blood halberd in hand. Die. A halberd struck out. The 14 blood-drinking seals cut towards Lei Jingtian, like flying swords. Boy, don't push me too far. Lei Jingtian pressed down his tumbling blood and gripped the Thunderlight sword tightly, slashing down. But at this time, the writhing thunder on the Thunderlight sword began to emit whining howls. Obviously, the Thunder Beast had been severely wounded, and it wouldn't be able to withstand another intense collision like before. Damn, Lei Jingtian's heart sank. He wasn't willing to give up the Thunder Beast. If he struck out now, then the Thunder Beast would most assuredly perish. He had raised this Thunder Beast for the last several hundred years and had paid a great price to develop it. Return. Lei Jingtian received the Thunder Beast. The shining light of the thunderlight blade immediately dimmed. Disenchanting dream light. Lei Jingtian struck out his palm. A sizzling beam of light shot out, smashing into the blood-drinking seals. Chi, chi, chi. The disenchanting dream light constantly melted. As for the blood-drinking seals, they were like sharp razors that shaved it away. As Lei Jingtian saw this, he no longer had the willpower to fight. He spat out several bolts of the disenchanting dream light, and then turned around to escape. Boy, do well to remember me. You want to run away? Lin Ming's lips curved in a sneer. His specialty was to kill everything in sight. During the war in the South Sea battlefield, a great part of the reason that Lin Ming was titled the Blood Demon was because whenever he slaughtered people, there was never a living witness. Whatever squad that had the bad luck to bump into Lin Ming would suffer annihilation. The reason for this was that none of them could escape. The great desolate blood halberd rose up and then pierced forth, primeval halberd strike. The blood-drinking seals on the halberd blade rapidly rotated, forming a massive red vortex dozens of feet wide. The surrounding space seemed to twist apart under this power. Lei Jingtian felt as if an invisible force was pushing down on his body, greatly reducing his speed. What was going on? Lei Jingtian was stunned. He felt the space around him thicken and become sticky. An enormous force enveloped him. It was impossible for him to fly away. It was like he'd fallen into a swamp. If this were the outside world, Lin Ming would naturally be unable to do this. But in this broken world, and under the suppression of its governing laws, Lei Jingtian's speed was already sharply lowered. It was already at his limits to fly, but now that he was being sucked in by the primeval halberd strike, his speed had fallen by over another half. It had to be known that Lin Ming's blood-drinking seals were not restricted by this world's laws. Lin Ming, do not force me into a corner. Feeling the thick, murderous intent behind him, Lei Jingtian suddenly swiveled around and saw Lin Ming's halberd thrust towards him. Blood seal twisting murder. 14 blood-drinking seals cut down. Lei Jingtian hastily lifted his sword to meet the strike, but he was unable to block all of them. Cha, cha, cha. 3 blood-drinking seals cut through Lei Jingtian's protective true essence, stabbing into his body. A great mist of blood shot out. Chapter 508. End of the Road. Chapter 508. End of the Road. Kia. Lin Ming. Lei Jingtian's eyes were bloodshot. Just a moment ago, 3 blood-drinking seals had pierced through his left shoulder, causing a shower of blood to rain down. Every time that a blood-drinking seal successfully attacked, it was able to absorb an enemy's blood essence. Do you really want to fight me in a life or death battle? Lei Jingtian's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. Although you can suppress me, you will still have to pay a great price if you want to kill me. Lin Ming didn't respond with a single word, only slashing out with his halberd. 14 blood-drinking seals weaved in the air. As Lei Jingtian saw these blood-drinking seals, he felt his scalp tingle with fear. Do not force me to burn my blood essence. Try it. Lin Ming's eyes were decisively cold. He would kill Lei Jingtian. Otherwise, the secret that he had obtained the Nirvana Dragon root might be revealed. This time, Lin Ming could not let a single one of his enemies escape alive. You bastard. Lei Jingtian revolved his true essence to the extreme limit. At his age, his blood vitality had already long declined. If he combusted his blood essence, it would damage his life. Not just that, but his strength wouldn't even increase that much, even if he burned his blood essence. On the other hand, Lin Ming had an incomparably formidable and vibrant blood vitality. Not just that, but he had fully completed tempering marrow. His marrow was like golden soup and thick as mercury. He even had the reverse scale blood and the blood of the ancient phoenix supporting him. Even if he burnt a bit of blood essence, it wasn't that big of a deal. Lin Ming, stop. I can compensate you a medium-grade Earth Step Thunder Soul. Under the powerful pressure of Lin Ming, Lei Jingtian started to plead for mercy. Lin Ming sneered. Medium-grade Earth Step Thunder Soul? How could that compare to the disenchanting dream light within you? You, Lei Jingtian raged with anger. This old man will bet everything against you. Lei Jingtian shouted out and then tread forwards, stabbing his sword towards Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming turned the great desolate blood halberd. The blood-drinking seals gathered together, become blade. The halberd thrust forth. The 14 blood-drinking seals sealed away the thunder-light sword. Lei Jingtian felt as if the sword in his hand had been embedded in stone. He was unable to pull it out or move it at all. At the same time, the blood-drinking seals shot towards Lei Jingtian's throat. Explode for me! Lei Jingtian gave a loud shot, and a burst of energy erupted from within him, blasting away Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd. He seized this chance and stabbed his sword at Lin Ming's chest. Humph! Facing Lei Jingtian's sword, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a savage light. He didn't evade, nor did he dodge. He simply counterthrust his halberd at Lei Jingtian. After completing tempering marrow, Lin Ming's bodily strength and tenacity far exceeded that of an Earth-step treasure. He was not afraid of a battle of attrition. Lin Ming's sudden counterattack surprised Lei Jingtian. At the same time that Lei Jingtian's sword pierced through Lin Ming's chest, Lin Ming's halberd light enveloped Lei Jingtian. Lei Jingtian's sword light easily penetrated Lin Ming's protective true essence. The blade pierced Lin Ming's chest and caused a touch of blood to shoot into the air. But at the same time, a crimson halberd light broke through Lei Jingtian's protective true essence and stabbed into his body. A revolving core, martial artist core, and greatest weakness were their dantian. Even though Lei Jingtian's body was powerful, it still couldn't resist Lin Ming's attack. In particular, every time the blood-drinking seal stabbed his body, it would also take away a bit of blood essence. More injuries were added onto Lei Jingtian. He staggered, almost falling onto the ground. Severely harming yourself to kill your enemy. Crazy boy, you are mad. Severely harming myself? Lin Ming scoffed. When Lei Jingtian's sword had stabbed him a moment ago, it had been caught and stopped by his rib. Ultimately, it was just a little wound of the flesh that didn't matter at all. Lin Ming's strength was originally incomparably formidable. Now that he also had the complete power of tempering marrow backing him up, the resilience of his body had reached a terrifying degree. The wound bled for several breaths of time, and then stopped. It even began to regenerate at a visible speed. As Lei Jingtian saw this, he paled. His sword light had easily penetrated Lin Ming's protective true essence, but it hadn't done any major damage. Was this even the body of a human being? Lei Jingtian felt as if he had fallen into despair. If he wanted to fight, he couldn't. If he wanted to run, he would get sucked in by that strange martial skill. And in terms of defensive power, he was far inferior. He had been injured several times. If this continued, sooner or later, he would just be worn to death. Lin Ming, this is because you force me. Lei Jingtian clenched his teeth and combusted his inner blood essence. You've finally given in? Lin Ming's eyes were filled with contempt. Lei Jingtian had wanted to escape and not burn away his blood essence. If he had decided to fight Lin Ming with his life on the line from the very start, then it would have been very troublesome indeed. At least, Lin Ming would also have had to burn his blood essence in order to kill Lei Jingtian. But now, Lei Jingtian had been injured several times, and he was greatly weaker than he was at the start, and most importantly, his contract beast had been injured and could no longer fight, causing the power of all of his moves to drop precipitously. Burning away his blood essence at this time was simply too late. thunder flashed between Lei Jingtian's eyebrows, and the thunderlight sword began to emit rays of fiery light. Kacha! A purple beam of lightning fell from the sky, falling onto the thunderlight sword. All of the thunder origin energy between the heavens and earth was in the control of Lei Jingtian. Heavenly thunder suppression. With this move, a purple storm enveloped Lin Ming once more. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He saturated his complete will and strength into the great desolate blood halberd, fusing together with 14 blood-drinking seals. The halberd thrust out, breaking into the thunderstorm. Cha-cha-cha. Lin Ming's protective true essence was twisted apart in the storm and blood shot out from wounds. At the same time, the blood-drinking seals rapidly twisted. The spiraling power was like an iron needle that pierced through the thunderstorm, tearing it to shreds. The space and time laws of the great desolate halberd art were also integrated into this one attack. Damn! As Lei Jingtian saw Lin Ming's unstoppable strike, he was left panting in fear. He tried to withdraw from the storm, but at this instant an incredible scene took place. The great desolate blood halberd seemed to instantly penetrate through hundreds of feet of space, arriving in front of Lei Jingtian. What? In panic, Lei Jingtian didn't even have time to receive his sword and strike again. He could only use his palm to hit the great desolate blood halberd. A bloody light flashed, and Lei Jingtian's palm was chopped into pieces by the blood-drinking seals. At the same time, Lei Jingtian felt a chilling cold spread from his stomach. He looked down, his eyes filled with disbelief. What he saw was a halberd pole going into his stomach. The halberd blade had already completely penetrated his dantian. He looked up to see Lin Ming standing in front of him, his entire body covered in blood and a taunting sneer on his face. You... Lei Jingtian spat out a massive mouthful of blood as strength rapidly escaped from his body. He had never dreamt that one day he would die at the hands of a junior, who wasn't even 20 years old. I said that today I would kill you. Lin Ming suddenly tore out the great desolate blood halberd, and a fountain of blood rained down. At the same time, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder penetrated into Lei Jingtian's body. With an explosive sound, Lei Jingtian's chest blew apart into a bloody fog. All of his true essence was sucked away by the blood-extinguishing demon thunder and gathered into Lin Ming's hand, condensing into a new blood-drinking seal. I refuse to, Lei Jingtian saw as all of his blood essence was used to form a blood-drinking seal. He stretched out his hand, wanting to take it back, but before he even lifted it halfway, his hand already dangled down, no longer capable of moving. His eyes dimmed down. The fires of life were completely extinguished. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.